It's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Oh my God, I was like, I almost forgot. Oh wait, hold on, because I just realized I left my damn thing open. I was getting playback. But anyway, how y'all doing? It's your boy Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, the show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, and all that good stuff. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today. Including, wait, hold on. So now this is why I hate it. I'll be up in here trying to I need to stop reading comments because people are messaging me and stuff. But anyway, back to the show because we live. So we got a lot of tea to spill today, including some devastating celebrity deaths. We got to get into two of them. One from an iconic TV show, one from an iconic music group. So we got to get into that. Plus, we're going to talk about Superman remaining #1. They are dominating at the box office. We're also going to talk about I Know What You Did Last Summer in the Smurfs. Now, speaking of I Know What You Did Last Summer, damn child, I just realized I don't have my Apple Watch on. Oh, well, my wrist going to have to be naked today. I'm falling apart, as y'all can see on this Monday. So, with that being said, we're going to get into some I Know What You Did Last Summer spoilers. So, if that's not something you want to stick around and check out, then you could just vacate the premises during that part or just mute your damn thing until it's over. But there will be spoilers up in there because it's out. It's open a weekend. You already know everybody's spoiling it all on social media anyway. So, I was like, we just might as well talk about spoilers here. Plus, on top of that, we have some more Jennifer Love Hewitt news. She's thanking the LGBTQ plus fans for keeping Julie James alive. Plus, we're going to get into what she said because remember the other day, Sarah Michelle Gellar said that people were speculating that there's some beef between her and Jennifer Love Hewitt because they didn't kiki with each other over on the red carpet. And Sarah was like, "There's nothing to see here." It was it was something going on. Like I was not on the red carpet. I didn't take pictures with everybody. All this other good stuff. Jennifer Love Hewitt is saying something different, saying that basically her and Sarah have not spoken since the first I Know What You Did Last Summer movie came out damn near 30 years ago. So I think that pretty much says a lot. Kind of like how if you watch the damn movie, they was pretty much telling you who the damn killer was before we got to the reveal. But and then on top of that, we have some Friday 13th news. We got our young Jason Voorhees has been cast. I have some news on Inner Nature 2. If you were speaking of Jason, if you're a fan of the whole Jason S type situation, Kevin Feige is talking about scaling back on MCU movies, losing Kang, the Blade delays, and basically telling us like what period they're actually going to film this new movie. And so yeah, Mahershala Ali is still on board. We'll get into that. And what he texted James Gunn after Superman came out. Now, speaking of James Gunn, he's also opening up about a lot of stuff. He was on the Happy Sad Confused podcast. He spilled a lot of tea about the new Wonder Woman movie. He also talked about them having to let Henry Cavill down after they had to fire him over playing Superman. And I think he didn't mention no names, but I think he threw a dagger at Dwayne Johnson, and we're going to get into that. I haven't heard nobody bring that up, but I really, upon like me paying attention to all this gossip and stuff going on, I was like, that was a Dwayne Johnson dig. So we're gonna get into that. Plus, we got some Mariah Carey album news. She gave us a release date and everything. Even showed the cover. We got the cover and everything. Shout out to Tyler the Creator, who also dropped his new album today. I haven't heard it yet, but he dropped the new album today. I wish I would have been privy to that back when he did his tour. I mean, he did his show at the Garden, 2 nights at the Garden. I didn't even know he was doing 4 nights at the Barclays Center, but he apparently did 4 nights. I don't know if it's wrapped or if he's still on it, but he announced that at one of the Barclays Center dates. The Garden's better though. But anyway, and then we got some tea on Mike Shinoda because I didn't even realize yesterday was the anniversary. I can't remember exactly what the date was of Chester Bennington's death. He basically is saying that the reason why y'all don't like the new lead singer because she's a woman. Whatever. Aubrey O'Day is talking about that choppy ass plastic surgery she was getting. Ryan Guzman from 911 is a damn homophobe. We're gonna get into that in a second. They might as well just kill his ass off because a homosexual thing your bill, sir. So, and that'd be Ryan, the other Ryan, as in Murphy. We definitely have to get into this RuPaul's Drag Race finale because it was a choice and it was a lot. And so we got to get into that. Plus, on top of that, Ginger Minj has broken her silence about the favoritism backlash she's receiving from the fans. And Jorgeous has also broken her silence after becoming the second runner-up on this season. So we'll get into all of that. I know this has had to been the longest intro, probably because I was putting so much seasoning in between all the other stuff. But before we get to the topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I will be putting timestamps in after the live is over, so those who come and watch the playback can come in and just click on whichever topic they tickles their fancy and just watch whatever segment they want, unless y'all don't want to wait for me to edit out, some of the clips and post them individually. Please and thank you. Also, be sure to follow my social media platforms, and I don't do this enough, but I need to start adding that as well. But I be feeling like sometimes these intros are so damn long, I just want to get to the show. But y'all know in the description, I have links to my Instagram, my TikTok, my Facebook, and all the other social media platforms. Definitely follow me over there. I post clips and stuff from the show on those sites as well. And plus, some of the stuff I be saying over there on Facebook be a cackle. So if you really want some of the funny of the funny, or get deeper into this personality, you might want to follow me over on the other platforms. Please and thank you. Well, without further ado, I see we have a couple of comments already coming in. I'll get to those after the first topic. Y'all already know the drill for those of y'all who always tune into the live. Let me hit my banner. And let's get into some sad news. I was like, before we get to all the other celebrity news and gossip, I just want to pay my condolences. I gagged a couple of hours ago when I just happened to open up my Facebook because I was going to post I wanted to upload some of my videos and stuff on the Facebook page. Like when I do this show, I cut up the clips and I post them on all the social medias. So I was in the process of opening my Facebook. I was going to upload the video and everything. And then the first thing that pops up is Malcolm-Jamal wanted dead at 54. I'm like, what? I was like, So I had to do the research. TMZ posted it. A bunch of articles was posting it. Turned out it was bad news. I had to hit my friend Omar because he's always sending me stuff. Then I cannot tell you how many people literally slid in my DMs was sending me stuff. Robert sent me stuff. My friend Raven sent me stuff. Everybody was sending me stuff. Did you hear about Malcolm-Jamal Warner? So yeah, it is definitely true. Unfortunately, we lost one of the good ones, an icon from I think if you're young, someone in their 30s, even their 40s or whatever the case is, we all grew up with The Cosby Show. The Cosby Show was must-see TV in Black households. I'm sure a lot of white folks watched it too. But we're speaking about, this is a colored conversation. So if you are a person of color, especially if you are Black and you grew up in a Black household, you were watching The Cosby Show. So I grew up watching The Cosby Show, of course, and I also watched A Different World and so many other things. The Bill Cosby stuff aside, this is not what this conversation is about. There are times, even though Bill Cosby is a disgusting human being and a prick and an a-hole, and people always said that he was very judgmental about how other people raise their kids and all this other stuff, and all of that aside, I kind of do wish that The Cosby Show was still able to be seen on TV because it was a show that I love. It's comfort food for a lot of us of a certain age. And I feel like I would love to go, if The Cosby Show was to pop up on Netflix or one of the streaming services tomorrow, I would definitely sit and rewatch all those shows because it still holds up. It was funny. And that comfort food, I watch a lot of old sitcoms. I watch Living Single. I watch all those other shows because it was it takes you back to a time when you didn't have to deal with so much craziness and stress and stuff in your life. So we all tend to watch a lot of these shows for that reason. And I feel like they should bring the Cosby Show back. I doubt they will because of the whole Bill Cosby situation, but there are worse people who still have their stuff on TV. Roseanne. And I don't hear y'all saying nothing about removing her stuff. But anyway. So let's get into the story now that I said all of that stuff. So they said notoriously private about his personal life. This is from Too Fab, by the way, so shout out to y'all. Warner, as in Malcolm-Jamal, is seemingly survived by his wife and daughter, the latter who were born in 2017. While he has shared photos of them both on social media, their identities have remained private. Warner was just 14 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984. And the actor, starring as Bill Cosby's only on-screen son until the show wrapped in 1992. In that time, he also hosted SNL, appeared on Sesame Street, and played his Cosby character on spinoff A Different World for a couple of episodes. He also voiced the producer from 1994 to 1997 on the Magic School Bus before co-starring in Malcolm and Eddie, which was another show I watched. That was on the UPN. That was on from 1996 to 2000. Later work included Jeremiah on Showtime, Sherry Shepherd's sitcom Sherry, BET's Read Between the Lines, and most recently, I remember him on this. He was on 911, and he was also on The Resident. I think he played like a doctor where he had like gotten burned or whatever the case was. And then he also was a Grammy winner. So a lot of people didn't realize that he did music as well. He picked up a Best Traditional R&B Performance trophy alongside Robert Glasper Experiment featuring Layla Hathaway for the song Jesus Children in 2015. So yeah, the story is still developing, but I believe because more tea has come out since then. I know a lot of people was like, well, what did he die from? What did he die from? They said it was an accidental drowning. So apparently what happened was he was on vacation with his family in Costa Rica. He drowned on Sunday afternoon on a beach on Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. He was swimming at Playa Cocles in Limon province when a current pulled him deeper into the ocean. So basically they said he was rescued by people on the beach, and this is what the department's initial report said. But hold on, wait. I was like, I got this off of Associated Press, by the way. So shout out to y'all because they literally posted this 5 minutes ago. So I had to do a quick Google schmoogle just to see if they had added more stuff that came out. So they said, quote, he was rescued by people on the beach. This is what the department's initial report said. But first responders from Costa Rica's Red Cross found him without vital signs and he was taken to the morgue. So Warner, well, we already talked about like what his resume and stuff is. So basically, that's what happened. He was basically swimming, and then a current basically pulled him deep into the ocean. And this kind of like ignites the black people can't swim thing. But if he was a swimmer, then that defies a stereotype. However, the way the Mother Nature's been acting lately with a lot of like the climate change and currents and how them currents do not like that, them currents is crazy. I remember one time last year when Sailor Mermaid and I went to Fire Island during 4th of July. I don't know if he in here, but I'm gonna tell his story. I was like, as far as Chris goes, when I go anywhere near water or the beach, my feet is the only thing getting wet. I'm not getting in no ocean. I will stay literally on the, like on the, I'll literally stay as close to the beginning part, like out or in shallow water. I'm not going too far out. I'm not a really good swimmer. I don't like dealing with all that crazy stuff or things out of my control. So I don't, and then if I go in the pool, I'm staying on the shallow end because I'm not really that good of a swimmer. But also, I don't like the water like that. I'm an earth sign. So I'm not really aquatic in that way. So it's unfortunate that's got to be the worst way to go out when you having to deal with, crazy currents and like these days the currents is mad crazy and stuff out here. Now, speaking of also, so condolences to you, Malcolm. But another person who we need to talk about that passed away that I want to get to so I can wrap this up is Robbie Pardlow, I think is how you say his last name, who was the lead singer of an R&B group in the 2000s called City High. And so yeah, they basically said that he passed away last Thursday at the age of 46, and this is according to his rep. And they said that a cause of death was not provided. He died in Willingboro, New Jersey, because they was from Jersey, and they were trying to model City High after the Fugees because Wyclef Jean was their mentor, and Claudette Ortiz was on a child. I remember back in the day, Wendy Williams used to talk so much stuff about Claudette. She was kind of like the Lauryn Hill of the group in many ways than one. And I'm not talking about just with the talent, she was fucking the members too. So, and at one point, Claudette went and married Ryan Toby. And Ryan Toby, y'all might remember, he was in Sister Act 2 alongside Lauryn Hill. Funny enough, like it's all connecting, right? So yeah, they both was in Sister Act 2 back in the habit. He was the one that sang "Oh Happy Day." So, and that was what got me interested in the group because I was like, oh, I remember you. Sister Act 2 was my favorite. So that was what basically get me into the song and their music. But then the only song we knew from them was that song, "What Would You Do?" And that was a bop. But I think like their careers didn't really take off because after that album, their debut album, they broke up. Claudette went on to marry Ryan, Toby, and then they ended up getting a divorce. So, yeah, so Wyclef, who actually produced that song, What Did You Do? He shared the news of Harlow's death on Instagram and said, gone too soon. And then What Would You Do was a song about the desperation caused by poverty that sampled the next episode by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. It peaked at number 8 on the Billboard Hot 100 and earned City High a nomination for Best R&B Performance by a duo or group with vocal at the 2002 Grammy Awards. And it ended up losing, by the way, to Destiny's Child, I'm a Survivor. So that's what they lost to. So now the group released their, as I said, their only album, City High, in 2001, which I actually bought because Chris was buying CDs like, you know, I was buying a lot of music back in the day. So, and then they basically said, yeah, they released their album in 2001 with Partlow taking lead on the LP's production and Toby handling most of the writing. Its second their second single, Caramel, featured Eve and peaked at number 18 on the Billboard Hot 100. The album peaked at number 34 on the US Billboard 200 and landed at number 136 on the year-end chart in 2001. So it was like, yeah, they was making music. They were trying to make them like this conscious trio of sorts where they were just putting out like, but I just don't think that they really stood out creatively and musically. I mean, the songs was cute or whatever, but that What Would You Do song, that was like the only song that really peaked for me. When I listened to the album, I was just like, okay, this is like your standard generic conscious R&B hip hop type vibe. Like I was trying to do the whole Fugees thing, but it wasn't giving. Like Fugees is Fugees for a reason, and you should just let them be them. So City High disbanded shortly after the release of the album, and Toby and Ortiz began a relationship that ended in divorce in 2007. Harlow continued making music with the band First Take. Now, this is the part that gagged me when I first read this story. They said a week before his death, Harlow published a cryptic post on Threads saying, "This is kind of morbid, but I just took out a $500,000 life insurance policy on myself, and for a second I was hyped, like, I need to hurry up and die so we can get this bread to finish remodeling this house." So they said that he died shortly after the death of Toby's daughter, Hannah. So Ryan Toby had a daughter, Hannah. I don't know if that's a child that he and Claudette have a kid together? Like, I'm not sure, or this was a kid from a previous relationship. So they said, I got the news that my niece passed. It's hard to hold it together. Hannah was a firecracker and taken way too soon. I wish there was more I could have done, some more advice I could have given to help her. I'm just praying for my brother Ryan Toby and sister Charlie Dean now. So with that being said, it kind of makes you wonder that was there an unaliving that happened with Ryan Toby's daughter? And is that something that also happened with Robbie Partlow? Because here's the thing, I think when you do a life insurance thing and you're trying to use that money, I don't think you're supposed to take yourself out. Like that only works if you actually still have, if it was like you were sick or whatever the case was. So I'm sure I'll definitely keep my eye abreast on this story as it develops. We'll see if more comes out about the whole Malcolm-Jamal Warner situation. I'm sure they're going to do an autopsy, and it'll probably be like, yeah, it was an accidental drowning, but when it comes to autopsies, they got to make the confirmation. So I'll find out more about that, and I'll definitely keep an eye on this Robbie story as it develops, because when you write in a week before your death, some craziness that you took out a $500,000, $500,000 life insurance policy on yourself, I'm looking at you a little side-eyed and suspicious. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Malcolm-Jamal Warner, as well as, one of the lead singer of City High, Robbie Partlow, both passing away within days of each other. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. All right. So I sent you the rumored details of Taylor's next album. A disco electronic pop album is allegedly in the works, citing Alba and Ace of Base. Here's the funny part. Friend to the show, Roberts got you beat, because he told me this maybe like a week or two ago. But thank you for the information, because I had heard this as well. Because he was sending me that she's been in the studio. They're saying that she might be going for more of a dance type of vibe, which Like look, y'all already know, like, even though I be throwing that, like, I'd be shady towards Taylor Swift, I like some of her songs. I told her 1989 is like one of the only Taylor Swift albums I've listened. I mean, I've listened to Reputation, I've listened to all her other records, but it's because I'm a sucker for 808 and a type of beat. I think wait, hold on. I done messed up my that something better not fall in. I gotta fix my straw thing. The rubber part to the straw fell into fell into my thingy thing. So I'm like, it better not fall up in there. I don't want to drink rubber by accident. But anyway, so but yeah, and then on top of that, Robert is a huge Ace of Base fan, so he's always sending me like some Ace of Base stuff and talking about that. And of course, I grew up on Ace of Base because, as a child of, a child of the '80s, going into the '90s, that sort of thing. That was the music that a lot of that I listened to and grew up on and all other stuff. So, that definitely would work for her, because I'm like, what other direction could she go into? I mean, I don't see Taylor going back to country. Although I did appreciate the fact that she was doing, like, even after she wrapped that Eras tour, that she started doing like the little smaller venues and would do like these little intimate shows. And that goes to show talent. That it's like, I could just show up anywhere and I could do anything in any type of situation and give y'all a show. I don't need like bells and whistles. I can actually give you an intimate show, and not many people could do that. But I truly believe, well, Madonna has done that. I was like, I truly believe Madonna could do it. She's done it actually. And then we had Kylie Minogue did it, where she did like, what was it, the Anti Tour, where she was doing like a lot of deep dives or deep covers and B-sides and stuff, which I thought was a cool idea. Um, I would say yes and no, but only because there were certain things that you sent me that I had already knew about, and I was gonna bring that up. But thank you for sending it to me, because then I'll probably use it during the show. And then there were two co-stars from his show that called him out on something that his ex-wife did in the past. I'm gonna save all of that for when we get to that segment. But yeah, so I Know What You Did Last Summer is almost 30 million. I know a lot of people wanted to see it, but Superman and Jurassic Park took precedent, which Jurassic Park was terrible. I saw Superman a second time. And here's the thing. People are sitting here crowing about I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's not a bomb. It made its budget back already. I will get into how much the budget was, because I do have that information when we get to that topic, which I think is the next topic actually. Um, but yeah, it made its budget back, and I don't think the marketing was that expensive. They probably spent like $5 to $10 million on the marketing, so it'll make its money back. And then plus, if it goes on demand and all that good stuff, it'll make its money back. So the good thing was the budget was kept small. It doesn't, like, can you imagine somebody making a slasher movie and it was like, oh yeah, we spent $45 to $50 million. I'm like, what the hell did you spend it on? Because slasher movies do not need a whole lot of money. You can use prop knives, fake blood. It's not that expensive to make like body casts and stuff when you're doing like gore scenes. So I don't understand that. But yeah, it could have came out in October, but at the end of the day, it still made its money. Taco, taco, burrito, burrito, taco, taco. I wish I had some damn tacos. I knew it about Guzman. One selfie with, oh, he took a picture with Mariah. Well, I didn't know about that, but yeah, it seemed like all these, no shade, but a lot of you amidas that fall up in that whole situation, like a Mario Lopez, a lot of you capitalist Espanolios, y'all be the main ones that be cooked. To getting caught up in that foolishness, and then you wonder why your ass is unemployed. But outside of 911, Ryan Guzman ain't had no real career. You lucked out when you did that movie, The Boy Next Door, with for Lopez, but that was about it. That's what we knew you from. But then you did 911 because nobody was checking for you before then. And yeah, he cute, but that's it. You know how many pretty men there are in Hollywood? They got you beat. Funny enough, it's funny how I just remember this. I actually ran into Ryan Guzman when I lived back in LA, when I used to work at in Century City, because that was like, that mall that's out there in Century City, all the celebrities be out there. That's why I told her I met Halle Berry. I've seen all of them up in there. And they got like the Equinox where they got the little special entrance. They're all out there. I used to hang out a lot in that area a lot before I would head to work and things. It said you could stream that 70s show, Roseanne and Seventh Heaven, but I guess because it's a black lead, it's okay to erase your guy's media. You can't even stream. Yeah, that's why I said it's like, oh, Bill Cosby is the standard for removing all kinds of his content. But funny enough, A Different World is on Netflix. But I think the reason why technically they don't mess with A Different World because Bill Cosby wasn't on it. He produced it and I think created the show, if I'm not mistaken. So as long as his face isn't on it, they don't mess with it. But I'm like, isn't he getting a piece of the pie because it's a spin-off of the Cosby Show? It's supposed to be for Lisa Bonet, but then Lisa Bonet was out here getting pregnant, which apparently he had a problem with. So it's okay for you to slip alleged things in people's drinks to get some cootie cat, which Camille looked the other way for allegedly. But Denise can't get out here. I mean, Lisa Bonet can't have Lenny Kravitz's baby. Get out of here. She wasn't aborting Zoe for you, because that's what she was pregnant with. Word on the street, I'm hearing that Zoe Kravitz might be out here hunching Austin Butler. I'm like, damn, girl, do you not be, is there a man that you not a co-star with that you haven't hunched? But then again, Robert Pattinson, she ain't hunch him, allegedly. So, I guess that's one. Lambs are excited not only new Mariah, which includes a Paul McCartney cover, and of course the rumored Daydream 30 and our Christmas. Yeah, Mariah Carey definitely gonna have a busy 2025. I wonder if Malcolm's death will finally unlock the syndication hell. Yeah, it's funny how you just brought this up, and I was sitting here thinking about it in my head. Do you get to work Kesha's first ever sold out MSG gig? Funny enough, they put up 8 vortexes for us to grab for Wednesday show, and I missed it by like an hour because I was busy putting the show together. So I happened to check my messages. I'm like, why am I getting all these messages? And I look, and it literally was my job talking about, and then I got Lindsay texting me talking about, hit me up when you're not busy. See, this is why I hate checking my phone, because people be up in here sending me stuff. But yeah, so they went and there was, what was it? It said from 5:30 to 10 p.m. on Wednesday, July 23rd. There is 8 shifts that were available for Kesha's concert. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it anyway because I'm at Citi Field and my call time is 11 in the morning. So there's a Mets game that's going on, and then if I don't know what time the game is gonna end, so me having a run from Queens all the way to Manhattan to try to get to work on time, which all I would have to do is take the 7 train to the last stop, which would be 34th Street Hudson Yard, and I would just have to walk like 4 blocks, and literally because 34th Street is where Madison Square Garden is, and I would just have to take that train straight there and to the last stop, and then just walk up. But it's just the rushing, don't want to be late and all that other stuff. So, I don't know. It all depends on how my schedule and stuff is. You said, what about the Smurfs? That it flopped. We'll get into that in a second. There was on the radio station, remember Taylor Swift in 2005 doing a tree lighting in Arizona, and in 2018 they said she's doing stadiums and she's only 28. Well, look, she built that career chair. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something? You said Sony makes profit from licensing it to streaming and then not losing money, unlike other studios. Yeah, it damn show did. And I don't know who asked for damn Smurfs. And y'all thought Rihanna's acting, Academy Award winning acting was going to say that movie? We saw how much range she gives in Battleship. You said, but it's making money in Europe. Well, the Europeans can have it because I don't know who out here in America gives a damn about some damn Smurfs. I mean, I grew up on the Smurfs and I don't care. The Cosby Mysteries on YouTube. What is that? Was that a mystery? Oh wait, wasn't that a mystery show that he did? He always had to put Cosby in some shit. I guess that was the way you market stuff. Oh, sell out Latino is a well-known thing. What takes me out are conservative Latinos who are. Oh, we talking about the Cubans? from Florida. We know plenty of those. Shout out to Bad Bunny, because I was seeing some of his residency. That shit is lit. And he had Ricky Martin and his kids up on stage with him and stuff. Ricky was having a good old time. And then the way it looked like his stage looks like the Shire out of Lord of the Rings. I was like, oh, I want to live there. I would love to do like that would be something cool that I would love to do. Like residencies, people used to think that was the stupidest thing. Now it seems like residencies are lit. The ones that get confused for Indians and Black folks are the main ones. Okay. That part. But anyway, let's move on with the rest of the show. Keep the comments coming, y'all. And let's get into this box office. So Superman dominated yet again. And I know some of the haters are hating. Not just the Snyder Bros or whatever, but also just some of you pundits out there that even though the movie is doing what it's doing, y'all still be trying to find a reason to be hating on this movie. Somebody's underperforming. We gotta see how much, but it's still doing relatively well at the box office. I mean, it doesn't have competition right now. You will in the next couple of days when Fantastic Four comes out, which I'm actually looking forward to. And no shade, I love you, Pedro Pascal. But after this movie, I'm going to need you to disappear for a couple of months. As much as I love the man, I don't want you to get to the part where you're overexposed, because it's getting there a bit. Like, you're starting to get to the point where you're getting a little bit overexposed. So I'm going to need you to kind of like disappear for maybe a half a year or something. But then again, you know what? The unpredictability of Hollywood, sometimes it's like, yeah, I be working, and y'all really don't be seeing me out here in these streets. And then it just so happens that I did like 6 movies in the past 2 years, and all of a sudden they all coming out within weeks of each other. I'm like, damn, y'all couldn't have paced that, spread it out a little bit, but you can't predict how things get done. That's just Hollywood for you. So anyway, so let's get into this story. So apparently, Superman easily reigns at the box office as the box office champion for the second week in a row, and James Gunn's opus made an estimated $57.3 million domestically in its sophomore stanza. Unfortunately for newcomers, I Know What You Did Last Summer and the Smurfs, neither enticed enough audiences into theaters to contend for second place, let alone the top spot against The Man of Steel. True, the legacy Hollywood horror sequel, which features the return of Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jennifer Love Hewitt, slayed Smurfs in their head-to-head competition, but it was Jurassic World Rebirth, which, in my opinion, is the worst movie that was released this summer. Hated that freaking movie. Roaring its way to the silver medal with $23.4 million. So I guess congratulations to y'all. But let's get into the rest of the story. So, to add the whole situation up, domestically, Superman has made $236 million. Globally, it's made $406 million. So it's funny how people are sitting up in here saying that, well, it's not really doing well overseas, this, that, and the third. Maybe it's not in certain demographics. And I know like James Gunn in his recent interview with Happy Sad Confused podcast, that he was talking about all the places they flew to promote this movie, which I'm like, I hope that Warner Brothers chartered a private jet for y'all, because I would be exhausted, like landing, like flying and popping up all these different places just to go promote this movie. But so far, it's like $406 million globally and $260 million domestically. What I'm wondering is, do we add that whole number together, or is that just not a thing we should do? Excuse me. So they said a 54%, and we talked about this days before these numbers came out, but they said it was going to be a 50% drop, but now they're talking about it was a 54%. So it's still like in the same, it's like, okay, 4% more added on. So they said it's indicative of a marketplace that's embracing the film. This is what senior Comscore analyst Paul Degarabedian, I hope I didn't butcher your name. If I did, I apologize, but he Armenian. So they said the studio needs a well-reviewed Superman to keep flying high during the competitive summer movie season, especially since there are just days ago into Disney's Marvel comic book adventure, The Fantastic Four First Steps, touches down on the big screen, which I'm actually hearing is getting rave reviews. I'm also hearing that third act is a bit polarizing. I don't know what that means. I actually am going to go see it this weekend because, I already told her, since I got A-list, it's like $27 a month? You get to see 4 movies a week, whatever the case was. Taking advantage of that. So I'm definitely gonna go see Fantastic Four this weekend, probably like I usually do Friday morning before I go work this Chris Stapleton concert. So um now it says that because I was like, where did I go? Okay, so oh, and the production budget on this movie was $225 million. So for people sitting out here complaining, it's already made back its budget. Now the question remains, how much did they spend on, because it said 235 million, but domestically it already made its money back with $236 million. So what I'm wondering is, what was the marketing budget? I'm guessing they spent about $100 million. But I'm kind of like underbidding. Like I feel like I'm on the Price is Right now. But let's go and say $152 million, 200 million, not 2 million, $200 million. So, which I kind of feel like they did because the way that the marketing and stuff was for this movie, they literally looked like they pulled out all the, they put up, they pulled out all the guns and everything. Guns. Hey, James Gunn. But it wasn't really a pun intended, but let's just put it pun intended, even though it wasn't a pun intended. But anyway, so I feel like they'll make their money back. I feel like that the movie will gross 700 to 800 million dollars. Do I think it'll gross $1 billion? I hope it does. I'm really pushing that it would make that kind of money. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I saw it. I told you the first time I saw it was in Dolby. So, and I enjoyed it for what it was. There was some parts of the film that I was like, I don't like the decisions. I understand it was a little too on the nose with the comic books. Like you have to be a comic book nerd to really get into this whole situation. But I feel like if you're gonna make a general movie for a big audience, there should have been other directions. I feel like the movie should have went in. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't like seeing Superman get his ass beat. Too, but like I can understand get a couple of licks in. Like I agree with that. I don't like plot armor where certain people, Dwayne Johnson, can get their ass kicked and stuff in a movie, or Vin Diesel was like, oh no, you can't beat me up. It's like I have to constantly get the upper hand. I don't like that. I do like this, like, okay, you can get a couple licks in, you could throw me around, all this other stuff, but then let it be fair, let it be evened out. Superman was getting his ass kicked a little too much in this movie, which kind of irritated me. But overall, I had fun with it. I'm looking forward to them doing a sequel, whatever that is. I have no idea. James Gunn said he is in the process when he was on the Happy Sad Confused podcast, which I definitely feel like you guys should check out because he spills so much about the future of DC in that interview. We basically talked about that he is working on a script involving Superman, but is not telling us exactly what it is. We don't know if it's a sequel to it. He also talked about The Authority, that he is trying to figure out how to work that movie out and all that other stuff. But we'll get into that when I get to the topic about James Gunn and Superman, where they had to talk about letting Henry Cavill down, where he wasn't going to be the new Superman, it was going to be David Cornsweet. So I'm going to save that for that. So now, let's get into I Know What You Did Last Summer. Oh, wait, before we get to that, because we have other movies coming out. So we have Supergirl coming out, Clayface, which they said is starting to shoot soon. He said that's basically a horror movie, because Mike Flanagan wrote it. And I am a huge fan of Mike Flanagan's work. Yeah, he's written a lot of really cool stuff. One of the movies that really stands out for me that I absolutely love that he did was the sequel to, oh my God, it escapes me, the sequel to The Shining. Freaking love that movie, but it's not. And it's funny, I love it so much. I bought two different versions of the film. I bought the theatrical version and I bought the extended version. Doctor Sleep. Now it came to me, but I never even watched the original version. I'm like, okay, I spent the money. I always watch the 3 hour version because I love being in that world. I just thought it was just a great movie, even though it didn't do that well at the box office. So I'm really hoping, because Mike Flanagan writes a lot of really good stuff, but I don't think like financially his movies are like big hits. So I'm hoping that Clayface is going to be a big hit for the DCU in that way. So yeah, so it made, its coins and all this other stuff. I mean, Superman did. We'll see how it does when it comes up against Fantastic Four First Steps, which is predicted to make about, I believe, $115-120 million upcoming, this week. And especially with the IMAX and Dolby screenings, you already know that that's where a lot of the money's going to go, because IMAX and Dolby is like $30 damn a person. So yeah, we have that, and we have Supergirl. We have Wonder Woman movie in the works, which I just heard today that the screenwriter of Supergirl is actually working on the Wonder Woman movie. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing, like, because I'm hearing great things about the Wonder Woman movie. Is, you know, people on the inside are saying that it's good or whatever, that the script is great. Well, you know, that's TBD until that movie comes out. But in the meantime, if this script is so good, you're actually going to pull the writer from Wonder Woman to write the script for the new Wonder Woman. I mean, yeah, not Wonder Woman. The screenwriter for Supergirl to write the new Wonder Woman movie. Then I'm like, okay, she's got to be really good, and I'm actually looking forward to what they bring, because we definitely need a good Wonder Woman movie. I enjoyed the first Wonder Woman with that Zionist baby killer Gal Gadot, but allegedly. I mean, she did work for the IDF, so I would put nothing past her and the people that's been in that whole situation. But I'm looking forward to, you know, the first one was good. 1984 was a choice. I still ignore that movie. And speaking of Pedro Pascal, I know he was discussing having to act in that movie with her wooden ass, but I don't know what the hell happened with Patty Jenkins in that movie. Like, what? I don't. It's like one of them was great, and then 1984 came on. What the fuck is this? So we definitely need a good Wonder Woman movie. I'm hoping Adria Arjona is picked to be in the film. I know she's just been cast alongside Michael B. Jordan in the new remake of the Thomas Crown Affair. That story literally came out a couple hours ago. So she's in that, playing opposite. I think, you know, the only Thomas Crown Affair movie I'm aware of was what the hell is the other James Bond? Pierce Brosnan and Rene Russo. They were in that movie. I remember that from back in the day. I think that came out like the 90s or the 2000s. So a new remake with Adria Arjona and Michael B. Jordan, with Michael B. Jordan directing, as you know, that being the follow-up to Creed 2, because that's what he directed. Did he also direct Creed 3? I don't remember. Or was it Creed 3 that he directed? He directed one of the Creeds. We'll stay with that. So I just can't remember which one, but I know he directed one of the damn movies. I think it was the third one. But anyway, so good luck to y'all, Superman and all other stuff. Smurfs never had a chance. Wait, first of all, let's see how much. I know what you did last summer did. So I know what you did last summer came in third place. It brought in 13 million with 30, and you know, from 30 to 3,206 theaters. It added 11.6 million overseas from 58 markets, bringing its worldwide total to 24.6 million. So I know some people are like, but it's a flop. It's not a flop. The movie, basically, their budget was $18 million. So if the budget was $18 million, and so far with the overseas money and the domestic money, it brought in 24.6, it's already made back its production budget. So now we have to worry about, okay, so how much will it make? How much did they spend on the marketing? I'm guessing $5 to $10 million. So with that being said, 18 million, 24. So if it does, like, what is it, like 28 to $30 million or whatever the case, if it gets like $30 million, already made back all its money, it's a modest hit. But I feel like the movie will make back all of its money. And will it get a sequel? Well, when I get to my review, then we'll discuss whether or not does this film deserve a sequel or not. But I should tell y'all this. A lot of critics didn't like the movie. 38% on Rotten Tomatoes, and the audience gave it a C+ grade on CinemaScore. And they said that the fact that didn't seem to bother Jennifer Kane Robinson. She humorously tweeted the word camp over a screenshot of the movie's bleak Rotten Tomatoes score. So I guess she was trying to say that the movie was campy in a way. And you know, the homosexuals that eat it up. So now the Smurfs came in at fourth with $11 million from 3,504 venues, a disappointing result because it cost them $58 million to make this movie. I just don't understand how y'all look at an animated film and it cost y'all $58 million. What the hell was y'all spending it on? Was half of that to go to Rihanna's, was that her paycheck? Because that movie does not, I don't understand how an animated movie needs to be $57 million. Like, that's crazy. And quiet as it's kept, who the hell asked for a Smurfs movie? Y'all had James Corden, who irritates he makes my teeth itch. He irritates me. Now, that is the straightest gay man I've ever seen on my TV. They had Nick Offerman, Natasha Lyonne, Sandra Oh, Jimmy Kimmel, Octavia Spencer, and John Goodman. I can see why it flopped. So, then there was another movie that came out called Eddington from A24. It brought in 4.2 million. Then there was, I think there's some other movies, but to be honest, I don't give a damn about the rest of these. They also had Jurassic World Rebirth, which came in second with 23 million. F1 came in fifth place with 9.6 million. So it did what it did, but here's the thing. Now we have movies coming out. Fantastic Four comes out next week. Then after that, we have the Naked Gun film. Naked Gun, hearing it's funny, but to be honest, those trailers have not sold me on the funny. Maybe because they can't really show what they want to show based off of what the trailers. So the trailers, I don't really feel like it's selling the movie. But probably when I go see the movie, it's hilarious. But I'm gonna wait for the reviews and stuff to come out because I'm not necessarily sure if it's good. I mean, I like Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson is actually one of the nicest guys. I've met him a few times when I used to work at the Big Apple Circus. So he's a nice guy. But for the most part, I'm not 110% sold on this movie. The only movie that I'm looking forward to out of August, I mean, Freaky or Friday, I saw that trailer. I'm like, for why are we even getting this movie? Who asked for this? This crap could have went straight to Disney or Disney Plus. Y'all could have just dumped it there. But we'll see if it does well in theaters. I just don't know anybody who gives a damn about this film. But we'll see because that trailer did not sell me. Although it was good to see eye crushes growing up. Chad Michael Murray in that damn movie. Let me tell you something. The many times I've seen Chad fine ass on One Tree Hill, I used to want to dive through that TV. I used to love me some Chad Michael Murray. But for the most part, I'm not really sold on this film. I don't care. But one of the movies that I do want to see that's coming out in August would be Weapons, the Zach Cregger movie with Julia Garner. That looks like a good one. That's something I'll probably spend money on. August doesn't really look that convincing for me in regards of like movies, but I'll go see it. So I ask all of you, what did you guys think of this story in regards of like, I mean, are you surprised that yet again, Superman is dominating at the box office? And because yeah, didn't really have much competition. You had I Know What You Did Last Summer, which is for a specific audience. It's like for horror movie fans. Then you got the Smurfs, which is for kids. Yeah, it was gonna bomb here because parents, you know how many movies have been coming out for kids so far, and the parents like Lilo and Stitch, which made $1 billion, first movie to cross over to the $1 billion market at the box office. Then you had How to Train Your Dragon, which was a good movie. And after that, it was like there's no real big competition regardless of like I'm not taking my kids every weekend to go see a movie. Tickets are not cheap. You got the tickets for you and how many kids you got, plus your significant other if you're not single, a single parent, and then you got to deal with concessions. Concessions is not cheap. Although we'll say this, shout out to the AMC in Fresh Meadows because I think I said this before. I had never seen a concessions area where it's like you could put in your order for whatever food you want to get. They had the kiosk, you basically put your food in, so it's like people don't even take your order or unless you somebody with cash, which unless you old, who walks around with cash? I mean, I do walk around with cash every now and again for emergencies, but for the most part, everybody uses card or their phone or whatever the case is. You know, hello, technology 2025. So I was putting in my order, whatever the case is, and then it's like as soon as then I got to put in you got to put in your A-list number, and then after that it's like you get your little receipt, which is like so bad. I'm like, damn, why am I getting like 6 receipts? It's kind of like I remember it took me back to the days when I worked at AMC, and I would have to put in people tickets and help them with the kiosk machines, and then they would get like 5 or 6 damn receipts on top of a damn ticket, which was always annoying. And then so yeah, then there's that. Then they give you your order, or whatever. I was like, oh, that was quick, and the girl laughed. So I was like, thank you. And so because all I did was order a drink. I didn't want to eat too much because I knew I was going out later for dinner. So I was like, let me just get a soda, and I watched. So I kind of like that, but then on the other hand, I feel like it takes jobs away from a lot of people that work in concessions where they're only dealing with preparing the orders rather than when I worked at AMC back in the day, you had people that was preparing the orders, you had people that was taking the orders, so it was enough work to go around. But now with these companies, it's like y'all want to give everything to the machines. So I just want to wrap this up and to give y'all the box office tea. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. I was like, what happened? Oh, you said Trump went to Obama to remove the heat of Epstein. No, it's not going to work because it's like, why are you bringing up Obama everything? Now you're trying to sit up here and say that he wrote he had something to do with the Epstein. I was like, really? When just not that long ago, when Jimmy Carter died, you was sitting there kikiing like y'all was old schoolgirls because y'all all in the same goddamn club. And to be honest, I really feel like the reason why he's doing this thing with Alligator Auschwitz and going after these immigrants, he's trying to beat Obama's record. Because like he's always envious of other people who have higher scores or whatever, because he failed at being any kind of educated in school. So because he's dumb in real life. And people just think that because he says a couple of snarky things, that means you're intelligent, or that you're wealthy, you're intelligent. There's a lot of dumb people who have a lot of money. Case in point, the guy that was caught on the Jumbotron hunching one of his coworkers. When you hugged up on there and you want to sit up there and blame Chris Martin, I almost forgot his name. I said, damn, his name is the same as mine. Chris Martin, for putting you on the Jumbotron. No, you a dummy, bitch. First of all, why would you as a person put yourself hugged up on someone that's not your wife? You're in a public space, and then you're getting mad to your privacy was violated. Sir, you are in a public forum. At any time, your ass could be on screen. And let me tell you something. As somebody who works in a live department, we get the memos of, they will literally say to us, because I'm going to tell you, when I worked the Matt Rife concert, literally my managers were sitting there saying, like, he's going to interact with people in the audience, whatever the case, which he did, and you may be on camera. So don't be on your phones. Don't be doing nothing crazy. Don't, one was say hi, mom, but they were joking, whatever. But it's just like, if you are aware, even us who work in there know we on camera at any time. We could pop up on a Jumbotron, whether it's a Knicks game, whether it's a Rangers game, because my grandfather be telling me he be looking for me on the screen. And then if it's a concert, whatever the case is, you never know who's watching. So if we get the memo that work there, why would you as a regular patron think that you would not be on camera, or somebody's not going to capture your situation and put it on social media? Like, are you a dinosaur? Like, that to me, it just didn't compute. It just goes to show that just because you have money doesn't mean you're smart. And this guy clearly is an idiot. So you got what you got. You got what you deserve, sir. So was never a big fan of Superman, but after watching it, I get it. It was good. And David Corn Sweat definitely, that's a hot Superman. He got a nice booty too. Because that scene when he was when Lois Lane was interrogating him, you saw how small his waist was, and he had on them slacks. I was like, okay. He got some body under there. But what I liked about this Superman versus the Henry Cavill one, it was like, he looks like Superman, but he doesn't look like he spends half his time in the gym. When you looked at Henry Cavill, it was like, okay, you look like you would spend a little too much time in the gym. You were way too jacked. And while aesthetically it was pleasing, I wanted my Superman to kind of be like, yeah, he's, jacked, or he's fit, but not like intimidatingly fit. And that's what I liked about this Superman. I like a good fight scene, but I feel like this Superman's entire purpose was to save people. And if he loses a fight while doing that, it's a success. I think I'll go with you on that. That's a good, valid point. So people are mad. Child, can we get into the thing before you start spoiling? And you said getting their Divas plot armor. Yeah, well, I definitely got something to say about that. They introduced the Engineer, the Authority, and Midnighter are coming. Well, yeah, because the Engineer, if people don't know, Engineer does play a pivotal role in the Authority. There's like a big backstory and stuff on that with the nanites and stuff, and how she could regenerate. And it's funny how she's the one who created that. Whereas in the movie, they made it like Lex was the one that put it in her. I was like, the Engineer pretty much did that herself, but because she was smart. But I do believe that the Authority is coming, but when I get to the other topic, I'll probably end up repeating it. James Gunn did address the Authority, and he says that that film has been a tough nut to crack. Hopefully, it don't take about as long as they are trying to crack the nut that is Blade. But for the most part, he did say that they're still trying to figure out how to make that work for his cinematic universe, and that the person that worked on this script originally has moved on to working on another script. So maybe they're putting it to the side, got inspiration to work on something else, and will come back to it eventually. But I'm hoping that we get an Authority movie, because I feel like with James Gunn there, he would really be someone that's going to push for a superhero franchise. We can get a homosexual couple up in there, and if people want to come in and start bitching and moaning and woke and it's like, clearly you've never read The Authority, because The Authority has been around for a while. And yes, there is a gay superhero couple in it. There's like the Batman Superman-esque couple. They was about Midnighter, and oh my god, who was the other one? Apollo. So we're gonna have all of them up in there, and it's on the big screen. You got a problem with seeing a male superhero couple punching, which I don't think that's going to be a part of it. But if they want to have intimate moments and things of that nature, if you got a problem with that, then don't go see the damn movie. But we definitely need that representation, because a lot of us homosexuals who like comics are tired of being overlooked. It sells Pedro has a movie, had a movie bomb, but to have it take place during COVID-19. Oh, you talking about that movie with what the hell is that girl name? Dakota Johnson. I heard that movie didn't bomb though. I heard it did well. That it made money. It did well at the box office, even though I heard the movie was not that good. But I heard it made money. That rom-coms, I don't care. Like I said, Scream definitely overshadowed slashers, because I knew what I knew. I know What You Did Last Summer is an 80s slasher. Italians had a rally today in New York to stand against Zoran. I know Madonna will vote for him, the only Italian that matters. Where are they all from? Staten Island? No. Yeah, we do love a supportive grandfather. It's like Katy Perry films the audience, especially on the floor, of people dancing. Well, if they decide to schedule me for her show, I'm gonna try to stand to the side. Who the hell called me at 3:56? Oh, I thought like my schedule or something would have came out. Apparently not. Okay. It's a Superman. Yeah, that photo was Photoshop with him with the tongue. Yeah, because I've been noticing a lot of those going around. It's a Photoshop photo. He said Henry Cavill looks like his strength comes from steroids. It might be. I do wonder if he used a little help, human, HGH or whatever the case is. Somebody in Hollywood needs to watch Spartacus for the gay character Agron. That's how you write a warrior. Child, you know what? I may actually get back into watching Spartacus, because I used to love that damn show. Back when it was on. But didn't I hear something or another that they're coming back with they're supposed to be doing another Spartacus spin-off or something or another? I hope they bring it back, because I like the original Spartacus, Blood and Sand, I think was what it was called. But unfortunately, what happened, I can't remember the guy's name. Was it Andy? I can't remember his last name, but he had passed away from cancer, so that was a sad part. And then then they tried to bring in somebody else. I don't think it necessarily worked, but I enjoyed the show for what it was. Why am I forgetting what I'm doing? Oh, hold on. First of all, I was like, wait a minute, did somebody from my job call me? And it's like, I know y'all did not sit up in here trying to call me to come and work and stuff, and it's literally at the last damn minute. You should have called me earlier. Hold on, y'all. All right, let me stop getting distracted. And let's get back into the show, y'all. Hang on, I'm doing this in between. Okay, so now let's get into this I Know What You Did Last Summer spoiler review. So, I Know What You Did Last Summer came out over the weekend. It literally followed the same plot as the 1997 film, which is like a group of friends. First of all, it was 4 in the original. Now this one, it was 5, where it was like a bunch of them go and they want to go see fireworks at first of all, what I didn't understand this, they went to Dead Man's Curve, which I believe was the same situation that the original cast went to in the original movie, right? Except I remember when Julie and all of them, they went down to the beach to see the fireworks and have like their one last hurrah before they all went off to college, and Helen went off to be an actress in New York and all this other stuff. The part that bothered me with this movie was the fact that why were y'all on the highway parked on the side just to watch fireworks? That didn't make no damn sense, especially if it was Dead Man's Curve. So you got trucks and cars and all kinds of things swerving, you know, to get where they need to go. Of course, you're bound to cause an accident, because then Teddy, played by Tyree Withers, who that's a cute ass boy, but and I'm looking forward to seeing him in that movie. Him, I think is what it's called. That's what's it called now. It's Jordan Peele. It's not a Jordan Peele director, but I think Jordan Peele is producing it. Where he's playing like a football player, and then I think Marlon is playing a mentor, and he's like, "What would you do to sacrifice, I guess, to get to the top," or whatever the case is. So I'm looking forward to seeing that movie. That looks really interesting. It's like one of those. It looks like one of those weird Jordan Peele movies. So I'm gonna definitely check that out when it comes out. I think it comes out in like September or October of this year. But I'll check that out. So I actually liked the Teddy character, which you can see is the one that's in between um, Ava. That's the girl, the Asian, was it Chase Sui, whatever her name is. I can't remember her name, but she's in between him. He's in between her and Freddie Prinze Jr. So seeing this movie, whatever, I was, I was getting my nostalgic life. I was loving, getting the fact that we got to see Jennifer Love Hewitt, we got to see Freddie Prinze Jr. To be honest, Freddie Prinze Jr. had much more scenes in the movie than Jennifer Love Hewitt. So she was sitting over here saying, "Oh, I'm more than a cameo." No, sis, you kind of were a cameo. Like, you really wasn't in a lot of this movie. We saw the scene where the first time we get to see her, she's a professor at a college, and Ava, who was the girl that I just pointed out to y'all in the middle, she was basically like goes to visit Julie at the college because of what was happening. Her friends are being taunted. There were people that characters in the film had met that were getting killed off, which was like this girl who I think it was Ava, right? That was having a little same-sex situation. She met her on the plane. And there was a podcast girl who she met on the plane that was coming to town, I guess, because of the whole anniversary of this thing. And she was looking into the whole 1997 massacre or whatever the case was. For some godforsaken reason, she was there for that. But I just felt like they just threw her in for whatever reason. And so what the whole story is, because I feel like I'm jumping the gun. So let's go back a little bit. So the story behind the whole thing is Madeline Klein's character, Danica, is engaged to Teddy to be married. So Ava, who I believe was supposed to be our final girl, but to be honest, I couldn't tell who the damn final girl was. But in the beginning, I did feel like Ava was basically our final girl. So Ava comes back to town. She's going to Danica's wedding, or her bridal shower, whatever the case you want to call it. Her and Teddy are engaged to get married. So then it's like they all want to kind of hang out, and they go down to the Dead Man's Curve to watch fireworks, which I'm just sitting like, y'all could have just did the beach thing, but whatever. I guess there needs to be a reason to cause this accident. So then they go and invite another girl named Stevie, who had I guess kind of drifted apart from the group because everybody else comes from money. They're all like well off from their parents, whatever. But Stevie at one point was a rich girl whose father pissed away all her money and his money. So he kind of left in obscurity. Freddie Prinze Jr.'s Ray Bronson is actually kind of taken her under his wing and has been looking over, out for her. So she works at his bar. We find that out later on in the movie that, that's who her boss is, which I didn't think putting two and two together. But if you haven't really been watching a lot of the trailers and all this other stuff, you wouldn't know that, okay. But then there is a hint of like during one scene, you do see Ray's bar in the background. So I'm like, duh. But I was like, I'm just sitting there paying attention to watch the movie. So then they all kind of come in. One of the things that bothered me about the script, it was too much telling and not showing, because it was like, isn't that Stevie over there? oh, we're no longer friends and this and that because of da 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 da. And then the girl that Stevie's with, we found out they go to church together, whatever, because Stevie was on hard times and she was drinking and doing drugs and all this other stuff. And she had found like this group to be a part of that was keeping her on the straight and narrow. The girl says the same thing to her. And it's like, why are you telling us all this? Like, we got it. Just tell it in a sentence, keep it moving. So then it didn't take much long for Stevie to kind of go along with the other girls. So the whole group. So they all go off down to the beach. Not down to the beach, down to the dead man's curve, which like I'm telling you before, I didn't understand why they was even on the side and the whole thing, like on the side of the road. So then Teddy's outside being an idiot, playing with the cards, like playing Russian roulette and that sort of thing, playing chicken, I guess you would call it. So then they pull him out of the way. Milo pulls him out of the way. That's the dude between Jennifer Love Hewitt and Madeline Klein. So, and then there was, what, another thing that was kind of making me wonder, the dynamic between Teddy and Milo. I'm like, are these two hunching? Because it was giving very Gen Z. I know, like with Gen Z, a lot of y'all try to act like y'all don't be hunching, but to me, it just gives like a lot of y'all be hunching each other and just be okay with it. Because it was all about feelings and things in this movie. So I wouldn't have minded a Teddy Milo moment. We also about I love each other and calling, and then he calls him daddy and all. So I was like, okay, like a lot of the dialogue was very Gen Z. The writing wasn't that good either. I will give them that. So the accident happens. A year later, we see Danica's. I'm like, what's it taking them so long to get married? So then a year later, Danica's getting married. Just not to Teddy. She got a new man. Some drunk who we see in the trailer ends up the one being killed. He's the one that gets the harpoon to the chest and gets cut up while she's in the tub, I guess trying to exfoliate and get her mind right, and he's busy being murdered downstairs. I just thought like the way they propped him up or whatever was a pretty interesting kill. Now, speaking of the kills, I do feel like the kills was giving very the kills were generic to me. I think a lot of people would say, "Oh yeah, the kills were gnarly," but I'm like, no. Compared to many horror movies I've seen, like if I want to talk about In Violent Nature, if I want to talk about, or maybe that's asking for too much. I'm not expecting Terrifier 3. I'm not expecting that kind of gore because Final Destination's never really given us that. Final Destination. I Know What You Did Last Summer has never given us that. But if you're gonna give me like really cool kills, I really wish they would have pushed for more interesting kills versus than that. So that kind of just disappointed me with some of those. The only kill that I actually like, and I told her we going into spoiler territory because you can see it in there, was the scene between Teddy and then the killer, and then his father actually coming out and saying, and you want to know something I noticed? That scene reminded me a lot of the first Scream with Casey Becker, because he goes, and he sees his mother in the window, and she's on the phone, probably cheating on the father, because they did allude to, Milo says in one scene that, oh, this is the room where I caught Teddy's mother making out with her tennis instructor. So she's probably out there carrying or whatever on that phone, while the father downstairs drinking, the son busy they trying to kill the killer trying to kill the son. And then, so to me, I felt like out of all the characters, Teddy was the most interesting character out of all of them. He was like the lovable douchebag. So he made him likable, the character, even though I've been like, you're a dick, I want you to die. But no, he made him actually likable. So I like this character. And then, so I think he had a pretty good scene with the killer. But then it was a part that I was just like, the editing kind of made me go, ooh. Because how are you having this good moment where you fighting, I want to call him Ghostface so bad, the fisherman, and then all of a sudden we cut to him crawling up the steps, fighting for his life. He sees his mother. He goes, which gave very much Casey Becker when she got stabbed up in the first Scream, where she trying to call for her parents about to go in the house. And then she takes off the mask and sees who it is. Now, here's the thing. So that scene with him was pretty cool. And then as he's dying in his father's arms, the slicker is coming up behind his father, who was trying to cover up everything in the whole thing because his father is like wealthy. They've gentrified Southport. So I like the whole idea. And it makes sense. That's probably why they shot it in Australia, because some people were saying, oh, I kind of wish they would have shot the movie in North Carolina. But I'm like, does North Carolina kind of have this whole look of like rich people that moved down there? I think they wanted to give this whole overall idea of aesthetically, it needs to have like this. A lot of rich people are living down here that has been gentrified to the point that people can't afford to live down here. So I think that's why they did that. And then the thing with his father. So how they propped up Teddy and his father in the death situation, I thought that was a pretty cool scene. But all the other scenes was kind of generic. The way that Milo was just strangled to death, boring. The way that they killed off the girl, the podcaster, where she at one point reveals when she takes off the mask as she's gutted, she's like, "It's you." That's how I knew at the point who the killer was, because who else did she know outside of somebody that she had to be familiar with? Milo is who she met in the car when she got a ride into Southport after making out with Ava in the damn bathroom of the airport. And then it had to be one of the legacy characters being the killer. So let's get to that, because, oh, and another thing, Madeline Klein, I love you, girl, but you irritated me in this damn movie. I do not understand why Danica survived. She was annoying. I felt like the whole baby voice, oh, I got a boo-boo. It's like, okay, how old are we? Like, that was, so that kind of irritated me with the way she was delivering her lines and stuff in the film. So overall, does it sound like I like this movie? Because it's like I just had a lot of problems with it. But here's the thing. I was thoroughly entertained. I think for the nostalgia purposes, I like the film. There was another thing that bothered me too. Julie James giving advice to Ava, which was like, oh, you got to get the killer before they get you. And it's like, but wait a minute. First of all, I know last summer it was an accident of what happened. So it wasn't like you intentionally did it. So that rule doesn't necessarily apply for this franchise, because it wasn't just like somebody all of a sudden trying to stalk you and kill you. So it doesn't. So that whole rule thing just didn't apply. I just felt like you were trying to Jennifer Caden Robinson, who co-wrote the script, and also, you know who the other co-writer was? She was the one that was on the screen, the news reporter, who was telling us who the killer was and everything during the post-credit scene, which I'm going to get into. There's reasons why I'm being vague with some of the spoiler stuff before we get to the actual spoiler stuff. So here's the thing I also wanted from this movie. One, I wanted more backstory on Ray and Julie. We find out in the film that Ray and Julie, once upon a time, were married, and they hate each other. I wanted to know the why. What got them to the point of why Julie and Ray can't stand the side of each other? Because the pretty cool scene that I did like was when her house alarms and stuff was going on. Somebody's at the front porch, somebody's in the back porch, that sort of thing. I like that scene. I thought I was like, okay, we got some suspense going. It was kind of giving me Jenna Ortega when she was being stalked by Ghostface in Scream 5 before, he kept unlocking the door and stabbing her. So that was kind of giving me that kind of vibe. But so I like that. And then she comes to the door, she's like, oh, it's you. I thought somebody was coming to kill me. but it's you, and it's even, but it's you, and it's even worse, or whatever the case, whatever the hell she said. So I like that dynamic between them, but I wanted more between Ray and Julie. I know it was like you're trying to focus on rebooting the franchise for this next generation of people to come in and watch this film. But for people like myself who grew up on I Know What You Did Last Summer, you want to lure the legacy fans back, but also give us a reason to want to watch this franchise. So it's like, in so many ways, I understand you were trying to merge the two, but I don't feel like they did a good job of executing it. I also feel like I said, they should have given us more backstory on Julie and Ray. Julie should have been in this movie a lot more. And I also wanted, even in the third act, I wanted Julie to have her Sidney Prescott moment. Like, every time you watch a Scream movie, Sidney always has a sequence where she's getting chased, she's fighting the killer, she gets her one-liners in. It's always, and that's why we love her as a final girl. I know everybody be trying to come out here and make her this icon, and we're gonna get into this story about her with the LGBTQ fans and all this other stuff, and that in a separate topic when we have that one coming up. But to me, I always felt like Julie James was never that girl that really earned it as the Scream queen that y'all trying to make her out to be. In so many ways, I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. She did what she did with these movies, but her character has never lived up to what a Sydney Prescott has lived up to or a Laurie Strode. She's never been that girl. And I hate that y'all continue to try to make fetch happen. Whereas like we always want her to get to this, y'all always try to make her out to be this iconic character that the writers have never been able to catapult her to that situation. So it's been hard for me to kind of like buy into that. But nevertheless, and so now let's get into the third act. I understood the motivation as to why they decided to make Ray the killer in this film. It didn't feel earned to me. Whereas I heard that Freddie Prinze Jr. basically had wanted to be the killer. Now, here's the thing. If you watch the original I Know What You Did Last Summer, Barry, played by Ryan Phillippe, had always alluded to the fact that he would be the killer. Oh, like, believing that he would be our killer, that sort of thing. It would have worked if the writing was a lot stronger in this film, because I didn't understand the whole thing of being on the boat. You had Danica and Ava get on the boat, and Stevie. They all got on the boat to get away from whoever the killer was, which Ray was doing some of the kills. Especially like during the sequence where I think he's the one that killed the podcaster. Here's another thing too I totally forgot about. There was a sequence earlier in the film where the killer was trying to kill Stevie. How's she the killer? Oh yeah, that's another one. So apparently there was two killers. So they tried to pull from Scream. So Stevie was the killer, which I don't understand how you make a female the killer when y'all try to bash men at the same time in the film, where they made like some little shady comment about men and kill and getting your emotions and all this other stuff. Yeah, they said that, but I'm like, but wait a minute. Your friend who has a vagina, last time I checked, was one of the killers. So it wasn't just a man doing the killing. It was a girl and a man. And the reason why is because she had similarities to Ray's character, who Ray was the poor kid in the original I Know What You Did Last Summer. All his other friends came from money. He had to be out here actually being a fisherman and trying to make ends meet and taking care of himself. He was pissed off about the whole gentrification of Southport. Also, people trying to just throw the event of what happened in this town under the rug, and that frustrated him as well, which caused his snapping on how instead of him dealing with the trauma like anybody else, go to therapy, whatever the case is, it triggered something in him to go on this killing spree. And then I guess with Stevie coming to him, they joined forces and was just like, okay, we got to kill your friends, whatever the case is. That does sound like a great idea. I'm glad they took that big swing. I just wish that, as you know, if you're going to take that big of a swing, that the writing would have been strong enough to justify that big swing that you took. So that was the issue that I had with this movie, that I just really wish that the writing would have hit those beats a lot better. But I'm not mad at the fact that they made Ray the killer, because I'm like, yeah, it totally makes sense. Like if you watch the original film and you watch I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, there was little breadcrumbs that was sprinkled throughout in that. There was another thing I forgot to bring up. So this was the spoiler that pissed me off from Variety before I even saw the movie. They revealed in their review that Sarah Michelle Gellar has a cameo in the film where she's playing a dead, she's basically in Danica's dream, where she's playing basically Helen, of course, because you see her head, normally if I would have saw the movie, I would have thought that, okay, this is a scene where it's going to be Madeline Klein, Danica, kind of seeing herself talking bad to herself or something or another. I thought it just, she turned around and be her. That would have worked if I didn't know that part was coming up. So I wasn't even surprised when I saw it. I was like, okay, that's Sarah Michelle Gellar right there, because I knew that scene was coming. Because idiots on social media, in a regular review, it wasn't like I was on Twitter reading spoilers. It's an actual reporter from a legitimate trade spoiling something that, oh yeah, look, it's three people. Like it's not only we already knew about Freddie Prinze Jr., we already knew about Jennifer Love Hewitt, but Sarah Michelle, that would have been a nice surprise. But then I'm not surprised that she was in the film, because A, she's married to Freddie Prinze Jr., B, she was in Do Revenge, which was directed by Jennifer Caden Robinson, so you knew she was going to find a way to slither her up in the film in some sort of way. So I think around that time when they was out in Australia and she was visiting her husband and brought the kids and everything for Thanksgiving when they shot the film, I think that was around the time that she was like, okay, I got a cameo for you. I'm about to put you in the film. So it was cute it was great seeing Helen Shivers back from the grave, even though it was a dream sequence. And I like how the dream sequence played out. But I was trying to figure out, like, how did that make sense for Danica to be having that dream? And I guess it's because they just threw it in there because they were both, they were both like pageant girls and that sort of thing. So they wanted to kind of like make that the reason. So yeah, let's get back into the spoiler alert part. So yeah, so apparently he, as I said, Ray was a killer, which was weird to me because I was like, okay, so then why were y'all on the boat? Why didn't Ray go and kill? Well, after Danica got sliced and diced with the hook and thrown into the water, why didn't they go and try to kill Ava? And then they could have just walked off into the sunset. But I guess he needed sort of like an alibi, even though he said, "Oh, I'm looking out for you" and all this other stuff. He needed to have her be thrown under the bus as the killer, so that way he'd get away with it. So you ain't like that girl all that damn much. So I promise your father I will protect you. That just doesn't make sense to go along with that. If you promise to protect her and everything, then why would you go along with actually trying to kill her? Unless there was some bullets in the gun that happened to be blanks. And then at the end, when Julie, I guess, gets a message or whatever from Ava, and then they start looking into it, it was like, okay, because of some picture between Freddie Prinze Jr., well, Ray and Stevie, that put two and two together for made her think that, okay, he's the killer, that he was also the co-killer. Like, that doesn't compute, when in fact she was an employee. So that doesn't work for me. That doesn't sell the story. And so all of a sudden she gets in the car and she drives down there, and then she confronts Ray, and they all fight, and after Ava gets stabbed in the back trying to fight off, the killer, then Ray's about to kill her before she has to drop her iconic line. What are you waiting for? Well, she could have just delivered it in some sort of way, but they just had to throw that in there because it's iconic with the film. But I think a lot of times they did that as like they parodied that line or whatever. So what are you waiting for was sort of a happy accident that became this big thing that blew up. But anyway, so that should have been the moment where we get an iconic fight sequence between Julie and Ray. We ain't get that. Instead, he gets stabbed with the spear gun that he actually killed Danica's fiance with, and that's how he goes down and dies. The end. And then Danica and Ava are at the hospital because Danica apparently survived getting gutted with a hook. Don't know how that happened. But then, funnily enough, Madeline Klein recently did an interview and said they shot that sequence of her surviving 2 weeks before the movie came out because they went to test screenings. Fans were upset that she was, killed off. When I'm like, no, I didn't see her as a final girl. I was expecting her to die in the movie, and then y'all didn't kill her off. But because what? Madeline Klein's like this up and coming big name in Hollywood. That was the reason why y'all kept her alive. It just didn't make sense to me. Like, it made sense to make Ava the final girl and have all her friends get killed off, whatever the case is. So there was that. And so for nostalgic purposes, I had fun with the movie. I wanted more scenes with Jennifer Love Hewitt. I wanted more scenes with Ray. I really feel like while there needed to be a balance. I felt y'all spent a little too much time on these kids, given quite a few of them not a lot to do. But for the most part, I did want more Jennifer Love Hewitt. Like, I felt like the way y'all told she's a badass in this, I didn't get that from this. Like, this is what she was saying in interviews, and you hyping her up like she gonna be this badass. I'm like, oh, we finally gonna get her like in the same vein as like a Sidney Prescott or a Jamie Lee. Or a Laurie Strode. I didn't get none of that. We just got somebody who was just delivering a bunch of "what did you do last summer?" or "what do you wait?" Like, just delivering the cheesy one-liners from old films. Like, that's what she was there for. And also, there were people complaining about Jennifer Love Hewitt's body, talking about how she's fat and all this other stuff. And it's just like, fuck off. First of all, she just had a third child. So what did you want her to be? Like a stick figure, like a lot of these Hollywood girls, the minute they deliver a baby, they breastfeed for like a week, and then all of a sudden they go down under the knife, and then all of a sudden they're a stick figure, so they're doing the Ozempic, they're doing the liposuction, they're doing all this other foolishness. At least she has a natural woman's body. And Jennifer Love Hewitt still looks good, so go argue with your mammy. I just didn't understand why that whole situation. Okay, so yeah, that was pretty much the movie. I probably left some stuff out, but if I did, whatever. I know there's probably some people in the comments that's going to add on to the stuff, and we'll get to that after I wrap this topic. So now let's get to the post-credit scene. So of course, even Helen Keller would know that the post-credit scene would be, of course, with Brandy's Carla Wilson popping up. We all knew it was coming, especially on the press junket and on the red carpets when they were promoting the film, that it was going to be, oh yes, stay for the post. Well, it's not even a post-credit; it's a mid-credit, because the credits start. Then the scene pops up, and then the credits finish. So it's mid-credit. It's not a post-credit. Post-credit is literally the credits is done. There's a scene that pops up when the film is finished showing all the damn people that worked in the damn movie. So it was a mid-credit scene. As I said it before, the reporter that was on the TV screen as Carla is along with her husband. Well, I think, isn't that the guy that do like the deodorant commercial or whatever? He looked like him to me. Anyway, so she's watching the TV, and then she's like, somebody over trying to kill that girl. When she had the funny lines in the film. And I heard some people say, like, the post-credit scene was the best part of the movie. So then she's watching the movie. As I said, she's watching the news. As I stated, the fun fact, as I said earlier, the reporter on the screen is actually the person who co-wrote the script. She a better reporter than a writer. But anyway, no shade, just saying. So after that, she gets a knock at the door. It's Julie wearing a leather jacket and a baseball cap, saying that she got a letter. And I think it was like a couple of weeks had passed. I think. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was a couple of weeks or maybe a couple of months. Or maybe it was a month. Some time has passed. Let's just say that. Since the events that happened with Ray and all the other stuff. So she comes in, which is weird to me, because if the news report said that this event, like if it's revealing who the killer was or whatever, how did months pass when that's fresh news and she's watching it? So I didn't pay attention when they was coming up with all. It's like, no, you should have been like after whatever. It should just been like, it doesn't make sense to say time has passed when the news story just came out. She's reacting to it. I just thought about that. I was like, wait a minute. So y'all wasn't even paying attention to the stuff that you wrote and you created in this whole situation. So a lot of the damn ain't no damn sense. Because time couldn't have passed when Carla had just found out who the killer was from watching the news. But anyway, so Julie comes in and then she's like, I got a note. It says on the back of it, it has Carla's face scratched out, and then on the back it says, it's not over. It's not over between you and me. Whoever it was, I don't know who it is that want to try to kill Carla and scratch on her face and said it's not over. Unless y'all trying to say Ray ain't dead. And the way they was making it seem was like, neither is Stevie. Because said, did you hear Stevie survive? How did y'all find that out? And where is Stevie if she's not dead? But I guess if we get a sequel, we'll find out. But quiet as it's kept, these new generation student kids aren't that interesting enough to even warrant a sequel. But the sequel I do want is a buddy horror film between Carla and Julie. So this is the irritating part. I don't feel like with Julie coming in with the baseball cap and the leather jacket, that all of that badassery that she gets in that post-credit scene was even earned, because she barely did anything in the original movie. So you basically set all this up for a sequel. And this is what I hate about films. Don't set up something for a potential sequel that may or may not happen. Give this person a reason to be like this survivor or this big hero and take a big swing. Have all of that set up in your film, so that way when we get the sequel, it's earned. Like, you weren't giving characters the wherewithal to earn a lot of what was happening in this film. It was just happening. You have to work up to those moments. You have to work up to those beats. And I don't feel like a lot of the characters worked up to that. Just like I don't feel like Jennifer Love Hewitt's Julie James earned to be that badass chick in the post-credit scene. I'm like, where was this girl throughout the movie? She wasn't there. I ain't see her. Where was I? And I felt like there was a lot of scenes that was cut out that would have made more sense to where we were. Just like I said, that harsh cut that we got, like something was cut out where I was saying, like, between Teddy fighting the killer, and then all of a sudden he winds up outside and he's crawling. I'm like, what happened in between then? Like, all of a sudden he outside. Like, what happened? Why you cut up the whole thing and he ends up outside crawling up a flight of steps trying to get into his house, his parents' house, or whatever the case is. So the best thing these characters could have did was, like, take Teddy's advice and be like, why don't we all just get on my yacht and just sail away to the Bahamas until this all blows over? That was the best idea. But if you did that, there wouldn't be much of a movie now, would it? So, and then at the end, when we get to Carla saying, okay, who we gotta fuck up? When she said, I cackled. So I was like, yeah, of course, Carla gets the best one-liners. I would love to see a movie between Julie and Carla reuniting, and then, that. But if we get to that, I need somebody to step in that really knows how to write a good, damn suspenseful script. You know who I think should come on board for the next, if this movie gets made? Somebody put an APB out, or maybe I'll put out in the universe. Get Christopher Landon to write and direct the next I Know What You Did Last Summer. Because I don't feel like y'all will go at him. Like, remember, when y'all went in on him with Scream and all that other stuff? With that being said, I feel like with Scream, I get why y'all was doing that because of the whole Spyglass drama, all that other stuff. But I do feel like somebody who knows how to write really good characters, knows how to build suspense, can come up with some really cool kills, and write some one-liners that the homosexuals would live for, is definitely a OG homosexual himself, Christopher Landon. So I would love to see Christopher Landon come on board and do it. I Know What You Did Last Summer sequel to this requel. I don't want Jennifer Caden Robinson coming back. She told me she a big fan. Girl, where? Because you was not giving me what I needed as a legacy sequel fan. Congratulations that you took a big swing with the whole Ray situation. It made sense because of the whole trauma. And yeah, some people snap and do kill. So I like that idea. The execution just didn't work for me. And some of the childish dialogue that you was writing up in there too. So I know this was a long review, but when you talk about this type of movie, you got to break a lot of stuff down. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding I Know What You Did Last Summer? Did you see the movie? What did you think of it? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? Did you have fun with it? Like, I had a good time with it. It was fun. I wanted more aggressiveness with the kills or whatever. But I just felt like the script just felt short for me. And I just don't feel like certain things that happen in the film, the characters earned those arcs throughout the film. So it's definitely a film. I mean, if you're a hardcore I Know What You Did Last Summer fan, it was something that needed to be seen in the movies. But for the most part, if you really want to know, just wait for it to come out in a couple of weeks on digital and just rent it at home for like a good $20. That's what you should do. Just wait till it come out on not even streaming, because streaming might be a little longer, but just rent it at home. Just do that. And you'll save a whole lot of money doing that. So let me know what you guys think of this spoiler review in the comments down below. All right, y'all. I'm just mad because I realized I didn't even put the fan on and stuff, and I would have to like go and grab it and all this other stuff. So I'm just gonna have to suffer in this okay weather. Wait, hold on. Where am I? Because I think I scrolled up too far. You said Henry Cavill. Oh, I think I read that one. I read that one. Hold on, what's going on? Magical mermaids in the room. Hey, hey. They should have had Jennifer responsible for the accident and then gets trolled. I would have liked more of like the whole thing of like I was thinking that too. It was like I thought it was gonna be sort of like when your past comes back to haunt you and blah blah blah. Like I thought that would have been kind of like the angle that they would have gone on. Where it was a reminder of her past coming back, and I thought that's what they were gonna go with. Is nope, not at all. I need a million. I need a million a scene. Me too. They should have made it a streaming series. They did, and none of y'all watched it. Remember, once upon a time, they had a streaming show. They had a streaming. There was a TV series of I Know What You Did Last Summer. I believe it was on Prime Video. They canceled after one season because none of y'all watched it. Second horror bomb of the summer. Teddy was Barry Cox below. Mm-hmm. And look, the one thing about Teddy and Barry, they both were hunchable because Tyreek is fine as hell. And then you could tell he biracial, like just by looking at him. It's like, yeah, he white. Like he looks like a lot of my cousins. That they got that feature. There was some gay-ish. There was a gay couple that was that was during the town hall. So there's a gay couple, male couple that's in the film, and also, as I was saying before, Ava was making out with the podcast chick in the film. So there was some girl on girl action. So that was about it. Word is Sarah Michelle Gellar forbade Jennifer Love Hewitt from filming with Freddie, and she's best friends with. Well, first of all, that's dumb. That's Sarah Michelle Gellar's coming in trying to tell people how to make a damn movie. It's like, girl, you need to look. You better not. What you need to not do is fuck up this Buffy reboot. That's what you need to be focused on. I love you, JLH. Well, that's Jennifer Love Hewitt. I love you, SMG. But no, don't be coming to me here and trying to tell people how to make their damn movie. You believe it? It was like, yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar was giving shade. Another criticism was how real life was in the fictional world because Helen Shivers was immortal. It was unbelievable for a 30-year massacre. Yeah, and funny enough, if they make a fourth film, that's what they should call it. What are you waiting for? It said they just brought her in. Absolutely, that's what it felt like. They brought in Sarah Michelle Gellar for branding, and it felt like a lot of branding and fan service. That's kind of what irritated me about the movie in some sort of way. But Ray was such a boring character in the originals. Absolutely. Child, I always thought there was some deep rootedness that Freddie Prinze Jr. might be into dudes. Another thing is, Freddie Prinze Jr. is like in his late 40s. Why does he look like he pushing 60? Like he has not aged well. He looked old as hell in this movie. Said, yeah, he was a boring character. Like he wasn't that interesting to even like make a killer. And even in this film, I just didn't buy it. I like that they took a big swing, but it just didn't come across as believable. The MLK files were released. They're going full distract. Of course, they trying to. I remember they said that they were trying to drop that. They were going to drop that months ago. So it's like here y'all are grasping at straws. I just feel like hopefully the maggots can keep their eye on the ball and realize what all this is. It's all theater. People felt robbed like the original Scream requel. They made it sound like the OG cast more than the original. More than the newer cast. Millennials are like, do Gen Z really talk that? Because I don't believe they do. Yeah, because the way they were talking like, why y'all talking like y'all speak in horoscopes? Like, I don't know anybody that tells like, but he's a Gemini and his sun rising. And I was like, who talks like this? Like, sometimes y'all will throw stuff in here, which makes it funny when we talk about horoscopes and things. But I'm like, nobody talks like this. Do y'all even know any Gen Zers? Have Jennifer accidentally take out the killer at the end with her car. Well, the word on the street is that's kind of an angle what they're doing with the new Scream movie, where there's a Gale, I believe, gets into a car accident and something or another. Hit someone. So yeah, I believe that is one of the angles. Me asking Chris, would you like my research notes? Chris, someone gave me a fan. I'm absolutely. And said, is he? Oh, child. Now let me find out Tyreek Withers is bisexual. I'm gonna try to eat that butt. Because first of all, that's a fine ass boy. And said, it's not just me. I thought Freddie Prinze Jr. looked worn out. No, it wasn't just you. Yeah, he definitely looked like he'd been around the world and like he'd been on that sun a little too long cooking. And the funny part is, he Latino. It's like, what happened to that skin? Gotta get off that sun. Remember, his father, Freddie Prinze, was a big actor back in the day. I forgot how he died. Did he unalive himself? But anyway, speaking of Jennifer Love Hewitt, we have some more Jennifer Love Hewitt news because she's thanking the gays for keeping Julie James alive. So yeah, it's y'all fault. So yeah, and funny enough, it's funny how like when we talk about Jennifer Love Hewitt, that sort of thing, it was like, yeah, y'all kept her alive, but I guess with the franchise, people didn't really think that I Know What You Did Last Summer was that good enough of a franchise to begin with, because while Scream went on with a multitude of sequels for, well, next year would make 30 years that the franchise has been around, because the first one came out in 1996, which is why I find it funny that you had people talking about I Know What You Did Last Summer is the OG franchise. I'm like, no, it's not, because the first one came out in 97. Scream came out in 96. And because Scream was a huge hit, whereas I will say this, Kevin Williamson wrote I Know What You Did Last Summer before he wrote Scream, which originally was called Scary Movie until they changed the title to Scream. Then the horror comedy Scary Movie took that title. So when them doing all of that, because of the success of Screamers, while I Know What You Did Last Summer got greenlit, and then it started this avalanche of slasher film revival in the 90s into the 2000s. The Urban Legends and all those other films, which I love Urban Legend, and I'm really glad that we've heard the tea that they are rebooting that franchise, which I think was relatively cool. I just hope that the execution will be way better than what we got from I Know What You Did Last Summer. But nevertheless, let's get into the story regarding Jennifer Love Hewitt. So it is going to contain spoilers, which I don't know why I'm telling you this, because I already spoiled the damn movie in the previous topic. But I guess when I cut this up, just be aware there's spoilers. So basically, the film is about when 5 friends inadvertently cause a deadly car accident. They cover up their tracks and make a pact to keep it a secret, whatever it takes to avoid facing consequences. What I also forgot to mention, because of the whole thing with the killer and all the other stuff, the motivation as to why Stevie did what she did, is because the person who went off the cliff in that accident was someone who was a friend of hers that was driving down there to get her on the straight and narrow because they thought she would relapse. There was a period when her father lost all her money and she couldn't go away to college and all this other stuff. She had to sit back and basically take care of herself, hence why she worked at Ray's bar and that sort of thing to make ends meet and survive in this gentrified town of Southport. She had met somebody that was at this the church that she went to get like salvation, whatever the case was, to get her life in orders together. So there was a guy there that was trying to keep her on the straight and narrow. He was driving down to the Dead Man's Curve where they were to meet up with her, which I don't understand. Like, did y'all not have cell phones? It's 2025. He could have called her up and tried to hit her up, be like, I'm coming to get you, to look for you, and like hang out and to make sure that you stay on the straight and narrow, because that was something like she had fought so hard to get her life back together. You don't want to get dragged in with these people and mess up your situation again. So she went, and once they found out who the person was that went over the cliff, and the friends went and tried to cover the whole thing up and move on with their lives, and Teddy's father basically tried to cover up the whole thing to make the guy look like a damn drug addict and all this other stuff, that's something that snapped within Stevie to go and hack up her damn friends with the help of Ray. So and as I stated before, like Ray being the killer, I'm glad they took the big swing. I just felt like there should have been more development with the script to even justify us getting to that rushed third act. So that's where that whole, I forgot to bring up, that was the motivation as to why Stevie snapped, is because that was somebody who had pretty much kept her on the straight and narrow. So now Jennifer Love Hewitt, has been a pop culture icon. I should say Jennifer Love Hewitt and those breasts have been a pop culture icon since the 90s. As Julie James and I Know What You Did Last Summer, she brought quiet strength and palpable fear to the screen, anchoring a story about secrets that can't stay buried. Hewitt's performance struck a chord, transforming her into a superstar in the horror genre and an emblem for an entire generation. Now, decades later, Hewitt stars in the 4th film of the I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise and reprises the role that made her a certified scream queen. Now, in the interview, because Out interviewed her, they were basically asking about how the movie had fun with Gen Z slang. Really? Because I don't know. Gen Z seemed to not like a lot of the slang and stuff that was up in there. Like I told her, there was people that was really like, people don't really talk about this. So she said, yeah, I have an 11-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son, so I'm pretty up on things. I'm cooler than people think I am. I think one of my favorite lines in the movie was, this place is so beautiful, I could die. I just love it because it's so true and about to happen. First of all, girl, you didn't need a Gen Zer to be able to say that. First of all, we would say, oh my God, it's so beautiful, my hair could die. We were saying that shit in the 90s. So are we going to sit up here and act like that this was some new line that was developed specifically for the Gen Z audience? We've been saying that line for decades. And so here's what she said in regards to the Leviticua fans who have supported her through the years. She said, "Oh my gosh, first of all, my deepest gratitude for keeping Julie James alive while thriving and celebrated. I feel so celebrated and I cannot thank you enough. I would want to share, especially in this climate we're in, that you're loved, you are celebrated, not for who people want you to be, but for who you are. I'm here and I'm always celebrating you the way that you celebrate me. I hope you feel my love." So this is what she was saying about the gay fans who were supporting her. And then they asked her also, what does it mean for you personally to be embraced as a scream queen queer icon? How do you feel about your connection with Leviticua plus audiences? And he said, I mean, it's the greatest compliment in the entire world. I love to see people celebrating that Julie James is coming back. They are the loudest and greatest fans ever. I just really appreciate it. Well, here's the thing with that. I love me some Jennifer Love Hewitt. I've always loved her since Party of Five. And Can't Hardly Wait. I love her in that movie. Like, I've always been a Julie James. Well, I'll say I've always been a Jennifer Love Hewitt fan. However, as far as Scream Queens go, she was never that girl for me as like that iconic chick. Everybody knows, and it's no shade to her, but Helen Shivers was the one that she was the more fleshed out character. There was another thing I forgot to add to my review of. I knew more was going to come as I continue to talk about this. Where were the chase sequences? I wanted more chase sequences. Like when we watched I Know What You Did Last Summer, we loved those movies for the chase sequences. There was a lot of them, and I still Know What You Did Last Summer, which was like cheesy. The script was rushed, and there was a lot of bad dialogue in that too. But I had a good fun time with I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And I Know What You Did Last Summer, we all know that iconic chase sequence with Helen Shivers' character. That was one of the best scenes in that whole damn movie. Because it is a slow burn trying to get through the regular I Know What You Did Last Summer movie. Until we get to the third act, that's when things start cooking. Once Barry gets gutted up top of the room where she's winning her little crown, where Helen's winning her crown, that's when the movie starts cooking with gas. So I wanted more chase sequences in the film. I don't feel like we got enough of that. There was some cool stuff in there. Like I love when Ava got trapped in the bird cage. That was a cool sequence, but other than and the Teddy and his father, that sequence. But a lot of the kills were pretty generic. Milo's death was kind of the podcast girl, okay, you strangled her and you hung her outside of a building. Okay. We haven't seen that before. So I was kind of disappointed with a lot of the kills in the film. I just felt it was giving me very much like Scream the TV series on MTV. Like y'all really wasn't gonna go there and give us like some real cool, memorable kills. It just felt very generic. So maybe but then again, I know some of franchises always kind of been generic in the way they deliver what they deliver. So, in regards to Scream Queens, I love Jennifer Love Hewitt, but not as a Scream Queen. Like, first of all, you haven't been in enough horror movies to even warrant that title. Like, when you look at Scream Queen, you think of Jamie Lee Curtis. Like, Jamie Lee Curtis didn't just do Halloween. She did Prom Night. She did The Fog. She did so many other horror movies. Yeah, she jumped in and did other genres, but for the most part, she was jumping around in a lot of different horror films. When you look at Neve Campbell, has been in other horror films, of course, The Craft and things of that nature. But when she did Scream, she's been in every Scream movie except Scream 6. So for the past 30 years, just to give or take, almost 30 years, I'll say, because like I said, she wasn't in Scream 6. Neve Campbell has put in the work to be getting that Scream Queen title. Although, like I said, prior, when I've talked about Scream numerous times, the person that's got her beat is Courtney Cox because Gail has appeared in every Scream movie that has been put out. All 6 films, she's in it. And I'm sure, of course, Scream 7 when that comes out. But we already heard Scream 8 is going to start shooting in, I believe, March of 2026. And we're supposed to be getting the new one in February. I wish they would move that up. But whatever. However y'all decide to do it, that's on y'all. But yeah, I just don't think that she is kind of giving me Scream Queen tease. But there are people that are feeling nostalgic and love those films. So I'm not going to hold you on that, but I just don't get Scream Queen from her. Now, to wrap this story up, I do want to get into this story regarding what she was saying about her relationship with Sarah Michelle Gellar, because the other day, Sarah Michelle Gellar went on and said that, she was debunking reports that her and Jennifer Love Hewitt don't get along because they didn't take pictures with each other on the red carpet. And she was sitting there like, okay, there was a lot going on. I went back inside. I didn't get to take pictures with people, although you've seen a picture with her and Seth Green on the red carpet. She took a picture with her husband on the red carpet. And then there was the cast photo where you had Jennifer Love Hewitt, on one end, Freddie Prinze Jr. on the other end, and you had the full cast in between. Sarah wasn't there because I feel like if she would have taken the picture, then that would have been the giveaway that she has a cameo in the film. So they didn't want to do that. But so while everybody done put that to bed, Jennifer Love Hewitt seemed like is igniting those rumors because she said that, and this is what she said in Vulture. She said, I honestly don't even know what that was or how it all came to be. And then she said this is her alleged feud with the Buffy the Vampire Slayer star. She said, I just think people don't want the narrative to be easy. Why do we always have to be against each other and out for each other? She added, I haven't seen Sarah. Literally, we've not talked since I saw her at 18 years old when the first movie came out. That's why it's so funny to me. People were like, say something back. And I'm like, what am I going to say? I've not seen her. On my side, we're good. I have no idea where this is coming from. So, and this is what Gellar said on Instagram, in case y'all need to refresh. She said, for everyone asking, I never got to see at Jennifer Love Hewitt, who is fantastic in the movie. She said, I was inside with my kids when the big carpet happened, and unfortunately, JLH didn't come to the after party. If you have ever been to one of these, it's crazy. I sadly didn't get pics with most of the cast, but that doesn't change how amazing I think they all are. Well, I guess it's because people were feeling, a little nostalgia, where it's just like, but y'all were in a movie together, then y'all should be on the red carpet and take pictures. And there's someone, and that's someone being me, who has worked on, has done movie premieres, has been on those carpets. It is insane. It's a lot going on. You have a lot of press that's like trying to get everybody's attention. Look over here and do this and pose and put your hands here and, all that other stuff. And it gets frustrating. It's annoying. It's crazy. It's a lot going on. So I understand the overall frustration. And if these two got a beef, then yeah, but the rumors they're floating around that Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jennifer Love Hewitt weren't even in their scenes together, that they were green screened in because apparently Sarah does have a beef with Jennifer Love Hewitt and doesn't want her husband acting alongside her. But I'm like, how does she even have that say-so wherewithal, that type of control where she can come in and be like, make any kind of demands? And it's like, sis, it's not your movie. Unless you're putting up the money for, like Sony did for y'all to make this film, you don't get to say so who my husband acts against. And if they got beef or whatever, there's many actors who don't get along on a set. But, excuse me, when it comes down to it, if the role requires y'all to have to come up here and do what needs to be done in regards to the acting, then y'all just need to suck it up, buttercup, come up in here and do this part, and let's get what we need to get going. So I can check the gate, and y'all can move on and do y'all thing. So that's the latest on that. So let me know what you guys think of this story. Do you believe that Jennifer Love Hewitt is not only a queer icon because her being a screen queen, or that she's a queer icon in general because of all the plethora of work she's done? I would say based on her body of work and me growing up with Jennifer Love Hewitt, I would call her a icon for the homosexuals. But as far as like a scream queen, girl, you ain't been in enough of these movies to even be getting that, to be even earning. See, this is what I keep talking about when it comes to I Know What You Did Last Summer. A lot of the things y'all trying to give, a lot of like from the movie, the recent movie, the character arcs in this recent movie, and most recently Jennifer Love Hewitt with the queer icon status because of being a screen queen. A lot of that is not earned. You have to work up to that. You don't just give out a title. And I feel like we're in a time now where y'all just love giving out titles to people for everything and any damn thing without earning them damn titles. So I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this story. So let me know what your thoughts are in the comments down below. I'm gonna say that and the beef between her and Sarah Michelle Gellar, if y'all believe it. But anyway, let me move on now. Is it really Julie James? Because I thought it was Helen Shivers, who many thought should have survived while Julie should have been hooked. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It's like, to me, and I feel like y'all doing that again, where y'all had Danica survive, but Danica wasn't that interesting of a character. She was annoying. Ava makes more sense to be the final girl, but y'all want to create co-leads, and because Madeline Klein's well known for Outer Banks and other stuff, so but she should have died. And she wasn't the most interesting character in this franchise. I know what you screamed at Final Destination on Halloween while chasing the chainsaw. Shut up. Or Massacre. Hunter Biden said Joe was given Ambien before the disastrous debate. Hunter need to stop talking. Because he is the Achilles heel of the Biden family. As a homosexual, I approve of J-Love's boobs. Don't we all? We love those fun bags. My airbags save my... Crazy how Lindsay Lohan looks young enough to be her daughter. She went to the wrong... Oh, so now Nikki can't be on there no more? What you gonna do? Can she go back to to Twitter and do the Twitter spaces? Cardi B be on there. She might not want to do that because Cardi B be using that a lot. You said you're being Virgo. My mom's a Virgo, so you're Virgoing. Oh, you mean like picking everything apart? My mother said that to me the other day when I was talking about Jurassic World. She was like, "Stop picking apart the movie." I was like, "I can't help it. Like if it don't make logical sense, I'm not going along with it." It was like SMG always seemed like an elitist who doesn't bother with anyone who she doesn't believe is worthy of her time. Yeah, it definitely gives that. I wouldn't be surprised if in real life she's very much like the character that she played in Cruel Intentions. Yeah, J Lo doesn't have an iconic scream either. The breasts are breasting boobily though. It's breast to sing. The breasts are breast to sing. Okay, so now it's funny. Well, we got a lot of movie news today. So we can finally move on from this damn I Know What You Did Last Summer. 'Cause I'm tired of talking about that damn movie, but I'm sure I'll probably be bringing it up throughout the week. So let's go from I Know What You Did Last Summer to Friday the 13th because it looks like we got ourselves our Jason Voorhees. So I believe they started filming already the prequel series, which is called Crystal Lake, and when it's going to premiere on Peacock, I believe in 2026. It would have been cool if they would have dropped it in October. But nevertheless, it's coming out in 2026. Don't know when, probably like the summertime, which actually would be cool. But then again, drop it in the spring because if y'all do it in the summer, people are out. They want to be getting catching their rays, they're going to camp. Don't release it in the summertime because nobody's going to be home to watch it. But anyway, so we got our Jason, and there he is. So as I said, filming is underway. And Peacock at 824 is serving as an expanded prequel to the legendary slasher franchise. And apparently, Callum Vinson, who was from the series Chucky, has joined the series as a young Jason Voorhees. This is according to Deadline. Now, I will say this. Speaking of Chucky, I'm really hoping this series will be more Bates Motel and less Chucky. Because Chucky, in my opinion, the biggest mistake y'all did was make it a TV series. It just didn't work for me. I didn't care about the new breed of character, these kids or whatever. Like it was cool to have like our lead was a young homosexual. Like I like the whole gay romance situation that you want to go into. That was cool. It just didn't work for this franchise, and it just bordered too much on the camp for me. And I love campy. Don't get me wrong. Which sidebar, since we talking about camp, have y'all seen the new trailers for Megan 2.0 that they're promoting it now that it's on digital? I see what y'all doing now. See, when it was in the movies, they were heightening up the camp so much. But now that it's on VOD, they try to cut a trailer to make it look more like a horror movie. And it's like, the jig is up. Everybody is aware of how this movie is tone-wise. So it was a little too late where you could try to do the whole misdirect. Oh, yeah, it's more like a slasher. It's like, it's not. So nobody's buying it because, like I said, the jig is up, the reviews are out. People already said what they said about it. People are disappointed. So if you're trying to squeeze a little more juice out that lemon, Blumhouse, give it up because it's not going to work. So now Vincent, who recently starred as Henry Collins in Chucky Season 3, is billed as a recurring guest star as his new project focuses on Jason's mother, Pamela. The series version of Pamela Voorhees is believed to be the mother who had given up a singing career to raise a special needs child and take a dark turn when she loses her son. Well, I'm hoping that they don't make him look more like, because, the one thing about back in the day, they would make characters like a Jason or whatever, they were making him look more like a mongoloid. They're making him look crazy and weird looking. He's ugly. And no, I think like leave this kid looking like this. He's very like he's a cute kid. And I feel like make him like they said, special needs. So he's not necessarily like a regular normal kid. He's got issues. He's a special needs child, like they were saying. So people are picking on him. He gets, we get more story where we get to see young Jason kind of going around doing whatever while she's working at this camp. He drowns. She snaps. We get into that. So I like the season 1 will focus on Pamela Voorhees. And then who knows, maybe season 2, it'll fast forward to years later where Jason is grown and then we get the hockey mask. They don't have to do it like how they did the movies where it took the third film for him to get the mask. So I'm genuinely curious to see how they're going to work this film out. Whereas I said before, I wanted to be more Bates Motel and less, because I like Bates Motel. I like how they slowly built up to Norman basically snapping and becoming the killer that he was always destined to be. So I like, and then the relationship he had with his mother, played by Vera Farmiga. Speaking of Vera Farmiga, where the hell has she been? But then I realized she has that new Conjuring movie coming out, so she's been around. I almost forgot about that. Then we got another Conjuring movie, the final one, as they say. But you never know. Every time y'all say something final, it's never final, right? So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this movie. I'm really hoping that they do this film justice. I don't mind a different take on Friday the 13th because you can't keep reworking the same formula that once was. Like, and if people get mad about it, we have the old movies. And I feel like the one thing that we've always heard about Friday the 13th is that it was always like stereotypical teenagers. It was always the virgin, it was the final girl, and it was always the practical joker. Then it was the horny, bro dude, whatever. Like it's just lame. Like it's the same always stereotypes. That worked in the 80s. We're in a whole different time now. So if they want to develop it where we give Jason more to do than just being like some dude with a hockey mask and a machete going around hacking people up, that gets boring after a while. So to see kind of this and seeing like how Pamela does what she does, giving her a little more backstory and making her more interesting, then I'm here for it. So as I said it before, I will definitely be seeing this movie. I mean, this series when it comes out. So now they also said, so I forgot to also mention Linda Cardellini, who I've always loved. She was on ER. She started out on Freaks and Geeks. That's why I first came and became aware of who she was. She's playing Mrs. Voorhees, who was, of course, the killer in the original Friday the 13th. That came out in 1980. So if y'all thinking that's a spoiler, the movie's over 4 decades old. So if you ain't seen it by now, oh well. They said she's also joined by William Catlett, who was in Abigail, Cameron Scoggins from Nashville, Devin Kessler from Godfather of Harlem, and Gwendolyn Sundstrom. Scoggins will play Dorf, the police officer portrayed by Ron Milkey in the original classic. Wasn't that the one that she ended up killing? And then they said Nick Corleone from Warrior, Jay Soprano from Fleischman is in Trouble, Best Foot Forward, Danielle Koch from Director's Cut, and Phoenix Pernevic from Bel Air, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. Well, Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. That remake was terrible. And they said they also joined the cast. Now, Nick Corleone from Warrior, he's actually, this is where I'm actually interested. He's playing Crazy Ralph. Remember him? We're all doomed. He was like, y'all better leave. And he was like, warning the people, leave Camp Blood. This place is cursed. All that other stuff, we're all doomed. He was the man that was on the bike. So seeing somebody come along and play Crazy Ralph, I'm definitely like, that man dead because he was old as hell when he was in the original movie. So yeah, so he's playing Crazy Ralph. Joy Soprano is playing Rita, Koch as Claudette, and Pernevic is playing Barry. Now they said that fans of the original will recognize those names. The character Barry Jackson, played by Willie Adams, appeared in the original Friday the 13th film as a camp counselor and famously Pamela's first victim. Mm-hmm. His girlfriend Claudette was also a camp counselor, and she was Pamela's second victim. So we already got the prelude to who's gonna die, but they have parts in the prequel series. So, and I think if I remember correctly, I believe they was the ones that died in the beginning. The ones that I'm trying to remember because it's been so long since I've seen the original Friday. They probably were the ones that was in the beginning, and she came up the steps and they were hunching, and they be like, we weren't doing anything. We were just, and then he goes get stabbed and he falls to the floor and he's full of blood, and the girl's like, and then she starts throwing things at the killer, who we know was Pamela, and then it freeze frames on her face, and it goes, and Friday the 13th pops up on the screen and all that other stuff. So yeah, I know I was being dramatic, but you can't do it without giving a little dramatics. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited over this latest news regarding this Friday the 13th prequel, where we have ourselves a young Jason Voorhees, which I'm really here for. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where they're gonna take this franchise. And they said the episode is it's gonna be 8 episodes, and it's gonna be directed by Michael Lennox from Derry Girls, Celine Held, and Logan George from Caddo Lake, which I haven't seen that movie. That's the movie with oh my god, what's his name? Styles from Teen Wolf. He's in that film. That's on HBO Max. I've been meaning to get around to Dylan O'Brien. I don't know why I forgot his damn name. And Nguyen Tran, who directed The Pit, which is that series with Noah Wiley that some people, well, I guess the people that was suing for The Pit was saying that's a ripoff of ER. But look, the franchise is interesting enough with people still watching it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. It says, so is Susan Lucci finally getting justice and we're meeting the SMG? Probably. I would not be surprised. Chucky versus Megan 2, 3, and 4. There've been, I know there's been people alluding to the fact that they wanted a Chucky versus Megan. But do people even care at this point? I don't know. That would be a good crossover movie, like Freddy versus Jason. Okay, now speaking of Jason, let's get into this tea because we all know that character from In a Violent Nature, the killer, was very much modeled after Jason. Now, speaking of which, we just got reports from, I believe Variety revealed this, that In a Violent Nature 2 is about to start shooting in Canada in 2 months because August is right around the corner. So we have so September is basically when it's going to start filming. So now the original In a Violent Nature, written and directed by Chris Nash, had its world premiere at the Sundance Film Festival in 2024 and was released theatrically on May 31st that year. The film mainly follows Johnny, a vengeful undead killer who embarks on a bloody rampage after a group of teens steal a golden locket that awakened his spirit. I believe that it came from his mother. The cast includes Rye Barrett, Andrea Pavlovic, and Lauren Marie Taylor. Now, Variety's In a Violent Nature review adds slasher movies often drop between grisly highlights due to the weak plotting and cardboard characters meant to lend structural integrity to their shot content. In a Violent Nature avoids these pitfalls by pretty much sidestepping entirely the standard niceties of narrative and psychological detail. Now, in July of last year, IFC Films and Shudder, AMC Network streaming service for horror, thriller, and the supernatural, revealed a sequel was in development during a horror-focused panel at San Diego Comic-Con. So wait a minute. San Diego Comic-Con happened? Where the hell was I? So, they must have been because, with all the stuff going on this weekend, when everybody's speaking about, like, with Kevin Feige and all this stuff, I think that's probably what that was. Well, I've been so busy this weekend, I didn't even know Comic-Con happened. So, they said In a Violent Nature demonstrated that there continues to be a yearning for new perspectives in the horror landscape. We knew immediately that this distinctive take on the slasher would enthrall fans, and we're glad to see the community embrace a new slasher icon in Johnny. Scott Schumann, head of AMC Network's film group, said at the time of their initial announcement, with the sequel, we aim to prove that Johnny can be bigger, meaner, and his kills can only get more impressive. Producer Peter Koplowski added, In a Violent Nature was originally conceived as a meta sequel within a fictional slasher series, so we were always imagining mayhem beyond the scope of the original film. That we now have the opportunity to continue following Johnny on his restless walk has us feeling incredibly grateful to our incredible partners at IFC Films /Shudder, who believe in Chris's vision from day one. We are thrilled to return for a new chapter and are excited to deploy Johnny as a conduit to further experiments in the genre. Well, here's the thing. I actually liked In a Violent Nature. I thought it was a cool movie. The problem is it gets boring at times. Like if you try to watch it repeatedly, I watch it for the kills. Like every now and again when I'm popping up on Shudder, and I notice that like if it's on, like they have a channel specifically where they show movies or whatever. So if it's on, I'll actually sit and watch it. But after a while, it's just like, okay, the restless walking and stuff that y'all showing the POV of the killer, which I thought was a nice take, because I know that it was stemmed from Friday the 13th, where it's like, okay, so while these kids are busy waiting to be killed, but we know that we're getting that from watching a slasher, what is the killer doing in the meantime? So it's like, what's Jason doing in between, gutting people? So we get to see it from the point of view of the killer, which I thought was relatively cool. And some of the kills in this film was very gnarly. Specifically, the scene with what is it? The girl that was working out. So watching her scene, I'm like, chill. That scene still messes with me to this day. And it's like, I can't. Like when I watched that movie, I was like, I mean, that scene freaked me the hell out. I was trying to see if and I thought it was like a pretty gnarly scene. So if we can get more kills and stuff like that, then I would be pretty excited to see this film. But for the most part, I'm definitely curious to see like what would be the idea for this film? And where would they possibly take the franchise? Because I'm like, after they done buried him, once they returned the locket back to that ground where he was buried, that's when it ends. And then the girls in the car, I thought something crazy was going to happen at the end, but then it just abruptly ended. So I wonder if the girl that survived the original movie is going to come back. I'm also curious, is like I said, where they're going to take this story. So I'm genuinely interested in seeing what's going on with this. Like I said, I like the first movie. I just hope that they could tighten it up a little bit in regards of Johnny and the walking and stuff, because it felt a little stale afterwards. Okay, now I got to sit here and watch this guy just like walking around. Like it was getting a little like repetitive. It got tedious. So I hope that they tighten that part up a little bit. But I will say that you get an A for effort for taking a big swing and giving us a different perspective on the slasher movie genre. So it's filming this year, September. You already know slasher movies don't take long to film, so it'll probably take them like maybe 2 months, possibly 3 to film it, maybe less. And it'll be, I don't even think it said when it's coming out. So, yeah, it doesn't say. It says filming in Canada in September, which means they'll save money. And who knows? Maybe they'll do it like they did last year, which is it'll be done. They'll film it now. It'll be ready for the Sundance Film Festival in 2026, and then we'll get the movie in May of 2026. So I'm definitely curious to see this film. Like I said, I like the End of Violent Nature films. There's parts of it that, like I stated, tedious, but it's one of the good slasher movies, and if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. Specifically that scene with that girl that I just showed you on that picture before I just took it out. Her death, that still lives rent free in my damn head. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Excuse me. Okay. Remember, says some people want music, they get their sounds of nature, but orchestral score helps. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was funny because it was like, what was it? Matt Wright was telling a joke about like how he has problems going to sleep, because that's what made me think about like the nature sounds and all this stuff. And he says, if I hear one person say, "Have you ever tried melatonin?" And then he goes into this whole speech about like whale sounds and all these different sounds and things of that nature that was going on, and then trying to have that go to sleep. He said, look, I listened to all 3 Lizzo albums and it still did not help him fall asleep. So the whale sounds was not working. And then he was like, man, that made me even think like that joke is not even gonna go over anymore because Lizzo's not even fat. I mean, she ain't skinny either, but she lost a lot of weight. And he was trying to think, it was like, who out here is a big person? And he was throwing out names. Somebody said Megan Trainor, because I was on the floor actually working his show. So I was like this close to Matt Rife, who's tall in person and very attractive up close. So he was this queen was like, man, traitor. And I'm sitting there like, first of all, why does he sound like Harvey Firestein? And number two, I'm like, no, Megan Trainor lost weight. Like she came and did a show at the Garden last year. She's skinny. And then you see recent videos where, because I think she's in a movie and she lost all of it, but completely looks like a completely different person. And somebody brought up Jelly Roll. He said, no, that's Shrimp Roll now. Like Jelly Roll lost a lot of weight too. Because I told you I worked a multitude of Jelly Roll shows. I worked recently at City Field. He was there where he performed with Post Malone. He lost a lot of weight. So a lot of people lost weight. So it's hard to think about who is a big girl nowadays. Melissa McCarthy lost weight too. Well, there's a big girl. The one that did that show, Girls, Lena Dunham. She big as a house. So there's one. But I couldn't be out there shouting. I'm supposed to be working. I'll get in trouble. So I kept my comments to myself. But anyway. All right, so we got more movie news. Let's get into Kevin Feige and the Marvel and all that good stuff and talking about all these things. So yeah, he brought up Blade. He brought up a bunch of things. Also said that he's going to be recasting some of the original characters and things. Yeah, we're getting the X-Men reboot, all that stuff, which makes a whole bunch of sense. That excuse me, that is where he would go with this situation. I was like, do I even got a picture of Kevin Feige? I was like, it took me a second to find it. Okay, so in a nondescript conference room on the very descript floor of Marvel Studios, full-size Iron Man statues, superhero murals, and movie props, is a padlocked door. Now, behind the padlocked door is a whiteboard featuring a plan for Marvel movies spanning the next 7 years. Is it smart to do, especially when y'all did that last phase at Comic-Con, and then y'all was sitting there, we getting a Blade movie, and we getting this, we getting that, and then the ish backfired? So I don't know if this is a good idea for you to be putting this out here. So now it says, when it comes to the future of Marvel Studios, which is taking its licks this year with Misfire's Thunderbolts and Captain America Brave New Worlds, the number one superhero box office brand isn't letting up. Marvel Studios producer and president Kevin Feige, who texted James Gunn, by the way, to tell him how much he likes Superman, hosted a sit-down with the press at Marvel's Burbank headquarters, gesturing towards a series of locked doors in a meeting room, and said it's a 7-year plan. I think it goes to the year 2032. He said it's on magnets. It can move around. Now, Feige is particularly chipper for even though Marvel is skipping San Diego's Comic-Con this year, as they remain knee-deep in production on the Russo brothers' Avengers Doomsday and in prep on Spider-Man Brand New Day. The Marvel boss, a former X-Men associate producer, finally has his hands in the Fantastic Four thanks to the Disney-Fox merger. Having that subtext of Marvel characters has liberated Feige to take even bigger swings within the MCU. The Fantastic Four First Steps is looking to be Marvel's biggest opening yet to date, with $100 to $110 million stateside. Now, while Fox has respectable success with the 2005 and 2007 Fantastic Four movies, which starred Chris Evans as Johnny Storm pre-Captain America, the former studio saw a Josh Trank-directed 2015 reboot completely tank after a full reshoot, grossing over $167 million worldwide. This time it's different. It's Feige's Fantastic Four. Well, I should also point out the reason why that movie tanked is because it started out good, and then halfway through, it was hard. It just wasn't good, in my opinion. So now, they asked him why Fantastic Four, and he says because it's Marvel's first family, and this is one of the reasons for another redo. He says it's in the history of our characters. They deserve to be A-listers. They were A-listers in the comics. Every crossover movie we made in the Infinity Saga, Civil War, leading to Infinity War and Endgame, which is really the Infinity Saga from the comics. The Fantastic Four were huge players in those comics, and obviously we couldn't do that then. Well, here's the thing, and I think it's because while the Chris Evans, Jessica Alba, Ian Griffith, and Anthony Chiklis movies, or Michael Chiklis, as Anthony Chiklis, Michael Chiklis movie, Fantastic Four, the two that they did, even the one with Silver Surfer in the sequel, voiced by Lawrence Fishburne, they did okay. They weren't that great. We also had a Fantastic Four from Roger Corman, but those don't really count because you know what Roger Corman gives. And then with this one, it's kind of like Fantastic Four has never been like those cinematic films that have really gotten people excited. Like, oh my God, I really have to rush to the theater to see a Fantastic Four movie. But because it's part of the MCU, I think people are genuinely curious. Hence why they were saying that financially, these movies are stated to gross between $100 and $110 million this weekend. We'll see what the overall box office numbers are, but for the most part, that's the prediction. So, okay, they're America's first family, but the question remains: does America give a frack about this first family? But we'll find out, like I said, this weekend. Now, while several Marvel projects post Avengers Endgame have dovetailed between TV series and films, for Feige, it was important to have the Fantastic Four be contained in their own world, sans any callbacks to the Avengers blip or other verse characters. He says it's a no homework required, go see the movie. It's literally not connected to anything that was made before. It kicks off phase 6. And you want to know something? Hearing that, that's a great idea, because one of the things I've always bitched about on this show, I said the reason why a lot of people have been turned off, particularly with Thunderbolts and so many other films, is because they're connected to other things. He also mentions the reason why he believes that Thunderbolts flopped is because Thunderbolts was based off a lot of the characters in those films based off TV shows. And a lot of people weren't really out here watching Falcon and Winter Soldier, because you had to watch that to even know about Walmart Captain America. And then there were certain characters where, Yelena was a part of like the Black Widow movie. Then you had Taskmaster was in, another MCU. So it's like they all popped up in different things and then came together. And people don't want to have to sit and be like, well, damn, do I have to sit and watch all these other movies to know what's going on? It's too much. And there's too many Marvel MCU movies at this point. It's too many for me to have to be like, I got to go back and watch all of this in order to know what the hell's going on. Like, nobody wants to do all of that. It's too much. And people have a lot of stuff going on right now. So I just want to go in, get my popcorn, get a drink, sit back, and really get into this movie without having to sit and do homework on to know what the hell's going on. So I like the fact that it's wiping a clean slate. We're starting on a new phase, and we can just get right into it. So he went on to say there were a lot of left turns and surprises that happened over the last 7-8 years. A positive one was to finally have those characters back in the X-Men. Now, getting access to the Fox Marvel characters has enabled Feige to plus up the next 2 Avengers movies with the most notorious antagonist in the comic books. That would be Dr. Doom. Now, while the original plan for the Avengers movie announced at Comic-Con 2019 was to feature Jonathan Majors as Kang the Conqueror as the main baddie, the character's future was thrown into question after the actor's arrest for assaulting his then girlfriend in early 2023. Now, Feige says, quote, even before what had happened to the actor, we had started to realize that Kang wasn't Thanos. He says there was only one character that could be that because he was that in the comics for decades and decades, and because of the Fox acquisition, we finally had it, and that's Dr. Doom, says the studio head. We had started talking about Dr. Doom even before we originally pivoted from Kang. In fact, I had started talking with Robert about this audacious idea before Ant-Man 3 even came out. Well, I don't know. You want to know something? I don't know if I believe that, because the way that y'all set up Kang and everything in Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, which is a terrible freaking movie. I told you, like, after 20 minutes, I had checked out. It was literally background noise to me, and I was just working on something on my computer while it was just on in the background. But to me, I feel like y'all wanted to make Kang like this big bad. It just the writing didn't execute that. Jonathan Majors, yes, he's a great actor. I don't feel like he delivered as Kang, but he was only doing what was required of him from the director and what was on the page. Because as I say many a times, if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage. So he was just doing what was required of him. And then I guess y'all realized at the time was like, while Kang is like this amazing character in the comics, it's not registering on the big screen. So now we got to pivot. Plus, on top of that, I feel like y'all may have seen your out by the accusations that came with Jonathan Majors. So, like, you know what, with the whole Jonathan Majors thing that's going on, this is our way to kind of like pivot somewhere else, because you realize it wasn't working. So I think that all of that plays a factor. Even though he didn't even mention Jonathan Majors' name in the article. But I do feel like all that took place. I know that has something to do with it. So then already they said Patrick Stewart's X-Men Papa, Dr. Xavier, has made a cameo in the Disney/Marvel Studios Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness with a slew of X-Men characters, e.g. Channing Tatum's Gambit, and even Wesley Snipes' Blade, making a cameo in last year's Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, speaking of Blade, he also got into it and said, despite being taken off the calendar, he says that yes, they are still developing Blade, and two-time Oscar winner, because we always got to make sure we let y'all know that man got 2 Oscars. Mahershala Ali, who, in my opinion, I actually liked him in the Jurassic World movie. You know, the movie was terrible. I liked him in it. And if you looked at that body, excuse me, Mahershala was jacked. So literally, he's already got the physicality down to play Blade. I just hope that, you know, he's keeping it up because he's going to play this movie. But y'all got to realize the man's already in his 50s. So let's get correct that whip. So now the movie, they said what the actor was first announced in 2019 at San Diego Comic-Con. So that's 6 years already that we haven't had a Blade movie. And that was when they made the big announcement. Now, Feige revealed on Friday that while there were 4 versions of Blade in the works, 2 of them, period, one of them set in the 1930s, because remember, there was a story that came out with Ruth Carter, who was the costume designer for the first 2 Black Panther movies. She's won Oscars for her wardrobe. And she also she was working on the costumes for Blade. Apparently that whole period piece thing didn't work out, and Ryan Coogler got in contact with her or something or another, gave him some of the costumes for Sinners. The main cast, I heard that they got new designs, but for the most part, in the background clothes and all this other stuff, excuse me, a lot of the wardrobe that was already designed by Ruth Carter was, they ended up buying it for the Sinners movie. So when you look at the whole period piece vampire in the 30s, that sort of thing, a lot of those costumes would have been in the Blade film. And to be honest, I would have really liked to have seen Blade in a time of the antebellum South fighting vampires during the Prohibition period. That would have been I think that would have been a real interesting story to tell. However, they came to their damn senses and he said, we landed on modern day and that's what we're focusing on, which in my opinion, much better situation, because with focusing on modern day, it feels how it feels. You can give us a lot of those cool action sequences, a lot of vampire kills, that sort of. I would rather you be modern day than just have us damn near 100 years ago. Ain't nobody got time for that. And yet in 2030, it will be 100 years if you talking about setting it in the 1930s. Now, on pausing Blade after the exit of 2 filmmakers, Jan DeBonge and Bassam Tariq, Feige says we didn't want to put a leather outfit on Ali and have him start killing vampires, which I think is where they want to come from. You want to know something? With this being said, I should have taken a trip over to Bo DeMayo's Twitter. Let me see if I could do that now and see if he said anything regarding. Damn, the first thing that pops up is something about Mistress Isabel Brooks. So I want to see if he said anything about he did. Child did not say he was going to say something about Blade, because Daniel RPK said the following. He said, Kevin Feige on Blade being delayed. We didn't want to put a leather outfit on him and have him start killing vampires. You can start and have a good script and make a great script through production, but we didn't feel confident we could do that with Blade. We didn't want to do that to Mahershala and didn't want to do that to us. He also said they're focusing on a modern day setting for Blade now instead of a period piece. And look, a lot of people in the comments saying that they're glad it's happening. However, Bo DeMayo says you cannot make a good script great through production without abusing the hell out of your crew at Marvel Studios. This is why folks in your VFX department were having heart attacks. So, then he said, next thing we hear, Kevin and at Marvel Studios were having backdoor convos with Chris Evans or RDJ to return as T'Challa in Black Panther 3. And then it said, after the Majors news broke, Marvel Studios told me Majors would likely be off the table for my plans with Kang and X-Men 97 Season 2 as they awaited the verdict, which would determine if he be recast in the MCU. I then casted John Delancey as Kang, as I felt Q would be a great template for him in animated form. Also, and this should be obvious, Kang has massive connections to the Fantastic Four. It actually makes far more sense, both logically and emotionally, for Kang to come back to kidnap Franklin Richards, his ancestor, than it does Doom. He was absolutely the end game. So while Kevin Feige's running around here saying, "Oh yeah, it wasn't whatever," y'all was sitting up here trying to cover y'all ass because y'all wanted to see how this whole thing was going to turn out for his case to determine whether or not y'all were going to continue with the Kang character. That's definitely what it felt like when they were developing the whole, continuing on with the MCU situation, because there was a lot of that going around. Like, well, I was saying, like, we're just going to wait until, and they even said it, they were going to wait and see until, what the verdict was before they would go forward with the decision. As soon as the verdict dropped, then they made the decision. Well, he was guilty of 2 of the counts, similar to Diddy, except he wasn't out here R-wording people and doing harems and things and freak-offs. But once they found out what the verdict was, they went with the decision that they went with. So I'm just glad the Blade situation is still happening, but now that y'all know it's modern day, get somebody that can write this damn script and get the whip cracking, because there should be no more delays in this whole situation. Stop stringing people along. Now, in the wake of the success of his own vampire movie Sinners, one reporter wondered whether Ryan Coogler would get to take a crack at directing Blade. Feige said there's no such plans, and the director remains committed to Black Panther 3. Now, Feige's next phase in the MCU are fewer, higher quality movies, numbering anywhere from 1 to 3 movies annually, with less connectivity between the films and TV shows. Marvel learned the hard way that their overreaching Disney Plus series and theatrical movie plans were too much of a good thing for fans. Evident in the bombing of the Marvels, which only made $206.1 million at the global box office, which fused together Brie Larson's Captain Marvel, who had her own $1 billion grossing film, with the lesser-known characters of Miss Marvel and Monica Rambeau. The takeaway was that many fans and general moviegoers didn't buy tickets for the Marvels because they weren't caught up on Miss Marvel on Disney+. Still, while storylines won't cross over between series and film, characters will. Think John Bernthal's The Punisher cameo in the upcoming Sony/Marvel Studios Spider-Man Brand New Day, and said, where we have great actors playing great characters, I think it would be fun to see them in multiple places. Now, with Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom, are there plans to recast the core Iron Man, Captain America, etc. on the big screen? He says yes and no. Feige sees as stars such as Chris Hemsworth still in his prime to play Thor, and even cherishes the return of thespians, i.e. Tim Blake Nelson, Samuel Stern, and Captain America Brave New World, who played Marvel characters years ago. But yes, in the long term, like with many other story movie franchises, Marvel classic superheroes will get new faces. When exactly? He says X-Men is where that will happen. Well, I do feel like because you're gonna have to reboot the X-Men, you can't expect we're gonna have Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine well into his 60s and 70s, and Halle Berry, who's pushing 60. You're not going to have her playing Storm. So yeah, it's time to bring in a new set of characters. I still am hell-bent on Sophie Turner-Smith playing Storm. She's about to be in the new Tron Ares movie, and seeing her in action girl mode, I'm like, there is your Storm. Let's get her up in there. I don't think everybody's got to be 22 years old, because these days it's hard to try to find real up-and-coming talent that stands out, that could be worthy of these parts, because the way that we came up with movie stars, that don't even exist anymore. So it's definitely bringing new X-Men. I could definitely see Chris Hemsworth being Thor. I mean, he's definitely got the physique and everything for it. So yeah, it makes sense to keep him around. But it is time to reboot your franchise of characters. It's time to give us a new Captain America. It's time to, set the next phase. So people getting mad over this, I don't understand that. Now, I should point this out, because I almost forgot to bring this up. He was also asked, will there be a live action Miles Morales movie, to which he said that is nowhere. and also added that Miles Morales' fate is in Sony's hands. It says Sony has their brilliant, genius, incredible Spider-Verse animated franchise going on, and until that finishes, we've been told to stay away. So we do know that there is another Into the Spider-Verse movie coming out, but I believe that's in like 2027. And then I heard a couple of days, I think it was yesterday, they delayed it by a couple of days. So it's supposed to come out in 2027, so who knows? Maybe by like 2028 to 2030, we should be hearing something about a live action Miles Morales, and we definitely need it. I wanted the kid, like, honestly, I felt like the perfect person to play it, but it might be too old by the time that happens. I can't remember his name, but the kid that played Victor in the Penguin series, I think he would make a perfect Miles Morales because he's like dark skin, well, brown skin. He can give basically I'm half black and Latino, so that would definitely be a perfect fit for him to be in this in the with Afro Latino. Let's just put it that way. So he would definitely make a great. I think it's Renzi Felice, I believe is his name. I would love to see him in the part. So I'm hoping that happens sooner rather than later. But like I said, is that he was told stay away. Now, upcoming Marvel schedule, according to ComScore. So we have Spider-Man Brand New Day coming out July 31st of next year. That would be 2026. Avengers Doomsday has been moved to December 18th. I don't know. Then there's an Untitled Marvel movie coming out July 23rd, 2027. Avengers Secret Wars comes out December 17th, 2027. And then we have 4 more Untitled Marvel movies coming out, one on February 18th, 2028, May 5th, 2028, November 10th, 2028, and December 15th, 2028. And here's the thing. This is the thing that's always annoyed me about the MCU. Stop setting dates for your freaking movies. Just make your movie, have your scripts done. But he also said that he doesn't like he's never really been satisfied with any of the MCU movies. So even if they go and have an ironclad script, it's never really rubbed him the right way in regards to that whole situation. So he's just like, I don't like the setting of the dates because every time you turn around, you keep moving stuff around. So stop setting dates. Just make your movies, and when it's done, then you can start worrying about booking theaters. But that's just me. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? It was a lot regarding of like what you were saying about the future of the MCU within the next 7 years. Are you actually excited for some of these films that were mentioned? I mean, it was great to hear, the MCU stuff, especially regarding Blade. I'm hoping that we get this Blade thing sooner rather than later. I had to go real quick and look over and see what Bo DeMayo had to say. And that's only because, for those of you who are not aware, Bo DeMayo was supposed to, he actually wrote the script. He took a crack at writing a draft for Blade. He was one of the writers on it, and they didn't go with it. Oh, and he also went on to say, but let me, and then I can finish wrapping this up. He said, and while I have the greatest respect for Eric Pearson, I find it troubling that we still won't get a Blade movie penned and developed by the community he represents. But that's Marvel Studios for you. I guess what he's saying is like, you don't have someone black writing it. And even called out Kevin Feige about lying because he said that about the decision to pivot from Kang to Doctor Doom. Even before what had happened to the actor, we started to realize that Kang wasn't Thanos. And it said they've been talking about Doctor Doom even before we officially pivoted from Kang. And this is from Deadline. He said again, more lies. This is Trump level delusion spin. And so, yeah, in a way, I'm kind of going, I know some people would be like sour grapes, whatever the case is, but what does Bo DeMayo have to lose in this fight? Especially when there's been overall complaints about how Marvel overworks their special effects crew and all this other stuff. So, and as somebody who worked behind the scenes on this and was fired because of what I guess he was being too much of a troublemaker for these people in the background. They want just put your head down and do the job and don't complain. You get a lot of that in this industry. So I definitely want to hear from you all. So let me know what your overall thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Apparently, Sinners had all the blame. Yeah. Number one open. Said best Marvel in years. They changed it to the Marvels because of the unfair incel backlash to breed large. But people still complain. I mean, Monica Rambeau appeared in WandaVision, so I guess you had to see WandaVision in order to see uh, Monica Rambeau's Miss Marvel. Then you had the Marvel, Miss Marvel, which I actually liked that show. It was a really good show, but I don't think a lot of people watched it. I watched the whole season. That was like the only series that I think I watched all the way through. I still haven't even gotten around to watching that show with Miss Riri. I didn't even watch that yet. Where she's the inner city's Iron Man. Like I haven't watched that yet. I want to get around to it, but I guess because of the reviews and the mixed reviews and the way that y'all just treated that franchise, I just didn't get around to watching it, unfortunately. But it is what it is. All right, y'all. So now let's move on. Let's go from the MCU to the DCU. And James Gunn is opening up about the moment where he had to pretty much let Henry Cavill know that he was not going to be Superman in any future movies. So now, while Superman is doing very well at the box office, despite what some of the critics and haters and some of y'all incels have been saying, James Gunn recently appeared on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast with Josh Horowitz, which is actually pretty good. If you haven't gotten around to watching it, definitely check it out. I watched it yesterday, so that's why way I can get all my notes and things. Now, the DC studio boss briefly broke down the confusing timeline that I saw. I was almost calling him Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill announced he was set to reprise the character before announcing roughly 2 months later that he was not moving forward in Gunn's superhero universe. He said, "We were dealing with trying to figure out if we could take the job at DC Studios, and we're talking to David Zaslav and all the legal people there and figuring out what our deals would be. And the day our deal closed, all of a sudden, they were announcing that Henry was back." Gunn admitted that he was taken aback by the news. He said, quote, "I'm like, what's going on? Like, we know what the plan is. The plan was to come in and do Superman." He said, referring to the new 2025 film that sees David Cornsweet take on the titular role. He said that was really unfortunate. I'm like, this poor guy. And so Peter Safran and I knew the right thing to do was to sit down with Cavill and talk to him, he said. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said, the only thing I ask is that I'm able to reveal it myself as opposed to it coming from you guys. Which I guess it didn't matter because the Snyder Bros got up on social media and started bashing this movie before they even saw it. They were review bombing it, saying all kinds of craziness about Superman and hating on James Gunn and trolling him and all this other stuff when it wasn't even his fault. And so even with Henry Cavill coming out with the news being like, you know what, I know I was supposed to come back as Superman, it's not happening because they decided to go in a completely different direction. And they were in the midst of working out their deals at the time. So how was this even being announced when it's like there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going? I'll tell you why. It has to do with Dwayne Johnson trying to steamroll his way up in there, trying to have the DC go in a way he wanted it to go. The name wasn't mentioned, but the math is mathing. And I truly believe it was Dwayne Johnson coming up in there. It's time to steamroll, thinking Black Adam was going to be this big thing. It wasn't, because a lot of y'all stayed home and didn't go to the movies to see it. And he wanted to come in and try to have Superman and Black Adam go at it in a future film. And it was like, this wasn't the direction we're going into. So I don't know why. Like, we let you get your movie. You had your moment. You did your big one. But that was it. The movie flopped. So now to continue, where he basically said on breaking the news, the Cavill, the Guardians of the Galaxy writer director, said it was really unfair to him and it was a total bummer. But there was outside influences who wanted to take on what they wanted to do at DC and were trying to force their way, and it just was never part of the equation. That line is where I said that was a reference to Dwayne Johnson. Because remember, there were stories going around that he was trying to come in and steamroll, and this is what I want to go on with this film, and I want Henry Cavill to pop up at the end as Superman, and we were gonna have like this big team up movie or whatever the case is, kind of like I guess his version of Batman v Superman, and it was gonna be Black Adam v Superman, and that wasn't what was in the cards. The Snyderverse movies were losing the studio a lot of money. Hence why they went and decided to bring in a Kevin Feige for the DCU. That's what people wanted, right? We've heard many of the stories many times. People like, We need our Kevin Feige. We need a Kevin Feige for the DCU. And so when they finally brought someone in like James Gunn, who is a fan of comics and really was going to come in and steer everything in the right direction, people got mad because they weren't getting their Henry Cavill. Unfortunately, Henry Cavill is a victim of circumstance. He's a great actor. He was the perfect Superman. Unfortunately, the way the studio was running things over there, it was just a mess. And it wasn't the direct, and financially, it was not making them the money that they were going to make. So when people still get mad about us, so you want to continue to see well, it's part of Warner Brothers, but you want to continue to see Warner Brothers losing money? Like that would satisfy, just because you want to see your favorite character back on the big screen, or your favorite character as that character on the big screen? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to see something bomb? You want to make money. You want a film to be successful. And I wish the Snyderverse films were a success. They just weren't. It didn't resonate with a larger audience. So now, despite not returning to lead Gunn Superman, Cavill and Corn Sweat were in communication before the latter Man of Steel took on the iconic role. It says, I had the pleasure of exchanging letters with two previous Supermans, Henry Cavill and Tyler Hoechlin. Both of them, interestingly, sort of said in their own words, I'm not going to try to give you any tips. This is what Corn Sweat said at the film's London premiere. They were very encouraging and we had a lovely exchange. I'm excited to meet them one day. It'll be great when we can all get in a room together. Now, at the tail end of the conversation about Cavill, host Horowitz asked if it'd be too confusing to recast the actor in Gunn's DC universe. And what he said, no, he could probably bring him in as another character. He said, I talked about it on that day. I would love to put Henry in something. So we could definitely see Henry Cavill pop up on our screens down the road. And I think that would be an awesome idea. But yeah, unfortunately, in this situation of what Henry Cavill and Peter Safran were trying to do in regards of the roadmap that they had planned out for their version of the DCU, does not include, unfortunately, Henry Cavill in it. They could bring him in as somebody else. I can't think of someone off the top of my head who would be interested to play. Y'all could bring it in. You want to know something? What if they made him as Batman of the Brave and the Bold? Wouldn't that be interesting if they actually went with that? Which I believe they're still working on that, or whatever the case is. And he did say that they're still trying to crack the code of the Authority, so they're working on that. As I stated in an earlier story, but I can bring it up in here since this is about the DCU and James Gunn. The writer of Supergirl, which was formerly Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, has come aboard to write the script for a new Wonder Woman movie, which I'm hoping will be Adria Arjona, but she's got to finish making the Thomas Crown Affair, which is being directed by and starring Michael B. Jordan, before she jumps in on the Wonder Woman thing. So it'll probably take them, like, within 2026, we will find out who the Wonder Woman will be and and if the script is done. So I'm sure we'll find out in the next couple of months. But in regards to all of this, definitely check out the Happy Sad Confused podcast. It was a really good interview. James Gunn was, he talked about a lot about Superman and what's going on with the other, movies. He talked about Clayface. He talked about a lot of stuff. So if you haven't gotten around to watching it, definitely check it out because it is definitely a good interview. So with that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to what James Gunn said about Henry Cavill? I feel like this is for the people who understand. Those who are just still going to go on and still bitch and moan, this is not for you because you already had your mind made up. You've pretty much decided how you're going to feel. You're still going to run around arms folded, pouting, give me, I want my man. And y'all still whining, bitching, and moaning and shit about it. So it doesn't matter regardless of what James Gunn says. You're still going to believe what you're going to believe, and you're still going to feel how you feel. At least it's giving you an honest answer, unlike Kevin Feige, who gave a BS answer regarding why he didn't bring Kang back for Fantastic Four and to wrap up this whole situation regarding what's happening with the future of the MCU. At least you got a real answer from James Gunn. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on, y'all. I gotta grab this damn fan. It is getting hot in here. I'm realizing I'm starting to look shiny. Like a shiny suit, man. Ooh, chow together. I had to do a whole reach around. I'm like, it's too goddamn hot in here. I can't be sweating to death. Ooh, all right. All right, I'm back. I was like, I hate being hot. I am not a summer child. But anyway, let's see what the people saying. Um, he said, not to be shady, but I came back when you were done with the topics about movies I don't watch. Was that a read? That was shady. And you said Zack Snyder is well, look, I don't expect everybody to sit through everything I talk about. Or the topics you care about. But anyway, he says Zack Snyder's perfect for Batman because Gotham City is dark. He never does happy films because he said happy is an overrated feeling. He definitely would have worked better. That's why I was like, I like Batman v Superman because of that whole tone and everything within that. And that scene between, Batman kicking butt in the warehouse, that's like one of my favorite action sequences in a Batman film. So I definitely feel like he would make a better Batman. I totally forgot. He also brought up Alan Ritson because there's been this rumor going around that Alan Ritson is going to people want him as Batman. And it's like, you have to wait and see what the script is and how that turns out before he decides to cast him anything. But he says, I like Alan, but I don't know if he's going to be Batman. We'll have to wait and see. But to me, it's like, I like Alan Ritson. I don't know if I see him for Batman. Like, I can see him in the costume, but because he's jacked and he's huge and everything, tall and big physically. But could he play Bruce Wayne? And you have to be able to do both. You have to be able to give us elements of Bruce and elements of Batman. It's like, I like Christopher Nolan's Batman universe, but I felt like they spent too much time on him being Bruce Wayne and we didn't get enough Batman. And then there's certain parts of like with him in the voice, it's now annoying. So while everybody loves The Dark Knight, and yeah, that is like one of the most iconic superhero movies of all time, the closest I've gotten to being satisfied with a Batman on the big screen is basically what Matt Reeves gave us with Robert Pattinson, the more detective type of Batman. All topic but marks 1 year since Biden dropped out of the race, and Charlie XCX tweeted Kamala is brat. Well, look, Charlie XCX also got married, so congratulations to her. Because a Wall Street Journal is now banned from the White House. Like the people in the house actually read, let alone the Wall Street Journal. Like, get out of here with that. So they weren't about the Wall Street Journal's ban because the man who actually does he still run Fox News? That's who also owns the Wall Street Journal. Wrote that hit piece on Donald Trump, and he don't have that kind of money because you don't own that media. I said, you're not going to do the Wall Street Journal what you did with Paramount and them giving in by giving him that money because they wanted that merger with Skydance. And that's why I don't understand, like, how does the president of the United States have control over, I need to look into that. Like, how are they able to determine who murders with who, especially when it comes with Hollywood and stuff? I think he's going for younger because if they're yeah, they're definitely gonna have to. I mean, the Brave and the Bold is supposed to be Batman and his son Damian Wayne, so you can do like mid-30s, and then Damian Wayne, technically I feel like he's like what, 11, 12, whatever. You can kind of age him up a little bit, but why not? But first of all, you can make him the same, like Damian Wayne, a young kid. If we can have Hit Girl killing and kicking butt and killing people, why can't we have that with a young boy in a superhero movie? Y'all had Chloe Grace Moretz killing people and cussing. So if we were accepting of that back in the day, why not? Yeah, Alan is in his early 40s, but he looks younger. So to me, and that's why I get irritated with how, well, so and so's in their 50s. I'm like, but does Mahershala Ali look 50? Mahershala Ali literally looks like he's in his late 40s. Black don't crack. But nevertheless, it's like, age is a number. What does a 40-year-old look like? What does a 30-year-old look like? But if they be about an age where it's like, okay, well, for cinematic purposes, we can make these kids what they are and this adult what they are, it works. But it's interesting to see what they do with the Brave and the Bold. Okay, so now that we finally out the movie space, let's get into some music. Because Miss May has announced a release date for her upcoming album, and that'll be M16. Well, no, M16 would be Madonna, but MC16 will be Mariah Carey. And she's called it, here for it off, we will put it in the damn headline, but I was like, hold on, as I pull up the album cover, which is signature Mariah. The hair's looking a little flat, but the face is fabulous. So I would have liked that hair to be like tousled up a little bit. It's giving like she needed some more pieces up in there to kind of make it look fuller. But that's just a little nitpick. Other than that, I don't want her to hear this because you know Mariah gets real insecure about her features. You know, she is a pretty girl, a beautiful woman. So now the news came about the new album, Here for It All, which is set to be released on September 26th via Gamma. It came in a brief Instagram video in which she flipped her hair back and walked slowly in shiny leather black heeled boots and a black catsuit in front of a giant mural of herself with the album title spelled out over and in black and white behind her. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that up for y'all so that way y'all can see it. And I'm going to keep it on mute too. Everybody on mute so that way we don't hear anybody complaining. That's like, oh, well, I actually get demonetized because I'm like, I don't want to risk that. So hold on. Let me pull it up. And there she is, looking fabulous. Go ahead, Miss Mariah. Me and Mariah go back like babies and pacifiers. So, so far in June, Carey dropped the single "Type Dangerous" and recently an accompanied EP featuring collabs with Method Man, Big Sean, DJ Snake, and others, and previewed the song "Sugar Sweet" from the follow-up to her 2018 album "Caution." Carey told Apple Music last month that the album was finished, but at press time, a full track listing had not been announced. Now, the singer earned her milestone 50th Billboard Hot 100 when Type Dangerous debuted at number 95 on the singles tally last month. The track is her first non-seasonal song to reach the Hot 100 since I Don't with YG logged a week in on the list in February of 2017. And I know some people are like, but that's a flop. It appeared at what am I saying? Number 95. Here's the thing, Madonna. Mariah is independent. So she's not on like some major, she's not on Columbia, any of that stuff anymore. Now she's an independent artist. Her even appearing on the Billboard 200 is a flex, especially as someone in her age or demographic. Because people expect like when you're a woman of a certain age and when you're an artist, whatever the case is, that you're not going be able to continue to put out, you know, hits and things of that nature. But no, Mariah's still out here doing what she's doing. And I do love that song, Type Dangerous. It's cute. It doesn't really sound like her, but it's fun, it's flirty, it's youthful. And I like that Mariah is playing around with her vocals and she's not out here trying to do the, you know, the chest voice where she got to be built in like she's Christina Aguilera, which I like to call a vocal masturbator, someone who likes to just show off the fact that she can sing. It's like, bitch, we know you can sing. You don't need to show it off all the time. Give us some range. Give us like different sides of you. Just, you know, you can be like, I'm gonna give you a little yang yang, but also I'm gonna show y'all that I can have a little fun with the vocals and stuff too. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. B Sky said, my Mimi. There was some other people in here. Mayhem Miller put up some hand emojis. Freddie Scholar said, God bless America. Trinity K. Bonet said, who is this? Another person, Legendary Vogue X said, I am seated. So, they said, and she gave us an acapella belt too. See, didn't I tell you I had to put that on mute because I was like, I'm not trying to get demonetized. Like, you use this paper music without paper making. So, I love me some Mariah. When I was a kid, I told y'all this story. My teacher, Mr. Lightfoot, made me a cassette tape of her debut album. And I wore that cassette tape out. So I have been with Mariah since the beginning. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing this album. She is an icon. She is a legend. She is the moment. My biracial sister. I'm looking forward to hearing this new record. And yeah, so September can't get here fast enough. But then again, I don't want to rush it because then September get here and my birthday will pass and I'll be a year older. And then that's what I got to be thinking about. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Mariah announcing her brand new album Here for All coming out in September, at the end of September, actually, September 26th. So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. All right. I gotta scroll because I saw there was 4 comments that came in. You said the Meggers have to get federal approval to protect. Are you talking about the maggots? Protected from becoming a monopoly, but that shit dead with the orange thing in the White House. He says someone said the album title "Here for All" is definitely her going for the get. Well, look, she know her audience because the homosexuals will definitely keep Mariah's career alive. When it comes to the icons, who else keep them careers alive but the gays? I mean, you'll have the OG fans come out because they want to hear the hits, but the gays stay loyal to their divas and their icons. So she already has that on lock. I saw a collage of every Mimi album cover. She probably has the most beautiful and aesthetically pleasing album covers out of any other pop girl. She's just standing or sitting. And that's what Mariah gives. She's just gonna stand there or sit there, but she'll give you she'll give you some vocals. But for the most part, she's just gonna stand there and give you because she ain't dancing. I think she still be insecure about how she been moving on the stage. I wasn't crazy over the album cover because I instantly thought of it definitely gave number one's album cover. What if she dug into the archives and just pulled out an old photo? I was like, this is from the cutting room floor. Let's just use this picture. But I'm like, Mariah still look youthful. So why would you even need to kind of dig in the past and kind of do like an AI rendition when you still look good? It's funny enough, it's like a lot of us biracials, when we get to be a certain age, it's like we age slow. So it might be I was gonna say the melatonin, the melanin. I wasn't correct. Oh, see, I read that already. It said both Mariah and Cher obviously took the death. Okay, the death becomes her potion. Yes, Veronica Electronica is out this week, and we got the. Oh, I forgot to mention because that was another thing that I saw this week. So there was this tweet that was posted that they talking about that apparently when the VMAs happen in September, that there's a certain artist, they didn't mention who, that has booked 15 minutes to perform on stage. Initially, I thought it might be Madonna or someone of that ilk. Somebody said it might be Taylor Swift. I've heard Beyonce because Beyonce might be releasing the rock album now that we got Cowboy Carter. But this made me think it might be Mariah because if Mariah's album is coming out at the end of September, what better way than to do a medley of your songs at the VMAs at the beginning of September to promote the movie? Makes sense. I mean, not the movie, to promote the new album. It makes sense that it will be Mariah now. Company murders need federal. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's like company murders. They need approval from the federal government. So yeah, that's where that control comes in. And it would have been nice if they could have got it with Biden ass, but maybe he was on that stuff that what they said, Vicodin. What was it that Hunter Biden went and accused his father of being on? Not Melatonin Man. Okay. Oh, the mulatto man. Can't wait for Veronica Electronica. It will be my first album release as a Madonna stan, even if I'm not. If it's you're saying it's not M15. Mm-hmm. Oh wait, this will be the first time you'll be able to buy a Madonna record where she's released one. Well, you said because the last album cover, I Am Mariah, was a little more heavy during. Oh, she was a little more heavy during that era and was accused of Photoshop. Yeah, she was a big girl by then, but now she snatched. They got that Manjaro and that Ozempic, so she can keep the weight under control. Watch me get the Video Vanguard Award. Finally get. You know what? And that'd be the smart thing for them to do is have her get the Video Vanguard Award. Like that would make way more sense for her to get that the Video Vanguard this year because last year's recipient was a choice. If you know what I'm saying, I think you do. She almost met her demise at her recent. I don't know why I'm laughing, but it was like, bitch, when I saw that thing malfunction, she almost fell. And she said, "You want to hear me roar?" Oh, you was about to hear her roar. She would have hit that pavement. And that would not have been good if she was at the Garden because that floor is hard. Trust and believe. I walked it the other day. But anyway, he said, "Oh, since 2020." So yeah, only 3 years, but I forget you're in your early 20s. So makes sense. All right, y'all. So now let's talk about a group that probably don't have any homosexual fans. Let's talk about Linkin Park. So Mike Shinoda is out here running his mouth yet again, and I just feel like, boy, if you don't just shut up and just stop talking because, I'm sure y'all probably heard, Linkin Park isn't apparently numb to all the backlash against the new singer, Emily Armstrong. Now, last year, you already know that, actually 2017 is when Chester Bennington died. So it's been 8 years. And I will have to say this, yesterday, if y'all did not know this, was the 8-year anniversary of Chester Bennington's unaliving because, he unalived himself. So last year, Mike Shinoda went and revealed that they were getting back together. They got a new lead singer. It was Emily Armstrong, which I didn't mind because I'm like, yeah, y'all got a female lead singer, which in my opinion, I thought made sense because with Chester Bennington being like such, the amount of emotion that he invokes in a lot of the songs that he sings, it would make sense if y'all kind of went in a direction of getting a woman instead of getting another guy, because I feel like people would have bitched and moaned if there would have been another male lead singer, which we've heard other singers mention this. That was like, yeah, they were okay with them getting a girl. The issue was, well, I don't want to get into that just yet. Let's go into what the hell he said before I give my opinion. So last year, the rock band whose lead singer Chester Bennington died by the S word in 2017 made their return, introducing Emily Armstrong of Dead Sarah to the lineup while announcing plans for a new album. The news was met with joy and outrage, most of which targeted Armstrong, and Linkin Park's Mike Shinoda has a good idea about why, saying there were people who lashed out at Emily and it was really because she wasn't a guy. This is what he recently told The Guardian. He claimed that fans were used to Linkin Park being 6 guys with the voice of a guy leading the song. He continued, they were just so uncomfortable with what it was that they chose a ton of things to complain about. They're pointing in 10 different directions saying, this is why I'm mad. This is why the band sucks. Now, response to Armstrong indeed varied. While some celebrated Linkin Park's return, others were not happy with the addition. Bennington's mother said she felt betrayed by Shinoda's decision to reform the band without consulting her. And then remember, Chester Bennington's son, that wouldn't be the one that came out as trans, right? Because there was 2 kids, I believe, that we talked about. There was a story about one of Chester Bennington's kids came out as a trans woman, and then there was another one that complained and said something about what my overall belief is that y'all seem to forget the reason why people were bitching about her is because she was a member of the Church of Scientology. I don't know if she's still a part of it, but once upon a time, she was a part of the Church of Scientology. And then on top of that, remember, she was one of the girls that was there harassing one of Danny Masterson's victims when he was accused of R-wording a multitude of women. She and a bunch of other people from the Church of Scientology was accused of harassing one of the victims. So that was another reason why people don't like her. So we're not going to sit up here and make it seem like, oh, the girl. I mean, that's just the easy answer to go with. That is like, oh, because she is the vagina. We don't like pussy. So let's pick on her. That's a baby. That's just a freaking childish answer. That's the easy answer to pick. Maybe there is some truth to it. Maybe there was some people that don't like the fact that you picked a girl. I didn't mind the girl aspect, the fact that y'all went with a different gender. To me, Emily Armstrong has a great singing voice. She invokes a lot of the emotions that you would need to cover a Linkin Park song if you're on tour, plus the original material, which when I listened to the album, and I did listen to the album, so that way I can have when the album first came out, just so that I could have like some leverage to stand on with this. I didn't think the album was bad. I thought her voice fit perfectly within what Linkin Park offers as a band. So she works with the group. Although I did find like at times when she was singing, she was trying to give a little bit of those Chester-isms with a lot of the songs. So there was that. So I didn't mind that. I mean, like if y'all were so bothered about a girl, who as a male singer would you have liked to see her come in and be to replace Linkin Park? At the end of the day, I guess they got to make money, and y'all ain't listening to Fort Minor. So what was he gonna do? So while I totally understand this whole situation, I don't agree that that was the sole reason of her just being a girl. And then Armstrong went on and said that she wasn't prepared for the strong reaction. She said, I was a little bit naive about it, to be honest, adding that even before joining the band, she avoided social media for mental health purposes. I'm surprised they even allow people from Scientology to be on social media. I always thought they kept y'all locked away being slaves so that way y'all can make that money for L. Ron Hubbard and his whole little tier or whatever it is. Making that making that money for Xenu. So now she says that she stays away entirely, saying if there was something really, really pressing, I think our PR would talk to us about it. But I'm old enough to know the difference between real life and the internet. But do you know the difference between the real world and Xenu? That's the real question, because y'all out here worshiping science fiction characters, but you trying to tell me that you know the difference between the real life and the damn internet. Are you sure? Now, Armstrong's connection to Scientology was also a point of contention to fans on social media who criticized the singer for attending a hearing in support of Danny Masterson, an actor and Scientologist who was eventually convicted of R-wording a multitude of women. So now, at the time, Armstrong acknowledged the situation in a statement that didn't mention Masterson by name, saying, several years ago, I was asked to support someone I considered a friend at a court appearance. So did Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, and went to one early hearing as an observer and a harasser. Don't sit up here and just say that you was observing, like you were sitting in the background just watching, like you was Armand Wiggins at the Diddy trial. Like that wasn't what you was doing, ma'am. You were allegedly out here harassing one of his victims. That's the tea that was actually put out here. Soon after I realized I shouldn't have, I always try to see the good in people and I misjudged him. I've never spoken with him since. Unimaginable details emerged and he was later found guilty. She admitted, to say it was clearly as possible, I do not condone abuse or violence against women and I empathize with the victims of these crimes. Well, I guess the victims of these crimes would beg to differ because, as I've reiterated a half dozen times already, you partook in harassing these victims and trying to intimidate them to roll back their accusations. Because when you in Scientology, birds of a feather, ask Leah Remini. She done exposed a lot of you hoes in what y'all be doing up in there in the Scientology. Now, in 2020, Masterson was charged with R-wording 3 women in separate incidents between 2001 and 2003. The That 70s Show actor had one set of his proceedings in a mistrial in 2022 before being convicted on 2 out of the 3 accounts of R-word in a May 2023 trial. Now, Linkin Park is currently touring the world in support of their 2024 album From Zero. Shinoda told the outlet that really good vibes have become the goal of the new shows, saying, I want you walking away feeling like this was such a wonderful, special, fun night. Now, in the interest of keeping things light, certain songs have been nixed from the set list, including One More Light, the title track from the band's final album with Bennington. He said that's just too sad to play. Oh, it's so nice that you're actually thinking about Chester and all this time, even though his child, who's been calling you out, and Chester's mother beg to differ. So while it's interesting that he's saying all of this, I'm not buying it. Like y'all sitting here, you trying to make it seem like, oh, because she's a girl. It's like I said before, it may be some truth to that in certain situations, but I'm not buying it completely. That is the reason why. I think it may be one of the reasons, is not the full reason. I do think that the Scientology stuff is also at play here. So, and 2 things or more things can be true at the same time. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with Mike Shinoda that was one of the reasons why people don't really particularly care for Emily Armstrong? And do you think that maybe Linkin Park should have just stayed dead? And well, maybe that's a poor choice of words because of Winchester, being dead. But or do you think that Linkin Park should just not gotten back together and they should have maybe just Mike Shinoda should have just started over as a new musical situation? I mean, we've seen this happen before when you had Chris Cornell, who was part of Soundgarden, started Audio, but then again, that's not even a good one either because Chris Cornell took his own life. So, but the sentiment remains the same. Whereas when a band, somebody who was a part of a prominent band leaves, start over as something else. I mean, there was a partnership there. So it wasn't just Chester a part of Linkin Park. He was the singer. Sometimes Mike sang, but for the most part, he was the rapper. And maybe you should have started off another band. That's not Linkin Park. Came up with a whole new sound, did a whole new thing. Maybe you should have just pushed more with Fort Minor and stuck with that. Or maybe it was just that ain't enough fans that cared enough about Fort Minor to keep going. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. So my camera keep moving. She She drunk. She drunk. Okay, so let's see what the peoples are saying in here. Oh, okay. You said I'm a homosexual Linkin Park fan. I mean, I like Linkin Park too because Chester was a part of the group. But yeah, Mike Shinoda needs to shut up and take severance. There could definitely be misogyny, especially coming from rock metal heads, but it also doesn't help that she's just weird and not in a cool and unique way. She's just weird as heck. So there could be a bunch of things, but yeah, we're not going to sit there and try to act like there is no misogyny in rock music because there is. Worshiping science fiction characters. And that's exactly what you're doing. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard wrote science fiction novels. Excuse me. My father read a lot of L. Ron Hubbard books, but that was before the whole Scientology thing. So he's not into Scientology, but my father is a science fiction fan. Like he reads a lot of Isaac Asimov, who does Foundation. That series that is out. They're based on books, Dune and things of that nature. So he likes all that science fiction. Star Trek, big on that. So, which then got me into science fiction. I was never really big into Star Trek, but I do like science fiction stuff. All right, so now let's see where we going. All right, so now let's go and move on. Let's talk about Aubrey O'Day, who's talking about her plastic surgery and saying that she looks at old photos of herself and thought that people was hating on her because she got the excuse me, she got lip injections and stuff. And she was like, no, what they was trying to do, well, they was busy trying to tell me, Miss, you look a mess. But sometimes when you young, you be thinking everybody hating on you. And she was like, that wasn't it. They were trying to warn me. So now in a candid new interview, the former Danity Kane star opened up about her decision to return to her more natural looks after years of plastic surgery. But she's on that show Botched. That's on I think they're like living in a house and they're, Michelle Visage is there and you got Kim Zolciak and her daughter and they're all in this house, whatever. And I think Dr. Dubrow was on there and they're talking about their surgery and I guess they're getting things reversed. Maybe next year y'all need to get Trinity the Tuck on there. Now she said, I got lip fillers that were like invading my face, and I thought they really looked good until they took them away, and I got to see that I was tripping. Good God, I'm so happy those lips are off my face, she admitted. Oh, they didn't hold back when reflecting on how bad things have gotten. She said, when I see photos with the lip injections, I'm disgusted. I thought I was killing it, and I was not. Ever, I was, wait, what? They said, and I was not, ever was I killing it with those big giant, when people would say duck lips, I'd be like, they're just jealous. Oh no, they were trying to tell me. I was like, yes, sis. We were trying to tell you out here looking crazy. And I think like when you in Hollywood and you got, those big old lips that look like somebody's prolapsed asshole, and you be thinking, oh yeah, I'm out here killing it. I got these ethnic features. But it's like, no, you're going to the doctor getting injections for free because you get to promote this wherever, or the doctors just be giving you the stuff and you having to constantly keep up with it. And you thinking the bigger the better. And it's like, no, you literally out here looking like you got the back of a baboon's booty hole, and it's not cute. So, she said, eventually it took some tough love and others to help her see the truth with her transformation. Some people aren't haters. Some people are just really trying to guide you better, she explained. And I was looking in the mirror and I thought I looked good because so many people in LA have big fat lips and are done by doctors that just give it to you for free. A few years back, the singer faced online backlash for looking unrecognizable. She said side-by-side photos made the rounds on social media, sparking harsh comments. Looking like her face is melting, one critic ridiculed, while another added, got all that work done, she looked like a platypus. And she responded in another interview saying, I've had fillers and Botox. I put a lot of fillers. And that was, I believe, similar to what Brielle Bierman said, that she was out here getting all these fillers and stuff for her lips. And a lot of times, like, no, you under inject, you don't over inject. And the problem, I think, is with people is that they feel like, oh, I got to go big or go home. And it's like, you got to realize you putting these things in your body, it doesn't look flattering. It doesn't look natural. You need to make it look like You know, if I get surgery, I want it to look in a way where it's like you can't tell that I had work done. You can't tell that I got a little bit of a nose job or I got some Botox or whatever the case is. That's the way you want your face to look. I mean, you don't want it to be at a point where you don't have no kind of expression and you're looking like you trying to talk. Like nobody wants to look like they surprised all the damn time. But for the most part, you want like little things done here and there. If you want to make yourself look a little more youthful and get rid of certain lines and things. But yeah, there's people out here paying to get things done to their body, and y'all out here looking crazy. It don't look natural. And she said, and then back then they said the criticism didn't seem to bother her. She said, when I was 17, maybe this is what she told Us Weekly when asked if her feelings were hurt. I think the worst comment I ever read, and then I didn't read it anymore, was she looks like an old leather handbag that's been put in the dryer 15 times. She said that was one of my faves. That's actually pretty funny though. Now, having grown up in the spotlight, O'Day said that she grown used to the noise but learned to tune it out. She said, by being on reality TV since I was 17 and being called a leather handbag that's been dragged through the dryer 15 times since I was 17, it's all silly. I look in the mirror. I know what I look like. I love me. I'm the happiest I've ever been. She added that her lifestyle has changed with age. I said, I wish I was youthful in regards to my energy. I can't do Barry's boot camp twice a day anymore. She says, as I get older, there's so much pressure on women to be skinny or to have tinier bodies. And every little inch that I gain, I'm so affected by it. But I've gotten to a place where I'm like, I'm healthy. I don't take drugs. I barely drink. I exercise every day. And I feel mentally happy. I don't need anything other than what I'm doing because it's working for me. And I think because Aubrey and I are in the same age bracket, I feel the same way too. It's like this pressure of like, yeah, I can go work out twice a day. Child, trust and believe, I cannot get up and work out twice a day anymore. I'm at a point I work out once a day. The next day, my body is in pain. I am exhausted. I am tired. I want to just, I just want to keel over and just like end it all now. That's just me being melodramatic. I don't want to end it all now. I'm just being dramatic. But for the most part, I'm just like, and then it's like, I need a day to recover. And I was like, oh no, I got to get back at it. So after like 2 or 3 days, your body's hurting, your feet hurt, you want to chop them off. I'm like, where is Annie Wilkes? She could break off these damn feet. They're in so much pain. I don't want to walk no more. Like you be getting on all the dramatics when it come down to that. That's what it feels like being in your 40s, the aches and the pains, and then you're tired and all that other stuff. But you want to maintain certain things. Like I'm not going to give up the gym and all other stuff. You got to worry about what you put in your body. You got to take care of yourself more. And you can get your little injectables, but you don't want to go too crazy when you out here looking like a trans woman. And there's no shade to the trans woman, but I'm talking about the trans woman that be getting so much damn work done. I'm like, who are you again? Like you be getting you went and had too much work done, but you don't even look natural in the face. So shout out to you, Aubrey. I'm glad that you finally took all that mess out. That you out here looking somewhat, decent. Because you don't want to be a 40-year-old woman, or like I would say, like Brielle, who is in her 20s, and her sister Ariana, who are in their 20s, but literally you wouldn't know, or Kylie Jenner, who's in their 20s, when you wouldn't know it with all that stuff they put in their face, all that fix-a-flat, or inject all that in your face, and now you're out here looking like 40-year-old former porn stars. Y'all out here looking like Jenna Jameson. So that's not a flex, but I guess when you're in LA, that is the standard look that a lot of these women have. So y'all just look at that as normal. But when you step outside of that and you go to different places, you realize that like it's giving cult with a lot of the y'all having the same features and things of that nature. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Aubrey O'Day had to say about old photos of herself and how she's finally come to a place where she loves who she is. She loves the skin that she's in. Comfortable in my skin. She is feeling cozy. Cozy. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now we are down to our final 4 topics of today. So before we get to the final 4 topics, if you please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And as I stated earlier in the show, in the beginning of the show, I will be putting timestamps in, once the live stream is over. So that way those who are following the playback or watching the playback, you can just go right to the topics at hand instead of having to sit through all the banter that we do during the live stream. Please and thank you. Well, hold on. I see we got a comment that came in. It said, we all love a self-accepting queen. I love me some Aubrey O'Day because she tells it like it is. I just wish that her and what was that girl, the dirty blonde? I wish they would get back together, or Danny K as a trio. I would love to see that happen. Because remember when they came back as a trio, to me they work better as a trio than a quartet. I mean a quintet. Quartet is 4, quintet is 5. So I like when they kind of zhuzhed it down to a trio. It was her, Dawn, and I forgot who was the other girl, Andrea. I need all of them to get back together. Just the 3. If I was like, whatever. I kind of wish Diddy would have saw that vision then. But then again, we don't want to mention Diddy visions and groups, especially all that stuff that was coming out about him back in the day. But anyway, let's move on. And let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Ryan Guzman, who is being dragged for liking a anti-gay post on social media. And y'all may know who if you don't know who he is, he plays Eddie Diaz on the Fire drama. He's apparently in hot water over his apparent endorsement of an Instagram clip, which urged parents to homeschool our kids to prevent them from learning about LGBTQ plus men and women. Now, this is someone who actually works on a show that was created by a gay man, or I'm sorry, a homosexual by the name of Ryan, that'd be Murphy. And this is where your stance is on this. And then on top of that, for those who watch the show, the fans have been trying to ship Eddie and Buck to get together as a couple, because I know like 2 seasons ago Buck came out as bisexual. So the fans like, oh yeah, we're finally gonna get Eddie and Buck to get together and all sorts of stuff. I don't want that now. I feel like go and if Eddie wants to get into, I mean not Eddie, if Buck wants to get in a relationship with another firefighter from a different firehouse, then I'd be for that. I actually liked his relationship with Lou Ferrigno Jr. with the helicopter pilot, but that relationship didn't work out. That was like the last time I watched the show. I got to catch up on this current season, so I'm a little behind. So I don't know if they've shipped these characters, if that has actually happened, or whatever the case is. Like I don't know what the situation regarding that is. So, but if whatever that is, let me know in the comments. But yeah, so they said the clip was uploaded by a user named Billy Morris, who says he took his family to an off-grid farm because schools had brainwashed youngsters to believe there's 147 genders and men can give birth. Well, to fix that situation, there is no such thing as 147 different genders. There's male, there's female, there's non-binary. There are people who don't identify with either gender, but they feel like that they have male and female traits, which we do because it takes a man and a woman to make a baby. Sperm, meet egg, develop the child, that situation. Biology. Welcome to it. Also, like I said, there's non-binary. Then there's people who transition, feel like they're in the wrong body, so they transition from male to female, or vice versa. So when you want to sit and exaggerate about there's 147 genders and men can give birth, trans men can give birth, people who identify as non-binary can give birth. There are some women who can give birth. Then there are some women who can't have babies because of infertility issues. How many times do I have to go through this goddamn conversation? But people want to come up in here with their bullshit because of what this current administration is putting out here that's all divisive and all this other stuff, got us fighting amongst each other instead of people just using a free tool named Google as their aid and their guide to kind of look up the things they need to look up so that way they're not just coming out and saying a bunch of crap. So, the info is also known for a number of videos that spread right-wing conspiracies, including one purporting to help users get out of the Matrix. Well, no, you're in the Matrix, sir. Because if you were in the real world, you will understand how the world really works. And he also said there is no reliable evidence that children are being taught about 147 genders. In fact, in several states, it's even illegal to discuss LGBTQ plus topics in public schools. So, yeah, what are you talking about? Like, we don't have a Queer History Month. I forget who the actor was, but, I know who it was. It was Jonathan Bailey. So Jonathan Bailey did an interview and basically said something or another that I think when he was promoting the new Jurassic World movie, and he basically was saying that what he wishes that they, like how they have Black History Month and so many other things, I wish there was a queer history being taught in schools because that would make him feel comfortable in his skin with having to come to terms with his sexuality. And I think that's what people want at the end of the day. Just like if you learn about Black history, you're not going to all of a sudden become a new race. So why is it that when it comes down to speaking about Marsha P. Johnson or anything that had to do with gay rights, Stonewall, that sort of thing, all of a sudden y'all think, oh, this is going to turn the people gay? Like, why is it that gay is easily, you could turn into that with like the snap of Thanos. But when it comes to anything else, no. So to me, it's like your mindset and the way y'all think and all of that, your theories are just dumb. It doesn't make sense. Now, despite Morris's objections, it is possible for trans men to give birth, which is what I just said. The first documented man to do so was Thomas Beatty, who had the first of his 3 children in 2008. The ex-genders claim that it is a transphobic right-wing dog whistle that misinterprets the gender spectrum model to paint trans people as irrational. Now, 911 fans criticized Guzman for liking the video, with one saying the star was not a good person as a result. Another person wrote, when I look for traditional values, I go to a divorced actor. The fact that the 911 character plays Eddie Diaz has won the hearts of the LGBTQ plus community in recent years will no doubt add to the disappointment the show's queer fans have likely to be feeling. He forms half of a beloved queer fanship of another character, Buck, played by Oliver Stark, and Ryan Guzman's character, Eddie, together making Buddy. Oliver Stark has said previously that he would be interested in the 2 best friends getting together if it follows a natural progression of the story. Guzman also appears in Heroes Were Born, is no stranger to controversy. In 2020, he defended his now ex-wife Christy Aine, or Annie, I think it's like A-N-E, that's how you spell her last name, and she used the N-word in a series of resurfaced tweets from 2021. Now, during an Instagram live video, Guzman said the tweets were permissible because he and Anne have plenty of friends, Black, white, Asian, Indian, whatever they are, Korean, and we call one another slurs all the time. Well, here's the thing. I don't think you should have been admitting that on social media. It's like, oh, hey, coon, hey, nigga, hey, guy, hey, this, hey, that. I'm like, this is what y'all saying to each other? And you defending this, thinking it's cute? I wouldn't even admit that publicly. Because when you saying that, now everybody looking at you sideways. And funny enough, the people that went in on him was his own co-star. Speaking of Oliver Stark called him out for the whole defending of her using the N-word. And Aisha Hines. Well, I love me some Aisha Hines. I've been following her career for years. But she's on the show playing a lesbian firefighter. Or, no, not firefighter. She's a paramedic. EMT, to be specific. So now, according to Variety, he wanted to say, we don't get butthurt at all because we know the actual person. We know that we're not trying to bring one another down. So what are y'all trying to get at? You're trying to prove that somebody who's not racist is racist? He later apologized for the outburst and took full responsibility for his words, as I said, after he was called out by his number 1 co-stars, Aisha Hines and Stark. And that's what I was saying, like, okay, so now I understand that when you say, so what are y'all going to try to, you're trying to call us racist when I have different, like, I'm some of my best friends is Black. When they say that kind of makes my eyes roll into the back of my damn head. So that gives you justification in being a racist or saying racist things. But look, if your friends are cool with it, that's great. That's between you and your friends. However, when you're posting things on social media, we don't know your friends. So people are going to take offense to like, oh, so this broad out here is making these racist comments and dropping the N-word because it's okay. Her friends say it's okay. Well, if you're in your circle, y'all can talk however the hell you want to talk. But when you are in a public forum like Twitter or with any kind of social media you're using, you have to realize that you can't be out here just saying something because we don't know the context. We don't know your friends. We don't know how y'all rank on each other or how your conversations go amongst each other. When you're doing the kitchen table talk, do your kitchen table talk in the kitchen. Don't bring the kitchen table talk to social media because those who don't know you are going to say what they want to say. So I know with this whole situation, excuse me, fans are going to be pretty disappointed with him coming out and being this type of guy. And this is why I say don't sit out here and worship these celebrities and this that, and the other. They will leave you disappointed. So while they're loving the couple, the characters, whatever, and then what was also pointed out to me was that Ryan Guzman, when they were talking about the possibility of shipping his character with Oliver Stark, that he seemed visibly uncomfortable. Like that's not something he wanted. So if you're not comfortable playing a same-sex character or your character being pushed in that way, then don't put his character to do that. But this kind of makes me wonder, Ryan Murphy going to start demoting him? Are you going to see him less on the screen because of his stance on, well, I guess, they didn't change up demote him when he was out here with defending his ex-wife for being saying the N-word. But then when it come down to the homophobic stuff, liking a homophobic comment about trans people and queer people in general, I do wonder how this is going to go over with Ryan Murphy and if his days is number over there at 911. So I'll definitely be paying attention to this story as it develops and see where they plan on going with that. But I do feel like, you know what? I don't want to see these two get together. After hearing all this, that will piss me off because me hearing about this, I don't want it. I would like to see Buck get in a relationship with with another guy, but I want it to be something that's genuine and something that naturally progresses in that way once he explores his side, because he's been a hoe sleeping around with a bunch of girls. But to have him explore his same sex side and seeing like he's more, he relates more with being further on the man on man side than he is on the man on woman side. Him exploring that and him getting in a real genuine relationship with someone of the same sex, I would love to see that. Just not him and Eddie. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You guys disappointed over the fact that Ryan Guzman has come out and said this foolishness and like the post and on social media that people are deeming homophobic. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Right, it's like I was getting a lot of comments coming in, so let me scroll on up. You love a self-accepting queen, but you can't stand this queer baiting bitch. He said, when are you going to get a break from work in the garden? I know they said extra shifts, but did you pick up a lot of coworkers saying, I don't want to work it? Child, I was telling somebody something about what the coworkers, I ain't going to say it on here because you never know who's watching, but I work with some racists at the garden. First of all, I was getting more shifts than anybody there anyway because I think they like the way I work. But August supposed to actually be is supposed to be a little slow. I mean, damn, I forgot. I have a calendar of all the wait, hold on, let me actually pull it up because I have the calendar of I think I screenshotted it. Damn, I don't. I thought I had the August calendar, but I don't think that the calendar was sent out yet. But we do have 4 Lady Gaga shows coming up. And I don't think they've done the schedule yet of yeah, I would have to get up and go into my I'll have to remember to bring it the next show that I do. But we have a calendar of all the shows that's supposed to be coming out. August is supposed to be a little light, but City Field is going to be busy. So I'm going to be over there. Plus we have the US Open and a bunch of other stuff going on. So August going to be busy. So yeah, it's not going to and you already know September is hockey season, so the Rangers is coming back. Hopefully they'll do better than last season. October is the Knicks comes back. Plus there's a lot of concerts. Dula Peep is doing shows. Tate McRae is doing shows. So there's a lot going on. It's going to be busy. He said, I know they said extra shows, but did you pick up a lot of coworkers saying I don't want to work it? Wait, work what? Are you talking about Miss Casher? You said the only reason I started watching number one is for the gay stuff, not me being queer baited in the year of our Lord. I mean, that was kind of quiet as Kevin. That was one of the reasons why I watched the show too, because it's a lot of queer codedness in the show. I used to watch 911 when Connie. Damn, that's like the first season. You said it was on it after she left. I left too. I don't know anything about these new characters or his character, but I recognize Bucky. Is Ryan Murphy still? Yeah, he's still a part of 911. I don't know if he writes. I don't know if he's a part of like how involved I should say he is with the show, but he his name is on the on produced by Ryan Murphy or created by Ryan Murphy. Also, Gwyneth Paltrow's husband is a part of the show. They create a lot of shows together. Brad Falchuk is Gwyneth Paltrow's husband. Yeah, that's why I watched too, because Jennifer Love Hewitt's on the show. She plays Buck's sister. Said this guy is half Mexican, but it's clear he's only Latino when it's convenient. Oh, you mean like Mario Lopez? He said, I put Ryan Murphy and wish he had killed off Eddie instead of. I know, because I'm still mad about Peter Krause. Y'all killed his ass off. I didn't even finish the season. I knew that. And Jennifer Love Hewitt recently said the show was not the same without him. Y'all need to stop killing him off, because didn't y'all kill him off another show that he was a part of too? Did he die on 6 Feet Under? Y'all always killing on Peter Krause. Stop killing that man off TV. He said Oliver Star, aka Buck, deserves so much better. Give Buck Lou Ferrigno Jr. Yeah, because I like them two together on the show. I want them to get back together. Lou Ferrigno's son is fine. He said, "Oh, I remember him defending his wife." I don't know who she is because that name don't sound familiar to me. Is she another actress? Because I ain't never heard of her. I don't know her, in the words of Mariah. It's not brainwashing. It's estrogen and testosterone imbalance, partially more understanding and acceptance for being gay. People just don't understand trans people. Funny enough, Matt Rife told a lot of trans jokes at his show. I cackled a lot at his show though. He's funny. So a lot of people said I don't think he's funny. Like a lot of my coworkers, a lot of security didn't think he was funny. A lot of people that I work with, but they're older. So they're like, oh, it was just vulgar. I don't like a lot of the jokes or whatever that he was telling because he tells vulgar dudes talking about pussy and the red light district and told a lot of. I was like, yeah, I like toilet humor. So but the weird part was the second show, it literally was the same jokes in the first show. So it wasn't as funny. When you've heard them already, that's why I don't like working the same show more than once. Because if you work the same, especially if it's a comedy show, when you're telling the same jokes, they ain't funny. Kind of all the time where people used to ship Steve and Eddie from Stranger Things. Both actors know about their ship too. Maybe the writers should have thought about that before cable. Yeah, I didn't like the fact that they killed off Eddie Munson, which they kind of there was they wrote. I didn't like the fact that they vandalized his tombstone in the new show. And I know some people was like because they were talking about Stranger Things. I forget what I was watching. I knew it's about Stranger Things. One of the shows, I don't know if it was Christian Harlow, if it was John Campbell, one of those shows. And they were talking about it, and people were talking about, oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to get because of the way they're spreading out the episodes. And they were saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to get through all the Stranger Things because it's like 8 episodes. But I'm like, no, you're not. You know how long those episodes are? I think each episode is like almost 2 hours. So who's getting through all those episodes in one sitting? Not I, said the cat. I'm taking my sweet ass time getting through this final season of Stranger Things. It kind of makes me want to think, should I go back and rewatch all the episodes before I get to the finale? I'm kind of thinking I want to do that. Just to refresh the brain. Ryan Murphy seemed like he likes his one. He just might. I figured, but I was like, Ryan Murphy's, I mean, not Ryan. Ryan, why I want to call him Ryan Coogler? I don't want to insult that man by calling him that. Ryan Guzman. Well, I told you I've seen him in person. I met him in person back when I lived in LA. He is good looking in person, but a little airheadish. You also have oh yeah, that's what I said. There's Katy Perry, but I don't even know if I'm scheduled for that yet. I'll have to let y'all know when I get the schedule, which I'm assuming the schedule's coming out tomorrow. I don't know why it's taking them so long when there's not a lot of events going on, but Gwen said it took her 20 years to find. Oh, you're talking about Gwyneth Paltrow. What she's not going to do is read Brad Pitt. We don't like that. Oh, speaking of which, child, I just found out today, one of Gwyneth, since you're talking about Gwyneth Paltrow, one of her favorite sexual things that she liked to do with Ben Affleck. I wonder if he did that to Jennifer Lopez. Apparently, and I was like, they said, oh, we're not going to reveal it, but you revealed it. I was like, well, what's the point of you telling the story if you're not going to tell us? But child, they said she like being teabagged. I was like, now wait a minute. I wonder if Jennifer Lopez like being teabagged too, because you could look at, first of all, we've seen Ben Affleck's dick. It's big, but I wonder how them balls are. Do we have big balls? And I'm like, you like teabagging. I'm like, let me find out she a freak like that. Freak until the day, until the dawn. And we go, until the night, to the early morning. Let me stop before we get demonetized. You said, don't rewatch every episode. A viral tweet said how I stretched a 15-minute story into 9 fucking years. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to watch season 4 again. Well, wait a minute. If there's why should it be a viral tweet? Maybe somebody could go on YouTube and just do a whole Stranger Things recap. You know what? I'll wait until they do that. Just I'll wait until one of the YouTubers or something. I'm sure, like, with me talking about it, my phone is probably picking up that information as we speak, and they'll do that for me. Where they're like, "Oh, look, that's something he's interested in. Let's wait until Stranger Things comes out, and we'll recommend it to him." A YouTube video where somebody basically zhuzh up the whole damn franchise in 15 minutes or less. So I'll do that instead of having to rewatch the show, because I think it will drive me nuts trying to get through that whole. It'll probably be a chore getting through all that. I'll just wait and see that, and then I'll just jump in and watch the final season. Yeah, Netflix doesn't really allow a lot of shows. I guess because they feel like a lot of people aren't going to want to buy them, so they don't want to risk. Plus, I heard that a lot of the factories that creates DVDs, they've all closed down. Another viral tweet also criticized how a show only has less than 40 episodes in 9 years is toxic to the culture of television. I don't like the long waits. Just like I just heard the next season, and I was like, y'all can pay it. Y'all can keep it. I don't care. I just heard today that they're talking about that we have to wait until 2027 to see the next season of The Last of Us. I'm like, y'all can keep it. I don't care. I don't want to wait 2 years to see another season of a show that we had to wait a long time for. But like, why is it taking y'all so long to give us 6 episodes of a show? You don't need to be taking that long. When in fact, like I said, you watch Law and Order SVU, they got 3 episodes in 6 months. Now they could churn that out. They could churn out multiple episodes with soap operas, but y'all need years to give us 6 episodes of a season. Get off my line with that. Like, what are y'all doing? It ain't like y'all Game of Thrones where y'all traveling. We got to shoot a scene in LA, and we got to shoot a scene in the UK, and we got to shoot stuff in Iceland, and we got like doing all of that. Y'all can take this next season of The Last of Us and shove it up your ass. I don't care. I don't care about the show. And especially when I was disappointed with season 2. So by the time it comes around, I don't even give a damn no more. You're gonna make me wait 2 years for a season of a show that might let me down. And I don't even give a damn about the POV of Abby. Who cares? She killed Pedro Pascal. I don't care about what her point of view is. You get to, congratulations for swinging for the fences, but I don't care about her character enough to be following her from her POV unless you're going to show the bitch dying. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. I'm like going on a full rant about The Last of Us, making us wait 2 damn years for a new season. Fuck off my line with that. Now, speaking of disappointments, let's talk about Drag Race. So we got to get into this season 10 finale. It's here. It's queer. It's gone. The backlash. Can we all move on from the fact that everybody mad that our winner is Ginger Minj? So yeah, let me just get into a little bit of the recap. So it came down to the finale. We all knew that the girl that was going to come. Some people thought it was going to be Mistress. I'm like, it's not going to be Mistress. She's not coming back into the workroom. It was actually oh my God, do I even have the photo of Drag Race? I could have sworn that I posted it. So anyway, what had happened was, Carey Colby was the one that ended up coming back to the show. I know they thought it was going to be Mistress Isabel Brooks. I was like, first of all, we don't want Mistress coming back. She was enough. And I already said from the beginning that I don't think it's going to be Mistress because I feel like after what she did to Aja, which everybody was giving discourses from Heidi M. Closet, or Heidi N. I was like Heidi N. Closet to who was it? Even Bob the Drag Queen. Everybody was chiming in on this situation. So people were pissed off at the way that she came across in the end. And I actually agree with them on that. Like me personally, I like Carey Colby, but no shade. To me, I did not think that Carey Colby was the girl that should have came back as the wild card. Well, who I thought, in my opinion, should have been Denali or even Tina Burner. I thought it should have been one of those two. We like Cuckoo, but Cuckoo is not enough where she's that girl that stands out at the end of the day. So I didn't really see it for her coming back in the finale. Also, shout out to Bussy Queen, because one of the things he said that I was like, I totally agree with. Carrie, like, if you're gonna bring back a wild card girl, you should have brought the wild card girl back when they did the final bracket, where they bring all the girls back for the finale. For the final episode. That's what, or not even, when you merge the girls together. That's what I meant to say. That's what y'all should have done. But they didn't do that. Instead, they decided to shove her in the final episode. And another thing that was pointed out, why the hell why was it only 3 judges that decided who they can come back, and they both voted on the same girl, Carrie Colby and freaking Mistress? I'm like, this is the dumbest shit ever. Production was producing, clearly. I didn't like how that whole voting situation went about. And of course, Rue just sits there. I'm just here. I just don't want to mess up my light. I want to stand still and be a robot and make sure the lighting is where it needs to be. And it was just lame. So I was a little disappointed with that whole situation. But nevertheless, Carrie Colby came back, performed, and did what it did. So the girls all got together. Then it was time for the challenge, which was basically the girls getting together, them having to do their lip sync smackdown for the crown, and that sort of thing. And it was cute for the most part. So, Lydia basically told about how she had to send home her mother, which would be Mistress Isabel Brooks. The girls congratulated Lydia on winning the lip sync. Lydia congratulated Bosco on winning last week, but said that she's feeling conflicted. She's feeling conflicted because she knows how much Mistress wanted it, to the point where she became so goddamn polarizing that she forgot she was supposed to be competing and not trying to produce a damn show, which Aja alluded to when she did Roscoe's viewing party. She was like, oh yeah, be my partner, basically saying the Mistress saying to Aja, be my partner so we can kind of wrap this whole thing up and we could make it seem like, basically her producing in so many ways, where they would just try to work out the whole thing. I was like, here she go trying to produce. And it's like, girl, that's not your job. Your job is not to be here to produce drama. Leave it up to production with their half-ass attempts at trying to produce stuff. And they made it so damn obvious with what they were doing. So that kind of pissed a lot of the fans off. So yeah, Carey came in. Jorgeous was shaking in her boots a little bit in a confession. Carey said that she's over it. All of her mental strength needs to go into winning the SmackDown. Rue came into the room and welcomed Carey back into the competition. She also announced that Raider Queen is back. So the girls had to go in and rate each other. So the first girl would be paired against the girl who was last. Then you have the second girl be the second to the last. The third to the last, and then the fourth with the fifth person. So it was like, that's basically how they would choose with the whole bracket situation, which was cute or whatever, but and there's another thing that I wish they would have done. Like, if you're gonna actually merge the girls in that final, I didn't like the idea of, oh, they only got 3 episodes. I feel like, no, y'all need to go back to what would have been like 15, 16 episodes. I think that when you merge the girls from each bracket, it needs to be an additional 5 episodes, so that way we get to see these people compete in a way. So that, yeah, when they all come back together, snatch game. After that, because that's the halfway point in so many ways. And then after that, you can have them do all these other crazy challenges, a fashion challenge, or whatever challenge you want to have. And then the finale could be the lip sync SmackDown. And then you could do the talent show to the second to the last, whatever the case is. Or maybe the second to the last could be, or maybe the second episode of when you merge the girls could be the talent show, whatever the case is. Y'all really needed to stretch this whole thing out. But because the 3 episodes left in the finale, like, no. It felt rushed to me. It felt forced. And we'll talk about the forcing of the production in a second. So now on the main stage, we had Ross Matthews and Carson, who are giving me nothing with this goddamn show. It is time for them to be Santino'd out of the judging equation. So now the Raider Queen rankings have been calculated and the lip sync pairings have been determined. So they'll be competing in a seeded bracket, excuse me, meaning that the number 1, as I said, rank will be competing against number 8, 2 against 7, 3 against 6, and 4 against 5. And then Rue revealed the queen in the number 1 spot, which I thought was bullshit, but it was Ginger, who chose her production, because y'all were choosing them a lot. So yeah, Ginger basically was the number one choice. And then she went up against Kerry Colby, which, child, we already knew what that was giving. And then they determined to choose whoever had to choose a song. Bruno, who is our favorite pit crew member, next to so many others in the past that I love. Sean, I love me some Sean. I actually got to meet his boyfriend Levi back in the day, when when I was living in LA. Oh my God, and I forgot the other guy. Who was the other queen? I mean, he was a queen. The other guy, the other pit crew, the black dude, he didn't come back, I think, after the whole COVID situation. So yeah, then Ginger basically chose disease. Was giving typical Ginger, pointing, making weird faces, twirling about. It was the same bullshit. Me, I felt like Kerry should have let down her hair and whipped it around. Um, and of course, Rue advanced into the next round. Then we had the last, so then, of course, Kerry got eliminated. The next lip sync, we had Lydia Butthole Collins. She competed against Irene. Bruno basically pulled out Lydia's name, and she chose Joyride by Kesha, which I actually love that song because it's like old school Kesha, but it's like for the newer age. They both performed their butts off, but Lydia ate that whole performance. Irene basically was chopped, so she ended up backstage alongside Kerry Colby because that's where all the girls who were cut ended up. Now, the third lip sync, we had Jorgeous, who faced against Aja. In my opinion, Jorgeous and Aja get the best lip sync out of all the other girls that we saw up on the stage. I was living for that performance. And then Bruno basically pulled Jorgeous's ball, and she picked Party Lights by Natalie Cole. Now, when she picked that, I don't think a lot of people thought that'd be a choice that Jorgeous picked, but Jorgeous is so full of energy. She's so tiny. She literally is just like an amazing live performer that it was just like, I didn't want her to go up against Aja because we know Aja gives in regards to her performance. She eats down with her performances. But unfortunately, Jorgeous ate her up in that performance. Aja ended up getting chopped and going back to the workroom to watch with Kerry and Irene. Now, our final lip sync, we had Diabetica and Bosco going up against each other. And then we say at one point, Diabetic gets emotional because she and Bosco are like really close. They're really close friends, and she didn't want to have to go up against her, someone who she considers family. But that's the name of the game. We know it's drama, it's TV, so she ended up going up against her. And then they performed "Show Me How You Burlesque" by our favorite vocal masturbator, Christina Aguilera, who always has to show off every little word that she sings. She has to do all of that shit. It's like, okay, girl, relax. We know you can sing. So now they lip synced. Bosco ended up winning, and all that fan work that she was doing and stuff with the feathers. She was definitely. But this also made me wonder. I think they know which songs are gonna be picked because when it came down to the burlesque thing, they both came out in burlesque-esque outfits. Burlesque-esque. They both came out in those type of outfits. So I'm sitting there like, they knew what song they were picking. They knew they were going up against each other. It just felt produced. That also made me think, like, how would you know exactly what outfit to wear? Like, especially depending on the song. So you knew the song choice. So y'all gave it away with the wardrobe. I don't know if anybody caught that, but I just feel like y'all gave it away with the wardrobe. Now, we get to round two, which basically began with Bosco versus Ginger. So Bosco had just finished performing. That was a lot of work with her. She was already tired from performing up against Diabetica. So Bruno, of course, because it's fate that all of a sudden he picked the ball and it just so happened to be Ginger Minj's name that he picks out. And then she picks Raise Your Glass, which you already know Pink is someone who's a Virgo, so larger than life personality, that sort of thing. Bosco and Ginger put on a great performance. And of course, Rue announces Ginger wins. Like, we all knew that was coming. And then Bosco ended up backstage. Then you had Jorgeous and Lydia Butthole Collins going in for the lip sync, the final lip sync. And then they had to pick Whenever, Wherever, which we find out that Lydia is a huge Shakira fan. She had a Shakira cake for his birthday. So, but then she was no match for Jorgeous. And Jorgeous actually ended up winning the lip sync. So now the eliminated queens head back to the stage where it's Ginger Minj versus Jorgeous. The final lip sync It just so happens to be It's Raining Men by the Weather Girls. And here's the thing. When it comes down to the Weather Girls, name a drag queen who has not performed that song? I'll wait. Maybe somebody who just started drag yesterday has not performed that song yet. But every drag queen under the sun has done It's Raining Men. Like that song is older than dirt. I would have said older than RuPaul, but RuPaul pushing 70. That song ain't that old. That song came out in like the 70s. It ain't 70. It came out in the 70s. Or was it the early 80s? Whatever, it don't matter. It's been around for a minute. It's been around over 40 years. We'll just say that. So they performed that song. You clearly know that that song was tailor-made for her to win. As in Ginger Minj winning the $200,000. And, they didn't find that out until they did the other video or whatever with where it was just her and Jorgeous in the room together, and they had to rewatch, the thing and put even more salt on the wound. They had Jorgeous put the damn put the crown on her head. I'm like, you couldn't have the producers do that, because clearly this was producers' drag race. This wasn't even our drag race. But to reiterate with that, let's get into this story regarding Ginger Minj, because everybody was getting mad that Ginger Minj was crowned the winner. And I think it was stemming a lot from Ginger, the way that the show went on, especially with Bracket 3, people felt that this show was clearly being tailor-made for Ginger to win. Where it was just like, it was Ginger's drag race. Like, what was the point of the other girls being there? Because you clearly were the producers were forcing the show to be in a way where they wanted her to win. And I'm not trying to I don't want to try to take away Ginger's win, because Ginger is talented. She's a talented queen. The problem was the producers were the ones that were being messy with how they were trying to spearhead this whole situation. So that's why people are feeling the way that they're feeling about Ginger's win. So it's no shade to her. I feel like we just need to go in on the Drag Race producers. But but regarding this whole situation, people don't see these producers. So it's easy to pick on a drag queen versus picking on the production. So Ginger has basically spoken out over the fans going in on she was favored throughout the competition and some of the fellow show queens. So 4 goes at the crown later, and Ginger Minj has become a Drag Race winner after reaching the final of season 7, then being eliminated fairly early on All Stars 2, and then reaching the final again on All Stars 6. RuPaul bestowed her the crown after beating Jorgeous in one last lip sync. Ginger was the top 2 for all 3 episodes of the bracket, but also winning the season's post-merge Snatch game. The Glamour Toad was then awarded the win for all 3 of her finale lip syncs, and subsequently the crown, but not everyone was thrilled. Now, throughout the competition, many queens and fans claimed that Ginger was favored by biased production and therefore handed an easy route to the crown. Now, before we get to this story, where she spoke to Entertainment Weekly about those critiques, I want to play out this clip that probably aired already, because it's already after 8:00 on the East Coast, and I believe they already played the Roscoe's episode that had Roxy Andrews and Plasma on it. But I have the clip of her talking about. Hold on, because I got to go over to TikTok. The biasness of it all. So let's play what Roxy Andrews had to say, and then we'll come back and talk. So
no, Roxy, you came back and you said, I'm feeling
not time
things.
yet.
Not time. She wants to hold it. Okay, we'll find out soon. It's just
we can talk about it.
Okay, what are we spilling on?
Take a minute. So this might be controversial.
Oh, I love controversy.
But I'm gonna say it because I was outside and I'm like, I want to say this, but I don't know how to say it without upsetting some people.
Right. You've always been concerned about people's feelings.
Please download my album on iTunes. No, I'm just kidding. Because I'm thinking about the winning. Congratulations to Ginger. I'm not taking anything from her or any of the winners of RuPaul's Drag Race. But I can't go as a Latin entertainer forward to say that there has been one Latin winner of RuPaul's Drag Race in how many seasons?
17 and 10 All-Stars.
Including All-Stars.
In this country.
27 seasons.
There has only been one Latin winner in all of those seasons. I'm going to say myself, Jewel Sparkles, and Jorgeous have all been first runner-ups.
Nina Flowers as well.
Nina Flowers. What's wrong? RuPaul's Drag Race, if you're watching, I'm not reading the whole family, but what is going on? Like, it's been too long that a Latin queen, and they put the girls from Puerto Rico, and there's a lot of us that are Latin girls that don't wear, Puerto Rican flags every day, but we rep our countries, we rep our states,
Absolutely.
our provinces. I'm a Puerto Rican and Cuban queen. I'm very proud of that. So is Jules. It's time for another Latin queen. If the shoe was on the other foot and there had only been one white girl or one black girl, there would have been a big problem. And I don't see why this is just getting swept under the rug. Like there's not another Latin one. I know a lot of people fight for this, but I feel like Drag Race needs to be paying attention to what they're doing. And if it's going to be set up so much, make it for a Latin queen, because it's been too long.
And it's so funny that you say that, because I'm not supposed to be cursing as much, but the fucked up part is that, and listen, I love production. I'm glad you guys give us all the content, all the queer representation and
Absolutely.
And art. We love that. We love that. We're not coming for you in that sense. But we've heard production talk about, well, we need to crown a big girl. We need to crown a white girl. We need to crown a black girl. We need to crown, guess what they don't say?
A Latin
we need to
girl.
Crown a Latin girl. I never hear that. Never. I hear everything else but that. And that is a problem. But fuck ICE all day, every day.
Fuck ICE. And then the times that
All right, hold on. I was about to cut it, but I was like, let's
we're in right now, it's just like, I feel like people have deserved it and you still haven't given it to them. So now I'm starting to think, what the fuck's going on?
What's the problem?
No, Roxy.
All right, so you want to know something like that? Here's the thing. I'm all for. I would love to see Jorgeous win. I wanted Alexis Mateo to win. I've heard some people say that Violet Chachki is half Latino. I did not know this. That they're part Latin. I don't know what the ethnicity is. I've heard people also say that Ginger Minj is half Puerto Rican and Irish. So we have you have multiple Latin queens. And the one Latin queen that we're referring to is Bianca Del Rio. So that's the only one that they know of that has won the show. To me, I'm not here for the identity politics. I'm not here for the DEI initiatives unless it's warranted. We do need diversity and inclusion. That is not what I'm trying to say. We don't need it. However, I'm not here for let's give it to somebody because of the color of their skin or all that other stuff. Because I don't like it if they do it to, we have to crown a black person because people are complaining, or because they're in the beginning when we had Miss Cameroon in season 1, when we had Raja, when we had the other one, Tyra, when we had some, back to back women of color or queens of color winning, apparently the people were getting all pissed up. When a white queen gonna win? And then the racial undertones and things. So they had to kind of switch it up from what the rumors always were. So now people are upset over the fact that, a Latin queen hasn't won. But the one thing I don't like about the show, Drag Race, is that y'all feel like the only type of Latin queens you want to have on there is like and there's no shade of Jessica Wilde, but you want to have a Jessica Wilde or a Cuckoo or any other ones on there where it's like they just learned English yesterday and they're just like some bumbling stereotype. But then when you listen to people like Naysha, and then you listening to people like Roxy, and I love Roxy, I love Naysha, but when you hear like that, it just feels like, we should just give it to somebody because they're Latin, and it's like, no, it needs to be for talent. But here's the thing: if we're going to talk about that lip sync, Jorgeous ate up Ginger in that lip sync. If we were gonna be terribly honest. Jorgeous was given variety. Jorgeous was given different. Yeah, she does tricks and all those other things, but she was given performance. Ginger was up in here making weird faces, pointing, doing all this other stuff. Rue is stupid fucking laugh. Like it's just the same thing over and over. And it's easy. I guess it's not so hard to win Rue over because Rue likes dumb shit. He's always kind of been like that. But anyway, to get to what Ginger had to say about it, said, I wish I could say I don't let it bother me, but I do. Of course, I care about what people think, particularly when it's a project I've put all of me into. What made me laugh a little bit and gave me some solace was the fact that I've done this competition 3 previous times, and RuPaul hasn't had an issue putting me in the bottom. Excuse me, making me lip sync for my life and not giving me a crown. But here's the thing: the times are different. And with all the comparisons of you've been doing this for over a decade, you've been on the show numerous times. This season feels like, okay, Ginger Minj is on the show. We definitely have you don't think production, how they be thinking in their mind, nobody's blaming you. Or maybe there are some people blaming you, but me as someone who understands how production works and how this whole situation is, I'm not blaming you because I see like this is what producers are trying to do. They being messy and leaving and letting it all fall on you to be kind of like the target. But you may, in your idea as a producer, have an idea where you want the show to go. But if the show is going in a different direction and you trying to force it to go where you want it to go, which it seems like that's what production is doing, then it just makes it obvious that you're trying to produce a narrative, whereas the universe is trying to steer it somewhere else. Because while, yes, you have done the show 4 times, it took you 4 times to get a crown, Jorgeous has done it more than once too. And she seemed to be hungrier than you. You may have said it in your confessionals how hungry you were, but when we're looking at Jorgeous showed like she really wanted more than any of these other queens on the show. And these other people, y'all just seem like sacrificial lambs. They just wanted y'all on TV for the sake of just having y'all there. Y'all were used. And it's no shade, but it just felt like y'all were being used by these shows' producers. So he went on to say, there's never been an instance where I was favored throughout the past. Once I was announced for All Stars 10 before the first season of Me Ever Roll, or scene of Me Ever Rolled, the chatter started. They built the narrative for themselves. It gave me a bit of peace. All I could do is my best and live in the success of the moment. But here's the thing. I wasn't listening to all the chatter beforehand. So I don't know if people was like, oh, Jenna's going to win. I don't know if that was the story because I wasn't really out here listening to the girls that way. But once I started watching the show and I started seeing like bracket 3, I pretty much just made up my mind on that because I could see through the beat. Like it was obvious what they were doing. So, is there any more to add to this? So, Ginger also added that she now feels like she could breathe for the first time in a decade after being crowned, but getting there was by a lot of the fan base, a witch hunt, saying there's always that unfinished business and you feel proud of what you've done and you immediately start turning it over in your head. There's so many options you didn't take and you don't know which one would have been the one to make you win or get you further. I trusted myself for the first time in my life. It played out, it paid off, and it feels like a bunch more well-fought and well-deserved victory that it would have in the past. For anyone suffering immediate withdrawals, never fear. RuPaul's Drag Race UK versus the World third season is on the way. Drag Race Philippines Malaysia Royale recently confirmed its first ever cast, and All Stars 11 cast is already kicking about. We've already talked about that. And plus, on top of it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me check my phone. I believe that another All Stars is currently airing. And that would be, isn't it Drag Race France All Stars currently happening? So I believe that's going on. I'm just waiting for the damn app to open up. So yeah. Wait, it says Drag Race to Belgium. Hold on. It doesn't matter because I'm like on the app right now. I think that has kicked off. So I don't be knowing because I don't know. I think y'all need to update your app, World of Wonder. So yeah, that's the latest on this. So I want to hear what y'all have to say on this. What do you guys think of this story regarding did you enjoy this overall season of Drag Race, or did you feel like it was just way too overproduced? Regarding this. Now before we get off of this, there were some people in the comments that made comments regarding like the undercurrent of anti-Latin racism in the show. One person said Alexis Mateo, who is saying who they wanted to win. Someone said there's a strong undercurrent of anti-Latin racism Okay, Latin racism. Y'all with the Latinx and all that stuff, y'all doing too much. The microaggressions, the appropriation and many challenges, the racist attitudes towards Latinos and some of the judges. And I feel like it is a coincidence. It isn't a coincidence that the one Latin winner would often make self-deprecating jokes about being of Latin descent. And somebody said there is a whole Latina franchise. True, because we have Drag Race Mexico and España. So where the racism at? Now, well, the racism, I guess, would some people be that they said there's a lack of darker skin or Afro-Latino queens on Drag Race España. But then I had some of my Latin friends who live out in Spain saying there's not a lot of Latin queens of color who are actually living out there and performing and stuff. So that's just a demographic thing. That is just the demographic isn't there. And they know a lot of the queens out there, so they don't. There's not a lot of them. So when people talk about there's not representation, I think you maybe need to know the country before you can make these accusations. So, then another queen says, should a queen win because they're Latin? Every time a black queen has won, the fandom is mad and says it's a diversity win, even when they did their best on the respective seasons. Absolutely. Plus, Drag Race has diversified into only Asian and Latin competitions. Roxy, Jules, Candy, Valentina, etc. just wasn't the best in their respective seasons. Well, some people beg to differ because they feel like Roxy should have won last All-Stars. And someone said neither was Angeria. Ain't nobody claiming Candy. And now look how Valentina was attacked by half the cast. As long as black wins, that's all you care about. I don't know if I agree with that because Valentina was attacked by half the cast because Valentina was being a bitch during that season on which she was on and was allowing her trash ass fan base to go after a lot of the queens at the time on the show. Valentina's a whole different person now. Those times have passed. It is, we've moved on past that. But at the time, Valentina wasn't out here going at her fans who were being very nasty and disgusting and racist and disrespectful towards a lot of the queens on the show because y'all was so happy to have that representation on y'all TV. So y'all look past a lot of the craziness or the ego that was a Valentina during that season. So, oh yeah, then it was like Candy Muse. She should have won her season 2, but she didn't. So I don't want to keep going on with this. I'm ready to move on because I feel like I've spent way too much time on this topic as it is. But look, we just wrapping up Drag Race. So if it's going to be long, it's going to be long. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So look, we're doing a 4.5-hour show today. But it's I've been off the grid for 3 days. So if streaming wants to replace TV, they didn't have to treat it like a TV show. Renew each yearly and do 23 episodes. They ain't trying to do all of that. They thinking 6 to 8 episodes enough, and it's not. I hate the 6 to 8 episode ratio. You need to do an even 10 or 12, the most, maybe 13. But streaming has already replaced TV. Streaming is the norm and no one has cable anymore. Well, my parents do. I just don't. I use streaming for everything. And I just had to cancel my Disney Plus because I'm sitting there like, if I'm paying the bundle, which is Disney, Hulu, and what was it? Disney, Hulu, and HBO Max, and I'm paying $30. Why am I paying separately for Disney Plus? So that was just dumb. I was like, I'm paying for the bundle, so I should still be able to watch everything that I'm watching. So yes, it's normalized to be a zombie to streaming. All I'm going to say about the finale is that the dislikes and IMDb rating speaks for itself. 2.3 out of 10 on IMDb. Ginger had to get skinny off Ozempic to finally be crowned the winner. That's no shade, but I agree. Because it's like, oh, you won't even ever give it to a fat bitch. I mean, a fat... You won't ever give it to a fat queen. She had to basically lose a couple of people and gain a neck for y'all to give her a damn a crown. Y'all wasn't gonna ever crown a big girl. She had to go on the drugs, which Mistress mad because y'all be accusing her using Ozempic, but I wouldn't put it past Ginger because I think she did use it. But I agree with that. This season was a chop. The drag detective brought up a good theory that the reason why it was Carey and MIB was because Carey is the only one that resides in LA and can make it on time for filming, and MIB was already on set. whatever. Y'all could have put up the money and had them come out and do a damn red eye. They could have figured out a way to make it work. What upsets me most is that whenever Jorgeous does come back for her crown on another All-Star, she might be the only getting the backlash that, yeah. So I do feel like, yeah, there should have been a double win. And I think that's what a lot of people were saying. Is like they thought it was going to be a double Shantae, a double win, a double crowning. But what would that mean? They would have been cheap and been like, well, you have to split the 200,000. So Jorgeous gets 100,000 and you get 100,000. And now we got to edit in. We got to do like what they did with Monet and Trinity, which is y'all got to edit in the double thing when y'all shot they sequences 2 different ways. They didn't want to do that, but it should have been a double crowning. But this is what happens when y'all shoot your finales in advance, and then they got to find out by watching the edit. I'm like, that whole thing is stupid. Just do a live, like do it like American Idol, where you find out the winner of Drag Race in front of a live audience, and it's in real time. But they won't do that because Ru can't read a damn teleprompter without fucking it up. You tell them don't fuck it up. You can't even read a teleprompter, allegedly. And Gender is the first plus size, but she had to lose 100. She ain't even that plus size. She was already well, yeah. She lost all that weight. Ozempic helped to crown a plus size. This episode is brought to you by Ozempic. I saw some people criticizing Bianca because she doesn't talk about her Latin heritage enough. Well, here's the thing. What's pissing me off, because y'all play into the very exact stereotypes that y'all hate about how they treat a lot of the Latin queens on Drag Race. Y'all want them to run around with a Puerto Rican flag on all their outfits and doing the Taco Burrito song from South Park. Like, what do y'all want? Because you don't see other ethnicities wearing their culture on their sleeve. They represent and they talk about it, but it's not all of who they are. And if that's how you feel like that's what it's going to take to be a winner, then you're just as ignorant. The win felt reinforced. Ginger may have earned it, but I wish it would have been more obvious. It wouldn't have been more obvious. I agree. They made it so obvious that she was going to win. Like, y'all already had her chosen from the beginning. Carey had no, she did not. And I don't know why they had her come back anyway. But like Onyx said, people think the theory is because she lives in LA, so it wouldn't have been hard for her to come out there. She could have had to get a Uber ride over there and do the show. At least the queens clean up at prides and get other opportunities. Nicole was the most fun to watch. Quiet as is kept. I do love me some Nicole Page Brooks. So they it said after Ginger won, I unfollowed all of the queens. I followed besides 10 that I actually have admiration for. Jorgeous, MIB, Violet, Bianca, and Lydia being 5 of them. Well, Violet out here being problematic, you still following her? Oh yeah, you said France All Stars is airing. I gotta start watching it. And I heard, do they have a dub version? Because I'm like, let me find out y'all got a budget to be dubbing what they saying. I don't mind reading the subtitles. We don't mind Drag Race producing here and there, but we do mind them playing in our face. Absolutely, and that's what y'all did. Y'all played in our face this whole damn season. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Every runner-up for the last 3 All Stars has been Latin: Candy, Vanjie, Roxy, and now Jorgeous. No, Roxy messed up on her one talent with a poor recording, in my opinion. We knew it would be one of them. Yeah. Limited ads on that Disney bundle for almost half. Oh, does it? Do people care though? Can't forgot a new song coming out. I guess we'll talk about it when it drops. Plus name polls. Those name polls did feel random. Not you reheating your tacos. Jules had to make a song about La Leche, and Ariete had to do a Mexican dance or a talent show. They want the Latina queens to be in a box. Absolutely. Y'all want stereotypes. Just say that. Y'all don't want a Latin queen to win. You want a Latin stereotype to win. And to me, it's like, I don't have to sit around telling y'all every 5 minutes where all my ethnicities are for me to be taken seriously and show my talent. My talent should be more important. It just so happens that I'm half this and half that. And I rep who I am day in and day out. But that's what y'all want. Y'all want fucking stereotypes all damn day. Like, you have to be more than just, I'm from Puerto Rico. Whoop the fucking do. But there's got to be more to you than that. There is a club for France All-Stars. Wait, you said there is a dub for France All-Stars, but it's AI generated and the fans are upset. Really? They did an AI generated? Oh, because they're saying that They didn't even hire people to do it. They just put like an AI thing to dub it. I'd rather just read and just hear their original voices because you're not going to do that. If they could pay people over there at Netflix to do dubs, y'all cheap asses over at World of Wonder could hire some people to do a dub too. Excuse me. And we all know that Nikki Doll speaks English. Or just have the girl speak English. While it does give me life, I have to admit, her and Gottmik are the new Romeo and Michelle, the drag Romeo and Michelle. I love Violet. The first Drag Race episode I watched was the Hello Kitty Ball on season 7. The same season Ginger Minj first came on, and she didn't win. So y'all should have gave her to Violet, but they didn't. But anyway, let's move on to our final topic, and let's get into Jorgeous opening up about that season finale that a lot of y'all are still mad about. Why you mad though? Why you mad though? Now the Drag Race fandom has been reeling from the All-Stars 10 crowning after Ginger Minj beat out Jorgeous to be crowned RuPaul's winner over the weekend, and it's one of the most disruptive crownings in the history of the show, where some people was like, I was already hearing like the whole rating for this season. Some people gave it a 2.5, and I'm like, dang, like y'all are really not feeling this season because they felt like it was just too overproduced and y'all literally played in our face. As I said before, I'm not taking away from Ginger. Ginger is talented. Ginger deserves to win an All-Star season because she's done it so many times. She's come this close only to just be overlooked. However, the way that these producers did this season, it was a job. So now that RuPaul's Drag Race star, Jorgeous, has spoken out after the finale of All-Stars 10, which saw her narrowly miss out on the crown to fourth-time returnee Ginger Minj. The finale of All-Stars 10 saw many firsts for the spinoff of the beloved RuPaul's Drag Race franchise. It saw the conclusion of the first-ever tournament of All-Stars. It saw the reintroduction of a wild-card queen who turned out to be Carey Colby. It brought back the Raider Queen to make its first appearance, because normally Raider Queen is on regular season of Drag Race. When's the first time we actually got Raider Queen? It was during the Nymphia Win season, right? I think that was the first time we got Raider Queen. And then there was only one person on the show on All Stars that did Raider Queen, and that was Lydia Butthole Collins. She's the only one from the franchise that has done the whole Raider Queen thing. So and also, it saw Ginger Minj snatch her first ever Drag Race crown after appearing on season 7, All-Stars 2, and All-Stars 6, and now All-Stars 10. Now, she landed in the top 2 after being announced as the winner in lip syncs against Carey and Bosco, and then came face-to-face with Jorgeous, who, I'm sorry, ate her up in that finale when they performed It's Raining Men by the Weather Girls. But after that, she entered the Drag Race Hall of Fame, leaving a devastated Jorgeous as a runner-up, as you can clearly see with her face here. Do she look happy? And the winner is Big Back Cadillac. No, Ginger Minj, who had to lose 100-something on pounds via Ozempic or Mounjaro, or one of the other ones they have. That was the only way that Miss Mamas was going to lose weight or win a crown, is she had to go down 8 sizes or 800 sizes or lose 3 people up in that chin. So now, taken to the Twitter on June 18th, that would be 3 days ago, the season 14 of All-Stars non-competitor broke her silence to address fans after the episode aired and said the following: "There was honestly nothing I could have done different. I did my best, and I'm so happy. Y'all saw it for me. Thank y'all for being on this journey with me. I love you." I'm like, why is she talking so country? And I forgot she is from Texas. She's from Texas. And then went on to say something else. She went on to say, NGO, which is not going to lie, I was sad AF yesterday. Now I just feel hollow. I don't know, might delete later, LMAO. So, of course, let's go over to the comments. And some people jumped in, and Grok, not Grok, jumping in on the conversation. Somebody said, Grok said, based on the opinion on Twitter for this season's winner, was the show rigged? One word answer only. Nate Grok answered that the show was rigor mortis. So it doesn't really say if anybody answered that question, but let's go down to Twitter. Lana says, Lana, as in Lana Geray, said the future of drag. Loke Rios, who's a porn star, said, "You're the people's winner, baby." Scarlet Envy said, "I wish it was you." Brooklyn Heights said, "You were incredible. So cool getting to watch you grow from our days at play to here." Lux Nora London said, "Love you," with a blue heart emoji. Kayla Vasquez, who's also makes adult perform stuff, said, "This is how a true winner moves." Well said. Jules Sparkle said, "I love you." Jack said, oh, that's probably just a regular person. It said, "We love you so effing much, Jorgeous. We all know you deserve to win." Um, so there's a lot of people that are cheering her on and saying that she deserved to win, which kind of makes me think like, damn, y'all don't see it for Ginger? But then Porphy, who y'all know, he does adult stuff too, said, "You 100% deserve the crown. That ish was rigged. The boots house down. You absolutely slayed as Shakira. You channel her aura so perfectly. We all are so absolutely proud of you representing us Latinas. Mommy, love you, my queen / winner." So, um, here's the thing. At the end of the day, people gonna hate on this whole situation. I do feel like she is the people's winner and she won the season. So say what you want about y'all trying to steer something in the direction of the way y'all wanted to steer it into, but yeah, at the end of the day, Jorgeous is the people's winner. And Candy Muse, before I even forget, let me see what she said. She said, "You'll feel like this for a little bit, then you kind of just get over it when you realize you get so much more opportunities than the winner." LMAO, love you, sis. And you want to know something? Y'all got hate on Candy for making that comment, but Candy is absolutely correct. 9 times out of 10, the runner-up is more successful than the winner. 9 times out of 10, y'all don't even remember the winner. Y'all always remember the runners up. Candy Muse is running out here about to go on tour with the House of Aja, which is her, Tsunami Muse, who, self-deported recently, Aja, and Dahlia Sin, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they all about to go on tour together, traveling the world. Candy is out here doing House of Villains. She's done other projects. So Candy is out here living her best life and doing it up. So to me, I feel like, yeah, while Jinder won her little crown, she got her little $200,000. She got her year of Anastasia Beverly Hills. Good for you, niece. You got your free makeup for a year. You got the 200,000, which I don't know how much that's going to turn out to after taxes. You got your little scepter in your crown. You can put that little glass thing and have it, perched up in your house somewhere. But thinking about it, it's like, and I'm sure Jinder, who knows? I don't know if Jinder will be, I don't know if her bookings will be boosted, but production could produce however the hell they want. And to me, at this point, I honestly feel like Jorgeous, don't even come back to Drag Race. You don't need the show. You are successful in so many other ways. You perform down. I love watching you perform, and I will come and pay to see you at any show that you do instead of having to just come on here and continue to get shitted on by this show. Cornbread, who was Jorgeous' season 14 sister, said this: "You may feel hollow now, but use it as an opportunity to fill up on all the love everyone is giving you. Collect your flowers and use it to push forward. You have always been and forever will be that bitch. Be proud of what you did." Now, for anyone suffering immediate withdrawals, never fear, because they're saying you can't. Okay, y'all still repeating yourselves with the Drag Race UK versus the World third season and Philippines Slater Royale. They already did the Meet the Queens for that. But if y'all feel a little withdrawal, if you have Wild Presents Plus, you can go over there and watch Drag Race France. They're doing their All-Star season. I haven't gotten into watching it yet, but I'm definitely going to get around to it. So, as I said it before, I'm not discounting Ginger's talent, and it was clear that, she was production's choice in the beginning to be the winner. But at the end of the day, Jorgeous is the people's winner. She is 9 times out of 10 is always the runners up that turn out to be way more successful than the winners any damn way. So Jorgeous, you are that bitch. You are talented, and just use this as an opportunity to snatch up, whatever you want to call it, all the bookings you can, and yeah. Because you're going to be out here definitely making all the money and being successful post Drag Race. And, I'm sure that your bookings have increased tenfold since, you losing the show. Because losing is a new winning, as the song says. And download Gift Shop. So, according to Willem, she told y'all to do that. I'm telling y'all that too. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Jorgeous breaking her silence on the season finale? It's like, yeah, you might feel like disappointed and stuff, and you have a right to. If you're competing and stuff, nobody likes losing. I've been a runner-up in competition, so I understand what it's like. You can't win them all. So, you just, take your, tend to your wounds, pick yourself up, and just keep going. Don't quit. And I don't see Jorgeous quitting. Jorgeous is about to be out here, like I said, snatching up all the damn bookings and making all the coins. She'll probably make more than the $200K that Miss Mama's just got from a TV damn show with all the bookings she about to snatch up. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Yeah, Jorgeous was close the last time. Oh, you said, you know, stop watching the show RuPaul's Drag Race until season 12. Jorgeous was close last. Yeah, she was, but who was the one that was in the last one? Was that Candy Muse? No, that was Roxy Andrews. I think we was looking at Roxy Andrews as like the runner up. I think if we were looking at Jorgeous, she came in like third. I really got sad when she didn't win. It was hard to sit through the live reaction after she commented, "Save it," in a tweet. I don't know if she'll ever come back. I hope it's not anytime soon so she can grow. I mean, I didn't watch. Well, I didn't watch that. I had it. I was like, do I even care enough to want to sit and watch these two and then her lose? It's like, no, I don't. I bet Carey and MPBFAG also felt hollow. Wait, who the hell is MPBFAG? Who was that? With a hollow after their points got stolen. Is that Nicole Page Brooks? Oh, you said, oh yeah, Nicole Page Brooks. But who's FAG? Now I gotta say doom 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 doom. Now I gotta do the Jeopardy music as I try to figure out who the hell who's fag? Who we calling a fag? He said, and I bet Carey felt even more hollow after she came back and got eliminated. I mean, it was some bullshit with that. Because now y'all production's playing in my face. Oh, Nicole Page Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. Funny. I couldn't even figure that out. He said, Mister just dropped a video where she dragged Willem for 15 minutes straight up while doing a party of the beatdown, calling it the beat up. You should watch the video whenever you can. I think I just saw that in my recommendations when I was just over on the YouTube. Hold on. That might have been what I saw. Oh, yeah. It says, uploaded the beat up featuring Willem confronting my biggest fan. Oh, yeah, I saw that. And then it popped up in the situation. So I'll see if I'll watch that. But I'm going to be unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate. I'm going to be busy tomorrow and Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm at City Field. Tomorrow, I'm doing a concert at the Garden. I can't remember who's actually, there's some band called Ghost. Who I never, like some of these people I ain't never heard of. But, it's like, where is it? Yeah, it's Ghost has a show. And then the next day is Kesha and the Scissor Sisters. Then after that is Keshi. And then two Chris Staples. This concert is literally every day this week, except today. Today is a dark day. And then next week is Gracie Abrams, which is 2 days. And then the 30th is Lord Huron, which I'm working that one. They didn't give me any of the Gracie Abrams, which kind of glad that they didn't. But yeah, that's what they're giving us. But you said Nicole Page Brooks from Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, you said Ghost is a metal band, but they incorporate a lot of pop and melody in their songs. You might like them. Well, I'll find out tomorrow when I hear their music. What there's a lot of these bands and things I ain't never heard of. I'm like, damn, am I losing my touch? I think also I don't really listen to a lot of groups and stuff like that compared to how I used to always be out here trying to discover new music and things of that nature. But yeah, there's that. So all right, y'all. So now we're at the end of today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you have not already, please hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I don't want to try to leave y'all high and dry. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to put a show together. And I'm going to come on probably right after I do, because then if I try to do the Kesha and all this other stuff, y'all ain't getting the show till Thursday. So, I'm gonna come back on Wednesday right after I'm done with working this Mets game, and I'm gonna give you all a show then. It might be a late one, so that way I can put all this show and stuff together, because I don't want to go too long away from doing a live, and then it messes with my algorithm. You said it's anti-gay. I know. Look, first of all, them not scheduling me for a minute, that was homophobic. So, but I'm sure they're gonna be having me doing multiple Lady Gaga. I already know I'll be doing a lot of those. But yes, I'll be back Wednesday to do a show. I'm not gonna be able to come back on tomorrow because, like I said, I have the Ghost concert. Unless I try to put a show together and then do a show real early in the morning. But y'all already know, lately they haven't really been dropping a lot of really interesting hot topics until later on in the day. So I'm sure by like tonight and then tomorrow they'll do another they'll give another some interesting topics and stuff will pop up. If this was LA, it'd be a whole lot different because LA still be 3 hours prior, and then by the time on the East Coast, so much tea has been spilled that I can easily like do it and not feel like it's a late show. But anyway, and it's funny, on this end it's 9:00, and I did a 4.5-hour show. But yeah, love y'all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the continued support. Please hit that like button and subscribe, and also that notification bell. If you want, you can send some super chats and things of that another. Also, donate to the Cash App that you see down below. All of that is in the description. Also, follow my social media platforms, do other stuff. Oh, they about to torture me with that. It's like, because I was talking so much shit about Katy Perry, you're gonna have me work that damn concert. That's gonna be my karma. Yeah, maybe work that concert. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I worked the Katy Perry show. So, love you for watching. Until next time, ciao, darlings.